there's the spray down. Big double quad kill. He's wrecked them all.
Predicts the peak and gets into the cover to clutch.
Oh! Oh, he no-scopes Flamey. What a disgusting kill.
Kenny, they're getting closer. 3 kills and the 4th. Enrique.
Welcome to the Blast Premier Fall Final. Across all of the season, we have seen many teams rise and fall, and we are down here in Copenhagen once again to look at the final 8 teams to see who is going to take first place. I am your host, James Banks, and joining me, as always, throughout this whole season, I've got Maniac, I've got Pimp, and we are ready to rock it, boys, one more time.
Yeah, it's incredible to see you again. It's been so long, James. Actually, it hasn't been, but I'm happy we're in together. It's nice that, you know, we've had this entire journey of Blast Fall, and now we have the finals. I'm so ready.
And it hasn't been a journey that's been easy to predict. We've seen some teams we expected to do so well, not quite hit the mark, and then others impress.
There's been plenty of upsets. There's been plenty of teams, you know, finding their strength again. I think Furia is a great example of a team who came in looking super, super weak, and all of a sudden, they're one of our favorites coming into the finals.
Oh, one of the favorites. All right, Jake has given us some spoilers coming on into it. It's not just us on the desk, though. We've also got Freya joining us. Freya, it's lovely to see you as always. I wish you were here, but how are you doing?
I wish I was with you too, James. The studio is looking absolutely spectacular, but I'm doing incredibly well. You know, I've been catching up with some of the players earlier on today. We've got 8 incredible teams here at the full finals, so I cannot wait to see what competition is going to be coming out. I've heard a few words from a couple of the players so far. There's going to be some spicy stuff they're bringing to the games today. I cannot wait to see who'll be taking the crown here at the full finals, and of course, taking the spot at the global finals earlier on in next year.
These are the teams that will be going head to head.
They're constantly getting into finals. They barely lose a game. They're one of the most consistent teams in the world.
People don't give them the credit they deserve.
You would have to be crazy to do this, and he is crazy. He's going to get Blamer first, and then JK is left.
The best team ever to touch Counter-Strike is now back.
Megas in the corner. He was flashed. Nobody could see him, and there's the spray down. Big double continues it. A quad kill. He's wrecked them all.
They're deadly, they're dangerous, and they are one of the most unpredictable teams we have.
We have a round that could have been easily slept away. Gets interesting. Nice flash. Oh, it's a triple.
This is one of the most stacked lineup when it comes to individual skills I've ever seen.
Nico doing everything. A ridiculous 2v4 by the Kovacs.
Yeah. By the paper, they're not favorites coming into this one, but the way they took down Heroic, nobody could feel safe against them either.
Anybody else from Cloud9 could have come charging through this smoke, but Kerrigan goes in for second, Serving's a third, a 4th from Kerrigan.
Big has been criminally underrated for quite some time.
Oh, Searson hitting all the shots.
Their stats are a bit more quiet, but we should not underestimate them.
And if they can, you know, find that synergy together, I think that's when OG gets scary.
Pretty sure that's oh, he's going to get a follow-up. Oh, and he gets the follow-up. Isa. That sets it up for Velda, and this is brutal. OG.
They have that greatness, they have the talent, they have the explosivity. They can ban anyone out of the server if they want to on any given day.
Oh! It's just so unbelievable.
And no matter what team you are seeing today, none of them can be underestimated because they have gone on this great journey in order to be at the full final as it be. And these are our final 8 teams. This is who you will see across the next 6 days. Vitality, G2, OG, NaVi, Astralis, Big, Furia, and Mousesports. Now, Pimp, you said Furia, one of the favorites coming into this. Why is that, my friend? Why is that? Do you think they've really done it after that 3-hour talk we saw?
Yeah, I think they've been looking solid as of late, right? Of course, they did lose to Astralis not so long ago. It looked like a bit of a one-sided matchup, but Astralis, they're back to their, you know, shape where you think to themselves that they are one of the best teams in the world as of right now. I think the way Fury have been playing ever since that talk you referred to gives me hope that at least coming into this tournament, I wouldn't necessarily say they're my sole favorite, but they're one of the dark horse to take it all.
What about you, Maniac? You got a dark horse in this race?
it's hard. I think that OG might be one that we don't really expect to perform too high because of how stacked the lineup is. There are so many teams we can name as favorite, so I'm going to keep my eye on OG a little bit.
Okay, keep your eye on OG. I like it. I like it. What we've also got to do is look at the explainer to show you guys how we got here. This is how the full series started. We had 12 teams initially. We saw 6 of those teams advance to the final, 6 teams to the showdown, but they joined up to have a total of 16 teams where it became one of the toughest tournaments in single elimination for the year. 2 teams from there went to the final to give us the 8 teams that we have that you've just spoken about, that you've just seen. And remember, from these 8, only 1 has a chance of grabbing that spot in the global final. And that's what it's all about when it comes to the global final, because there is a lot on the line when it comes to that tournament.
There's so much on the line. It's one of the biggest tournaments, right? You think about the globals, the fact that you can access it and how stacked it is. I do believe that we have all the teams in here are in the top 10 HLTV ranking, which is huge. It's one of the most stacked tournament we have. And I think it's just the best way to close the years, right?
It definitely is the best way to close the year, right? We've got the best teams to go head to head. We've got some of the most amazing Counter-Strike action to come on your screens. And we have got the seedings here right now. And this, at the moment, is very interesting to me, Pimp, because maybe some of the bigger names out there weren't as high up as people would think. And there's a reason for that, because look at your OG. They've slipped on through.
Yeah, because they won their group, right? So winners of their groups, they had to be seeded 1, 2, or 3. So OG of the 3 group winners have been seeded as number 3 team. But that is a good thing for them, right? Because if you look down below that, you have Bigs currently with the seed number 6. So they go up against each other in the first matchup. Whereas Astralis, for an example, they have a big task ahead of them going up against NaVi. These teams have seeded each other, so they, rate each other, they come from practice, they come from official results. So this is interesting, and it's a good way to do the seeding process as well, because there was a lot on the line when they played for winning the group just a couple of weeks ago.
Well, let's take a look at the brackets. Let's see what we're going to get. You alluded to some of the games just there, Pimp. We have Vitality Mousesports, NaVi Astralis, G2 Furia, oh my, OG Big as well. There's some real spicy, tasty ones to open us up with.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. I mean, all of these matchups, once more, are so exciting. And even the Big OG Sport might not be, the highest card. But when you think about what Big can bring to the table and how high they have been playing in this year, man, it's going to be huge. And then the lower bracket, anyone that makes it down there, it's going to be hell on earth. Absolute hell.
Yeah, a lower bracket run in a tournament like this is not pretty. It is not going to be easy. But they are all fighting for that spot in the global final. When we get to the grand final matchup, this is what they want to be doing. If you can be the full final winner, and you're not one of the teams who've already got a slot there, remember Vitality and NaVi have already made their way through, you get instant invitation to the global final. And that is a golden opportunity to showcase your stuff.
You want to be there, right? You want to be at the global final. You want to be there competing with some of the best teams in the world and taking one of the biggest titles within Counter-Strike as of right now. So sure, a lot is on the stake, and you're fighting for those points throughout the entire thing.
And this right now is what they're fighting for, right? Not just in terms of everything we've got here at Blast, not everything we're showing in terms of the prestige of this tournament. This is our beautiful trophy. I wish I could touch it right here and now, right? But we're in this situation where I don't know where it is. They're probably keeping it away from me. But this is our race to the global final. And that race right now is on. There is so many different opportunities here and different events still to play out for the rest of the year.
Yeah, things could still change, but you look at G2, you look at Furia, and you understand how important this event is going to be. They're going up against one of the best teams in the world, and here we have the teams still in contention, and these are the teams that can still make it to the global finals. Obviously, for teams like Mousesports, G2 or OG, this week is their only chance to rack up points for the ranking. It's their only chance to place themselves in a spot where they could potentially participate in what Jacob said, one of the biggest tournaments we have.
And then you have the likes of Furia, G2 and Astralis with 2 chances, right? They can do well at this tournament, and then they can do well as well at IEM.
And this is the thing, right? When you look at IEM, look at Liquid, look at Heroic. These chances for them, that is huge amounts of pressure. If they really want it, if they really want to stand the chance, because Liquid, if we've gone to the beginning of the year, we'd all be saying, yeah, they'd probably be in a position for it. Well, this is not really looking likely.
No, they haven't been playing that great as of lately. They're struggling to find their footing. They're struggling to find their form. And guess what? Liquid weren't good enough to be here for us this week either, right? So it's a team that has to play better than we've seen lately.
Now, which team do you think has got the best chance going into this one, Maniac?
You got any other questions like that that I'm supposed to?
I'm just going to use the hardest ones.
Look, I think Jacob mentioned Furia, and it is true that we have witnessed their resurgence. We have witnessed their rebirth. And in this week, they are going to be some tough opponents to play with. So Dark Horse again, I think Furia, they got a chance.
Furia could be the Dark Horse. We're going to also take a look at what it's all being worked on for here. It is a huge prize pool. It is top heavy for first place. There is so much that these teams have been working through all year long. It is a global final prize pool of $1 million.
The best teams in the world are here at the moment, and everyone wants to win it.
I think every team here is really strong.
They are all points, so it's gonna be a tough match. It doesn't matter who we face.
Every opponent we're gonna face is higher ranked than us.
It's gonna be our task to prove that there is a reason why we are the favorite.
We don't really have high expectations for like the whole event.
We didn't win the last 2 finals we played in, and we really hope that we try to win this final.
I think we have what it takes to catch them off by surprise, and I just hope we can play the best CS right now.
We will do everything as possible that we have a strong performance in this tournament.
Tough times ahead, but we will do everything we can in our power to show that what we've done the last 2 weeks, we can still do even better.
We really want to end the year on a high note, and winning last finals would just be perfect for us.
Now, this is where we begin to talk about all of the teams that we have here. And Maniac, we get to start with probably your golden boys out here in Vitality.
My golden boys. Okay,
Yeah.
I like this. I like the sound of that. Look, I'm not gonna attack it the way you think. I'm gonna say that Vitality, even though coming off the back of a win, might be in danger. The reason for that, this could be the one moment they just let the foot off the gas pedal a little bit. They have finally broken the curse of the finals. They won IM Beijing. They're coming in with NaVi as well. Is it the time where they just not give that 5% extra? I am scared for them. If they play 100%, they have the talent, they have the roster, they have the map pool, they have everything. They are the best team in the world in the ranking, but will they show it this week?
And that's what it's all about, right? For Vitality, they need to show it now. What we've loved and what we've enjoyed from it, though, is NaVi is not just a player sat on the side. He is a player that's had a lot of impact, and it is seemingly working so far.
And maybe he gets even more impact. We don't know whether or not he's going to be integrated into more maps, whether or not we're going to see some of the other players no longer play on certain maps. So there's still a lot of potential for Vitality. I would share your concern a little bit, Matthew, if it weren't for the timing. We're leading up to the end of 2020, and Vitality, they want to cement themselves as the best team of 2020. They want to be up there, putting in the #1 spot when we go into 2021. So sure, you could be a little bit complacent after winning a final, and I buy into your argument about them, finally getting over the hurdle. But the fact that we're ending into the near end of 2020, I believe they want to, give it an extra notch just to make sure they're #1 as we finish the year.
And when it comes to being #1 at the end of the year, right, that would be the dream for Vitality. To do it in this style, to do it in a way where at one point it didn't look like they would even had a chance with it.
No, they bounced back, and they also, and we have to address it, they took the risk of bringing in NaVi midway through the season, just jumping and throwing in the fire as the games were progressing, and they made it work. They were the first team to do that, to have this between map rolling squad. It was amazing to see work, and NaVi, I tweeted about it, the performance he's had when he had the chance to do it, they were amazing. He is in stats just behind Ziwu. That's it. There's only Ziwu in front of him. Other than that, he's there. So that was a huge gamble for Vitality, and it worked out, but I need to see it happening more and more and more.
Right, we don't know how it's going to go. There could be that honeymoon period with it. We've got to see how it will pan out for these guys and what they want to put into place. Next up, we got my favorites. We got NaVi coming in here. Yes, you laugh away, Maniac. You have your golden boys. I've got mine. I'll accept my bias with this. NaVi right now are a team that need to prove, though, that they are a team capable of being at the top. They hit and miss all day long, and they can't quite hit the mark. You said it, Pimp. Do you think this current lineup is able to even do this because of one man in particular?
I think this current lineup is definitely able to win tournaments, and I think this current lineup is definitely able to be an upset, or be the dark horse coming into any given tournament, any given time of the year. We've seen that. IM Katowice this year, they won it, and they look like the best team in the world. They played some of the best Counter-Strike I've seen any team play throughout the entire year. But, to do that on a consistent basis, NaVi had not at a single point within this lineup shown me they can do that over 2 or 3 or 4 months for that matter. It's not like an Astralis, it's not like a G2, or Vitality for that matter, who play Counter-Strike or play great Counter-Strike every single time. You never know when you're going to get with NaVi. The only constant they have is simple. That you got to give him credit for. He is, arguably the best player in the world as of right now. He is that constant, but the rest of the lineup, it's up and down, it's here, there, and everywhere. I don't really know where to put him.
And what we got to look at, right, when it comes to NaVi is this 6th man. Bit is the man who could potentially be there. We could see some opportunity for him to play, and it was rumored for a while. We got to see him maybe try and step into this, but is that enough of a magic moment for them to play with here?
I mean, the question is, do you think they'll do it? Do you think they'll go through with that? I think it would be... Okay, let me put it this way. It could be a good occasion for everyone in NaVi to give it their 200% if they take that chance, because you feel like you have to. You don't have the same kind of protocols, same kind of safety net with your new player, so what you got to do is give it your 200%. And if that's the NaVi we get, then I agree with Jacob. The highs of NaVi no one can catch up. No one can fight with NaVi when they're on the top.
And this is the thing, we've seen Perfecto recently step up, right? But you look at more your Flamey as an example, the old guard, the one who's left from the original roster, he's an amazing LAN player, but when it's been in this online era, he's not hit the mark.
No, and we can have this conversation over and over again. Then Perfecto is having a period where he's looking all right. Then Flamey is having a period where he's looking all right. Then Electronic is having a period where he's one of the best players in the world, but he calms down a little bit as well. I'm getting a bit tired of it, to be completely honest, right? Because I know how good NaVi can be. I just never see it on a consistent basis. So for us to have the same conversation over and over and over again, it's getting tiresome.
Or maybe the six-man roster can solve it, because
Hopefully.
it certainly did for our next team, potentially as well, because it's Astralis next. And actually, well, I guess we should start with this point. Bubsky finally got himself off the bench. He had a game to play.
Yeah, he had some frags, and honestly, I think he was right fitting the mold that they needed him to. He wasn't that aggressive or too aggressive, as Glaive alluded to in some interviews. But I said it the last week, I do believe that the window of opportunity to kick Astralis while they're in the dirt is now over. I think they are back to a very, very dangerous form. They have Glaive back in the role where he shines. They have Magis that can focus a little bit more on his individual performance, although still coming in with inputs, obviously, because he's been in IGL for a while. So now this Astralis, with Zip as well finding some form, to me, is a dangerous beast.
I'm just glad you brought up Glaive, because that is the big game changer right here. That's almost like getting a new player into a lineup. I know he was the secondary caller. I know he was, helping out Magix throughout the first group stage as well. I was listening into it. But at this time, right here, right now, Glaive is the best in-game leader in the entire world. So having him back leading this squad is definitely a positive thing for Astralis. If they can, make him feel comfortable and again activate Magix on the server like we've seen signs of, then there's no doubt Maniac is on point right here. The time of window where Astralis were vulnerable, that must be over now.
Yeah, this is the thing, right? Zip's back, Glaive's back in the point where he wants to be the in-game leader, and they're even throwing Bubsky into the mix as well. That's something that's going to be very hard to prepare for and something very hard to deal with. And now they just come off the back of a DreamHack Masters winter win where they took down Mousesports 3-1.
And they have maximum confidence. And then if you go back to that title, what impressed me the most is their ability, when push came to shove, to find the right call. And of course, we have to credit Glaive for that, but I think it's just a machine in general. Astralis, in terms of confidence, whenever you push them to 13-13, it doesn't matter. They will hit you with the most insidious rat move, but they will push you out of your comfort zone. That's what they do. I say it. They provoke mistakes and they capitalize on it. This is the trade. That's a rat move. It's a rat move. But it's how you do. I mean, sometimes you got to do them dirty.
Oh, you just had to drop another rat in there, didn't you, somewhere? It may be like that, right, when it comes to this play.
But it's a compliment, right? It is a compliment, to be sure.
Okay. Backhanded compliment?
Yeah.
It is a compliment.
I mean, he's onto something, right? They do be annoying to play against, right? So if you're an opponent of Astralis, you may think there are a couple of rats out there.
Well, these are rats that you'd have to be very scared of, though, that's for sure. And right now, any team now thinking they're dealing with the old Astralis is probably going to be thinking something completely different when they come up against them.
They are. Astralis are looking good. They're looking super, super solid. I see signs of life from Magix. I see signs of life from Glaive. I see everything that made them the best team in history of Counter-Strike, again, slowly but surely starting to unfold. So you're spot on, James. If you're playing against Astralis, you have to play your A game, otherwise you're getting ran over. Simple as it is.
Now, next team we've got to look at here is one that you said about the online era was doing very well for them, is Big. This team has showed us that it didn't matter what was going on, they were able to bounce back as a core unit of a team and make something work. It has been impressive to see them do this, but again, we've hit that blocking point.
Yeah, we've seen the ceiling, I feel, of Big, right? There was a lot of potential within the lineup. They were at one point up being the #1 ranked team in the entire world, and I think everyone was thinking at the time, sure, that is hella impressive, and especially considering all the work they put in. Every time you see Big play this in the bootcamp facilities, they're working their asses off every single day, every single week, and I respect that a lot. So I respect the success they got, but I'm also a realist here. They're not going to be the best team in the world, and they're not going to be a top 3 team in the world either. But the fact that they're still in contention for a tournament like this in itself is, to me, impressive. It's the same with Heroic. We've just seen it. They were the best team in the world, but they're not going to be number 1. They're not going to be a top 3 team. They will have to stabilize, and if they can replicate what Big is doing right now and be, a team that is coming into these tournaments in itself, that is impressive. I think Big is a fantastic team with the material they have.
I think they are a very good example of a team that actually stays strong and together even when hard times come, right? Because you see a lot of teams just riding the wave of the momentum, and then as soon as some bad results come in, they change roster, they change structure. I feel like Big, they stick together. They stick together together and they want to push through that storm that they're in. But I agree, it does feel like they've hit a limit, they've hit a ceiling, and thinking that they could have a deep run in this tournament in itself is already a risk. They're going to have to overperform to an extent if they want to go back to the winning ways.
Now, one thing I'll come into, when I looked at Flashpoint, I looked at Big and said, this is a great tournament for them, a great event for them. They ended up going out to OG. Okay, OG plays pretty well, second place overall for them. But I give Big on many of these capabilities of having that time together, the experience, that they should be doing incredibly well in a tournament like that without the very, very top teams.
You could say so, but you know, when we talk about all the hard work they put in, when we talk about, you know, them grinding and them really working their ass off to become where they got, you know, it's also about time they would talk about the effort you put in and how long can you sustain that for, right? You cannot keep playing 120 hours of Counter-Strike every single week. You cannot keep playing 10 hours of Deathmatch, you know, every single week on a consistent basis. At some point, you'll need a break. At some point, you'll need to recharge. And I think Big have found, you know, the time in their, let's say, career path right now where they're chilling down just a little bit. So of course, they're still working hard. Of course, they're still practicing, but not as much as they were when they were #1 team in the world. And we have to respect that as well. I don't expect Big to be up there at all times, and neither should you.
And preparation for this team is always key, right? That's what Big has always been able to deliver in it. But how they do here is going to be a real test of what Big is feeling and how they've been able to prepare and get ready for the teams ahead of them. Another team, when it comes down to a lot of preparation, though, is OG. This is a team, for me, though, that I don't know what to expect. We talk about consistency, but we see them drop out of IAM Beijing. Yes. They just get 2-0'd by, what, FaZe and Spirit. And then after that, we see them go to Flashpoint and take a second place. Okay, I'll keep putting the caveat on Flashpoint that the teams are not as high level, for sure. But still, it's like, what OG are you going to get?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think they might be one of the hardest teams to evaluate right now. Yeah. And for us to tell you at home, this is what we are going to get from OG. This is the results we should expect. We have a very hard time putting it together. I think individually, there have been some positive surprises. I think Mentu is a name that we need to mention, right? He was probably responsible in the main part of their great results. I think he showcased himself a lot in these tournaments that we have covered. But I agree, where is the limit? Where's the safety net for a team OG that doesn't find their groove? It can be a bit dangerous.
Now, this man on your screen right now is a player who has really come into his own this year, and he has proven he can take it to some of the top teams around.
He's the best player from his country by quite a far margin. I think that's fair to say. He's been doing a fantastic job, honestly. Not a lot of people knew him coming into this OG lineup. It's also worth to mention he wasn't the first choice. There was another player they wanted in within this lineup before they picked him up. But ever since he's joined OG, he's been a star and he's been playing hearts out. I agree with Matthew. It's hard to place OG. It's hard to know, you know, what you can expect from them coming into a tournament. And they're starting to pull off a little bit of a NaVi syndrome in the sense that, sure, when they look good, they look really good, but when they look bad, they can lose to pretty much any given team in the entire world, and that is a problem for OG, because there's no bad teams in this tournament. So if they're not playing well, if they're not playing their A game, they could be one of the teams to leave the tournament as one of the first.
For me, though, when I look at this team, I look at Alexi and put a hell of a lot on his shoulders, and he puts it on his shoulders himself, doesn't he? He really is a leader that believes it is living and dying through him.
I absolutely agree with you. We have to give credit to Alexi, but we also have to think of how tiring and exhausting it can be to be in his shoes and the amount of micromanaging he does and the energy he gives to his team, right? So for how long can you do that? For how long can you maintain that effort? Sure, you have players in that lineup who will help you out. NVK is a talking player, is a very clever player. Valde, of course, is always going to be a secondary voice. But for Alexi B, man, for how long can you do that?
Yeah, this is the thing, right? We heard about that micromanagement. It's certainly not something you can do every single round.
Let me try to put your perspective on that, right? Because he reminds me a lot like Glaive. When I listen to Alexi B call, when I listen to his team comms and the way he plays on the server, he reminds me like Glaive. We've just seen Glaive have to take a sick leave from Astralis because he was stressed out. Right. We've just seen Glaive come back to Astralis, not calling the first 3 or 4 months before he felt 100% ready to get back into that role. It is incredible stressful for Alexi B to call the way he's doing right now. Glaive, he had to take a break and a long break. I would like OG to find a way where you can, of course, have Alexi B in top shape, but also find periods where not necessarily it has to be him calling without, you know, performing well. So for Alexi B not to have to take a sick leave, not to follow the path of a Glaive and Astralis, you know, someone needs to help him and he needs to look after himself, because when he's calling, when he's playing Counter-Strike, I've been listening to it, it's with 110% effort every single time.
But isn't that when a player like MBK or Valde should be able to help him in, right, and back him up a little bit more? I know they had that power struggle at the beginning, but sometimes you should lean on your secondary.
Completely. Your secondary, even your tertiary. Everyone in the team, I guess, in a beautiful environment should be able to come in with ideas. Sure, you need to have an A player or two who have more spaces, and in that sense, I would look for the NBK, I would look for the Valde, also because they have the experience, right? But I agree with Jacob, I want to echo his sentiment. You have to protect the talent of the team. You have to protect Alexi B. You don't want him to burn out halfway through the season, or now that we are approaching what could be the most important part of the year, right? All these great tournaments coming in, you don't want him to burn out. You want him to be able to give the 100%. So I think it's a case of they need to find a compromise, right? Where he doesn't do the 100%, because we have seen it multiple times. It is not sustainable.
It really isn't sustainable, and that's what they're going to have to be careful of, but they've got to deliver in this tournament as well. Moving on to our next team, and this excites me, and of course it's always going to excite me, because I'm bouncing up like a little kid happy on Christmas Day.
I am.
We got G2, and we finally know the full 5-man roster. Jax has gone out of the team. We kind of already looked at that, right? We rumoured that could be the case, and we kind of understand why, because English maybe wasn't there so much, and we kind of put Amanek as more of a well-rounded, complete player.
For my taste, this G2 lineup, and for my taste, this G2 tournament is going to be the one that is going to settle my expectations for them moving forward, right? If they're doing well here, if they show me some of all that good stuff they showed in the group stage, then sure, G2 can be one of the best teams in the world. But the past couple of months, it's been a bit up, it's been a bit down. Of course, integrating Nico, that's not going to be an easy task. It's going to take time before he feels 100% comfortable. Now, you know the lineup, you know Amanek is going to be the player for you. So this tournament is where I want to see you do your absolute best, and from then, you know, from moving on from this tournament, I can then have my expectations set straight for when I look at G2. I think the potential within this lineup is immense, but can they make it work with that many stars on the lineup? With Kenny S on the AWP, with Nico wants to, you know, go for all the duels all the time. I'm not quite sure yet, but I think it's going to be incredibly interesting, because the talent on the lineup could be the best team in the world.
And I'm going to take it right here. If you can guarantee me that the Triforce, the Triumvirate of Doom, which is Kenny, Hunter, and Nico, if you guarantee me that they will play 100%, I think G2 have a fighting chance against any team in the world. But the truth is, and the facts and the data have proven, that is not always the case. Kenny, a player that obviously, when I used to play with him, was one of the best in the world, if not the best in the world, he's now a little bit of a shadow of himself, right? In terms of consistency, he has maps where he completely pops off and takes over. He has maps where he disappears. So that's an issue when you know how high he can go. I want to see from G2 is individual consistency. They need to show us on a regular basis what they can do, because Nico, he does that.
And that's the thing, right? Nico does that, but he also takes a lot of space when it comes to this lineup. One thing I'm looking at, we got so hyped about them when it came to the initial series, right? Nico's first event, Blast Premier, this is where he got to showcase his stuff, and it was all great. But from there, they've now gone through these bumps and bruises.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Because it's the growing pains of a team with that much potential, I feel. It's to be expected that it's not going to feel like butter. It's not going to look like fly from the get-go. You know, there's going to be ups, there's going to be downs. But what we've seen so far is that we've seen the highest of highs. We've seen Nico absolutely take over the server and just be, you know, maybe the best aimer in the entire world. And if they can facilitate him within this lineup with so much skill, and also one of the most interesting in-game leaders in Nexa, then G2 can be a team that can go all the way. I completely agree with Matthew. I think there's potential to be the best team in the world if they can make it work.
And we've touched on everyone within this lineup except for Amanek. He's the man that got to stay. He's the man who's been putting in consistent hard work. He is the man that is always there without fail.
Amanek is a Swiss knife, and I guarantee this is not a joke. I'm not doing it as a Swiss joke. It's just a fact. He is very versatile, and even though I love Jax to death, and I think he was bringing a lot to a team, and he's a selfless teammate, when you think about the skill set of Amanek and how you can use him, it is quite unique. It is quite exceptional that you have a player who's ready to take on any role he's being given and still do a good job. You want to lurk? He can do it. He proved it. You want to go first with a Mac 10 jumping around? He's doing it. Talking English? He's doing it. He's a clever clutcher. He's an opener. He can do everything to a good level, and he might be the glue that G2 needs to actually perform.
Well, we're going to have to see that when it comes to their games. But this team, Jacob, you put them in here, Furia. This is a lineup that we came into this expecting such incredible stuff from. They came to Europe, didn't get the start they wanted. Then they spoke to us about that 3-hour team talk they had, and it was like a completely different team.
I would just like to know, I would just love to know what they talked about, because there was rumors surrounding the lineup. Maybe Henny was on his way out. Maybe Junior had to come in. We saw Junior play last week, and he's not a bad player, no means, but the way Henny has been playing since that talk, he's no Henny, no. Let's be honest. Henny's one of the best players when he's feeling it, no doubt about it. So I don't know what was being said in that team talk, but ever since that team talk, ever since Furia were struggling a little bit in the beginning, they've been looking like them old self, a team that can take out any team in the world. They're playing with confidence. They're playing aggressive Counter-Strike. And they have some of the most skilled individuals when it comes to North American Counter-Strike right there on your screen. Especially Yuri is a guy we don't talk enough about. He's fantastic.
And one thing you're saying there, right? We looked at Furia. We were scared of what was happening. Henny, for now, we know he's staying on the team, right? They're working through what they've got. You go back to DreamHack Masters Winter. They beat North. Okay, that's easy. Anyone can do that. They beat G2. They beat Complexity. And they lost to the overall winners in Astralis.
And they lost in a very clear way. I think we need to mention it. It was 16-6, 16-7. So now my question is how much damage has been done through this series? How damaged are they? Because we have seen throughout the last few weeks, even I want to say month, that emotionally speaking, we can see very different faces of Furia. We've seen them down in the dumps. No one is laughing. Cameras, everyone is off. And then we've seen Henny pop off, just shout his teammate, revitalizing everyone, igniting the fire, and then smiles all across the board. So for Furia now, it is about showing us that they have the right mindset every single time, because when they do, yes, they've proven to us that they are the absolute beast.
And one thing we've got to remember is Furia, they had multiple shots at this. They had to come down through the toughest event showdown in order to even get here.
And they did so well, right? They did so well. I think it's one of the most interesting teams to watch right now, right? You have a guy like Art. He's always fun to watch. He's always going to be annoying to play against, and you're always going to live, you sit back with a feeling thinking, why did he do that? And then he makes it work somehow, right? That's great. That's fun to watch. The fire they play with, the emotion they play with, you know, the Brazilian flair they play with. No matter what happens for Furia in this tournament, they are going to be fun to watch. It's going to be an explosion whenever they join the server, and just for that, I like to watch Furia.
They're also one of the most complete teams when it comes to profile, right? If you think about aggressive versus passive, you have your Art, obviously, who pushes the limit of the aggression every single time. You have Henny as well, who can be aggressive, and then you have Queserado, which more of a closer. You give him the trades, you give him the information, and then he's going to do good on it. He's going to pounce back. And then obviously Yuri, I think when we think about Furia and their hardest period, Yuri was the one, the rifle, to just pull together, put them on their back, and just rush and get the action right. He can do it as well. So a very complete team in terms of profiles.
Yeah, you didn't even mention Vinny, right? If Vinny is supposed to be the worst player in your lineup, you have a stacked lineup.
Oh yeah, that is a real scary team to deal with. That's what we know and love about Furia. But there is still one more team, the other team to come through the showdown. It's Mousesports, and they are just coming off the back of a second place at Masters, but they did lose quite heavily to that Astralis line.
I know, and I think I'm ready to have my heart broken by Mousesports, because I could jump on the hype. I could jump on the hype. What we have seen very recently from Mousesports is extremely good. Let me just summon some of these facts. First of all, Robs is a superstar, and anyone out there who disagrees with me, come at me and fight me. Robs is a superstar. But then you have players who've actually shown that they can do more than what we've seen recently. Frozen is the one that comes to mind. Frozen was an absolute beast, and a big reason why they pounced back. Bimus did what he needed to do, and Kerrigan did entry kills. Suddenly, this whole roster as a whole just stepped up massively individually. And then you have the energy, you have the Kerrigan IGL, but we know they have that. But the individuals, man, last week they were good.
I mean, they could break your heart if they don't replicate the performance we've seen as of lately, but it's been looking very solid. Now, you said, they lost big time to Astralis. Let's be real here. They lost a map 16-3, fair enough. Then they won a map 16-3, right? And were by far the better team on that one. Then they lose 16-13 on Nuke in a very close game, and last map goes into double OT with Kerrigan having ping problems. Mousesports, sure, they lost 3-1 by the paper, and sure, that final wasn't as close as it could have been. But if you dive into the scores and watch how that game played out, Mousesports were playing probably the best Astralis we've seen all year, and they took them to a fight in a best of 5 that easily could have gone into the 5th and deciding map. So I think Mousesports, as of right now, have deserved my respect, the people out there's respect. Once again, Kerrigan have done it. He's rebuilt a team that by the paper doesn't look scary because of the fact that Rubs is a superstar. Yes. Exactly as Maniac is saying, they have that extra flair, and that's enough.
But I'm still in the Maniac side of things where I'm a bit worried, because I can just agree with you, Jacob, yeah? That was an amazing event run. You take second place, fine. But they need to now push that extra bit. They need to go that extra bit. I need to see it on a bigger level. I need to see that in an event like this.
Yeah, that would be the best place to do it. That would be the best opportunity. And, we talk about Kerrigan. I just want to give him, some praises for a second, because we know that as an IGL, he's a huge champion. That's the only word that comes to mind. He's a champion for me when it comes to leading. But if you keep an eye on their play style and how they have achieved these results, 27% attempts at first kill. He is the one going in. Whenever they are facing a hard time, if they're down 0-7, he is the one player who will never go back. He will never back down. He'll take all these duels. He'll create space for his team. The thing is, when it works, it's beautiful because you have players activated around him. When it doesn't, sometimes they fall dry. And that's my one fear. That's my one concern.
That can be a real big problem. And the other thing, you mentioned, okay, the scoreline's not so bad when it comes to what they played against Astralis there, but the teams they beat on the way to get to the final, not that hot.
You can only beat whoever's in front of you, and they did that.
Right.
And then they go to the final, and I'm going to say it quite honestly, right? Astralis, they could have lost that Vertigo. They could have lost Nuke as well, and we could be in a situation where, you know, small details, it could have been a Mousesports winning 3-1. Of course, that's not what happened, and Astralis, as Maniac said, you know, whenever it gets to 15-15, they often win, and that's exactly what happened. But the fact that Mousesports were able to push Astralis, that as of right now, by me, and by my understanding to Counter-Strike, looks like the best team in the world, I think that in itself is a very impressive statement from Mousesports, and I do want to jump the hype train when it comes to Robs. I think he's a fantastic player, and I can't wait to see him play today.
Well, I can't wait to see how it goes down. I can't wait for potentially we get an Astralis versus Mousesports matchup again across the best of 3. It is certainly possible here, but we are about to be heading to a break. Later on today, we get Astralis taking on NaVi, and then in just a few moments, we are going to get Mousesports versus Vitality.
They're constantly getting into finals. They barely lose a game.
Molly on the mark, and so is the headshot. A second from Ziwu, predicts the peak, and gets into the cover to clutch.
By the paper, they're not favorites coming into this one, but nobody can feel safe against him.
Gonna push a player into the open. Flash was meant to save him. 2 kills from BMAS. Oh, it's all 3.
Coming to the Blast Finals, the expectation is to do our maximum. Of course, we want to win again. As we always say, the most difficult is not to win one trophy, is to win several trophies. So that's definitely what we are aiming for.
I don't see any team I don't want to meet. If it has to be, it's probably Vitality because they are #1 in the world. But it's not a team that unbeatable for us because we did it a few months ago when we didn't have so good confidence.
We know that we had a really good year. We definitely want to end the year with a positive note. It's gonna be our task to just challenge it and to prove that there is a reason why we are the favorite.
I would say our expectation for this Blast tournament is pretty tough. If we want to go far, we have to beat the best teams, and we get them from day one. That means we're facing the best team in the world in the first game. With our recent results, I feel like we have a good confidence.
Opening match against Mousesports. Plus, so far, they are showing a really good level. They have been in the final of DreamHack. They lost to Astralis, but they showed a really good level so far.
Every opponent we're gonna face is higher ranked than us, right? We are gonna be the underdogs. We just have to play our best. Tough times ahead, but we will do everything we can in our power to show that what we've done the last 2 weeks, we can still do even better.
This is our opening game for the full finals. This is Mousesports taking on Vitality. And as Shox was saying there, yes, Mousesports have done pretty well recently, right, but for them to continue this on, it's going to take a lot from them, right? Even Carrigan said himself, they'd be maybe considered the underdogs coming into it just based on ranking, but we all know ranking doesn't always hold true.
It doesn't, and you know, Shox said something very important in the interview. Winning one title is something, winning multiple is different. And I feel like we are learning today, and the next few days, we will learn about Vitality on the top. How does King Vitality look like when they play the game? When they're sitting on the throne, when they're the number one in the team, in the world, when they won their last final, how will they fare? Will they resist, you know, the challenger trying to take them down? To me, that's the greatest storyline.
And it is a storyline that now we have to be very careful of for Vitality, because you go in this, right, you're supposed to be able to deal with what's in front of you, but Mousesports is the team that can always pull off not just an upset, but something where you're not ready for it. They can change on the fly so well.
Yeah, and I think the other storyline we have to take into account when you say that with Mousesports, right, is Vitality. How much have they pushed the limits in terms of integrating NaVi into their lineup, right? How much are they going to pull it off? Mousesports coming into this matchup with great confidence. They're coming in as a unit. They're coming in with a lot of practice together. So if you're Vitality and you're constantly pushing that limit and don't practice with the same lineup, the guys right here on your screen, they may have a bit of an edge when it comes into the preparation in that sense. So I wouldn't rule Mousesports out. I think it's going to be an incredible close game, but both teams have a great storyline coming into this one.
Yeah, for Mousesports, you know, I think the question becomes, what is the blueprint of them performing to the max? And I think the individuals once more will be a point of contention. It will be a point, a talking point rather. If I look at the stats from their latest event, which I think we saw them again face Astralis, beat Astralis on a map and even fight back, you have Robs at the top, obviously, but then you have Bemis on 114 and Frozen on 108. These two names are the ones we need to keep an eye on. Can they perform to that level with consistency? Because if they can, sure, Mousesports, they're definitely a top 5, top 6, top 8 team. But if they fall down, that could be a disaster.
And this is the thing we're always looking at now, right? Because we know with Chris J, we speak about the style of Orp he is. He's not going to be that mad fragger popping out there. He's not going to be able to do big challenges. But he is able to be somewhat consistent with it in his style. When we come to these other guns, Rops, okay, just always going to hit the mark. You don't really see him have a bad game. But the other two, I don't know what it depends on with them. Is it just how they're feeling it? Is it what's going on? Is it the opponent they're playing up against? Because sometimes they're great, and then other times they seem to crumble under pressure. And I come on to that Vertigo game where a few big mistakes were happening there for the young guns.
For both teams, I will say, but you're right, you know, it's the pressure getting to them. But think of the structure of the lineup. Whenever you look at a class Counter-Strike team, take NaVi for an example. You have Simple being the star AWP player, right? Takes a lot of space. That is not the case for Mousesports. You have Chris J on the AWP being the supportive element. So if he's the supportive element, if the AWP player is not supposed to be the star, then you need 2 or 3 riflers to be the star players of your lineup. We already know for a fact Robs can do that, and he doesn't need a lot of help. He doesn't need the supportive element Chris J brings to the lineup. But Bemas and Frozen, Maniac touched upon it, right? Those two have a lot of responsibility, because if you're sacrificing your AWP player, sort of as you're doing with Chris J, making him the supportive element of the lineup, making him, you know, take some of the roles that he may not want to, or, you know, throw the extra flash, or buy the smoke when needed, or buying the flashes in pistol rounds and all that kind of stuff, then you need your riflers to perform. So the structure of Mousesports is not the same as we see with the classic teams out there, with the Device, with the Kenny S, with the Simples for that matter. They try to go another route where the riflers has to carry the ship, and so far they've been able to do it.
And so far they have been able to do it, but this could be the greatest test for them yet. But also the greatest test for Vitality with this 6-man roster. Every time they play, we're learning. Every time we see the map pool, we're learning. Is there going to be another addition? Is there going to be another swap? Who is it going to be this time around that's going out for him?
Well, I was thinking about it on our way to the studio, I was thinking, would Vitality push the madness to the next level and actually change around the maps? I don't think they will. I think the way they have used Nivera up until this point, they will stick to it, and it was working. But then one of the questions becomes, how do the players just jump in and midway through the series perform? And it has been a point of enthusiasm when it comes to Vitality, because you had Misuta just chiming in, being good, you have Shocks, leaving a space and then coming back. Can you maintain that functionality? Because it's a huge challenge, and even psychologically speaking, I can't even begin to fathom how hard it is. But if they can make it work, then suddenly it's magical.
I can't disagree with your opinion, but I can disagree with the fact that if Vitality is not trying to push Nivera into this lineup some more on some other maps, then I think that would be a mistake. The way he's been playing up until this point has been so good that you gotta try to give him more responsibility, right? He's been performing time and time again, so if you don't give the guy on the screen right here some more responsibility, you may lose that potential there is with Nivera. So I agree with Matthew in the sense that I think he's right, and I'm a little bit sad by the fact. I think, they haven't, pushed the boundaries that much, but I would love them to do it right. Why not try? Why not try to release the full potential of Nivera?
And that's what we want to see. While we're talking about Nivera, Freya was able to grab him for an interview to see how he's feeling going into this one.
So how does it work when you go into an official match and you're subbed out for somebody and you maybe have a map off in the series? Are you playing deathmatch then? Are you in the TeamSpeak listening to the guys' comms then?
Just like our coach is streaming the game, so I'm watching the game in live, and I watch like just the beginning of the game, and then I'm training to be ready for the map I'm gonna sub. And when someone, like, if I play the first map and the third map, when it will be the second map, I would like to chill a little bit, like rest a little bit, and then deathmatch and be ready. That's why I think this player is really good.
So there we go, deathmatch and get ready for it. But not always is deathmatch just enough, right? Not always can you hit the mark and hit the gun running.
No, and I said it before, I cannot fathom how hard it is to be able to jump back and then jump back into a game if you have to. Because you think about some sports having doing it, but it's just a one way in, one way out. You see in football, this player is going to come in at 60th minute, but he's in for the rest of the series. That's how it works.
True.
Here you're asking for some of these players to play a map, be in the mental mindset of competitors, giving 100%, then step back maybe from a map and go back in. It is very unique, and I think we are learning as we go about this phenomenon.
Well, while we learn as we go, actually, we got an interview with Rops, and he was looking at Nivera and the six-man roster and giving it from his point of view.
And of course, you had experience playing against six-man roster at the DreamHack finals as well in Astralis. So has that kind of helped you prepare coming into today, obviously facing Vitality with the potential of there being that six-man shuffle?
Yeah, I mean, the six-man roster that Vitality have, they are using it for specific maps, and they've shown it in their previous tournaments. So we have stuff to prepare based on that. I don't think they're going to randomly swap the players in. They already have like set maps, for example, Nivera on Dust 2 and Inferno, as far as I remember. And based on that, we already have a lot of prep done on that. But I mean, if they change, then obviously it's going to be different, but we don't expect them to change, at least for today. And I think it's going to go well. We've done our preparation and we're individually ready.
Having done that preparation, as you said, Robs, is there anything you look at Nivera bringing into the server that's any different? Do you kind of have to prepare differently to be facing up against him?
I don't think so, nothing specifically. We just prepare our own game plan, see what we can abuse, see what gaps we find, what would be our best strats to play against them, and just go off of that. We also like kind of have our own approach, each player, that we try to find something to abuse every one of us, like find some gaps, maybe get a free entry kill or stuff like that. Get some good information for Carrigan's to call around, stuff like that. Is what is just all of our preparation, and I think we've done our work good.
And again, we come to, right, preparation is always key, but specifically to someone like Carrigan within Mousesports, that is vital for them.
And you know why I think Mousesports is actually a very dangerous opponent for Vitality? It's because when you think about Vitality and how they win these titles, I think there is a lot of pressure on the individuals. This is not the most refined, polished, strategy-heavy game plan. They rely on the fact that they have some of the most incredible individualities out there. Obviously, ZywOo is at the top of the world right now. But if you think about Mousesports, I think they love that environment. I think they like it. They cherish it when it's getting a little bit messy, when the individuals have space and opportunities to shine and fight. For Mousesports, that is a good environment to fight them on. So Vitality, they have to be careful.
Let me put it this way, right? We're just talking about Mousesports and the way they have so many different riflers on their lineup that can take over the server. There's no doubt ZywOo is going to be the better AWP player. He's going to win out that duel, almost with 100% certainty. Of course, Chris J can have one of those
100%
games where it goes off. Almost. I said almost. I'm being careful here. With 99%, ZywOo is going to win that duel. But if you look towards the riflers within Vitality, you look at Apex, you look at RPK, you look at Misuta, right? With no disrespect, when it comes to individual skill and aiming abilities, they're not as good as the trio of Mousesports, right? They're better individual players. They may work better in the system of Vitality. They may have a better understanding on how to play within their lineup. But when it comes to raw skill, I think Mousesports have better riflers on the server. So this game in itself is going to be a battle between the AWP of ZywOo. How much can he carry against the riflers of Mousesports?
How dare you leave Shocks out of this discussion?
That's because he's so good.
How dare we leave Shocks out of this discussion, man? Vitality winning titles is also off the back of Shocks finding form, finding these lurks, finding the impact. And again, individually, he's going to have to shine against Mousesports.
So would you say Mousesports riflers are better than the trio of Vitality, with Shocks included?
But the thing is, if you put in Nevera, Shocks, ZywOo, I think you have a discussion. He can do everything. He can do everything. Don't worry.
Sure, he's not a rifler on the server. You can't change the rules.
What the rules? What do you mean the rules? Sometimes he's going to play with the rifle.
The question, the riflers, who are the better riflers?
I think Vitality still got it. I think RPK would be there. I think Apex on a good day. I'll still give Vitality the edge. But it's not a clear cut.
Did you pick Mousesports in this? I'm just wondering.
No, not at all. I think Vitality's going to win. Yeah, I think they're going to win. I'm just saying, when it comes to rifle speaking, when it comes to raw ability with the rifle, I think Mousesports have more to offer. But there's no doubt with ZywOo and the AWP that may even out, that advantage.
Well, let's see if it does when it comes to the game. But also, let's see our maps we're going to get here. Right. Maniac, when it comes to this veto, right, is there a clear way we can see Carrigan maybe being able to take an advantage and 200 IQ this?
So I don't really think there is for Mousesports. I don't see the wiggle room. I think the bans should be clear-cut, and it's going to be overpassed for Mousesports, and it's going to be trained for Vitality. I don't see any reason why they would change. Now, if we think about the maps and the picks, what is very good for the viewers and not so good for Mousesports is that I believe these two teams share a lot of love for the same maps. You have your Nuke, your Inferno, your Dust 2. These are the three most picked maps for both teams. If you're Vitality, you could take the risk of throwing a Vertigo pick, which could be some sort of a punish, but I am not sure they will take the risk. For Mousesports, it's been Nuke all the way. 47% first pick. Nuke is the map that they decide to play on and they're good on. They change it, they go to Inferno. But reminder, Vitality, they're no joke on Inferno.
Yeah.
They're a good team on Inferno. This is Mousesports, I think, coming in with some sort of preparation. They know what to expect on Inferno. They also have a roster change, when it comes to Inferno. We can talk about that later. So they probably know what Vitality is going to show up on Inferno. And the lack of practice, with changing a roster within that lineup may play into them picking it. When it comes to Vitality, just looking by the stats, Dust 2 is a good map. And Nevera has been performing very well in Dust 2. So I personally would be surprised if we don't see Dust 2. There we go. Now, for the third map, I think it's all open in the cards here. They can play all the maps. And Nuke for Mousesports, that would be great.
Yeah, Nuke would actually be a gentleman handshake, like a gentleman agreement. You're good on Nuke, we're good on Nuke, let's make it the best show we can possibly do for the viewers, and then Nuke would be the third map. But now Vitality, they have to answer the question that I asked at the beginning. Would you go for Vertigo, which we have seen some flaws, some weaknesses for Mousesports, or do you go for Nuke, which is an extremely good map for Mousesports, but a good map for you as well? And they have thrown it. They thrown in the Vertigo. I wasn't sure they were going to do it, but I can appreciate the idea.
I'm afraid that's a mistake, right? Mousesports have played that 4 times. They've won 3 of those games, and they've only lost to Astralis in a double OT game where Carrigan had ping issues. They could easily, and I'm, be careful with the word easily, they could have won Vertigo against Astralis, which means they would have had a 100% win rate on Vertigo. Mousesports have shown no weaknesses whatsoever on Vertigo, so if Vitality want to win this matchup, they have to be on point.
Do they have to win this 2-0 in order to do it, from what you're saying there, Jacob?
Not necessarily. I think it's going to be a fight on Vertigo. I'm just saying, Mousesports on Vertigo is no joke.
Now, coming on the Inferno one to start off with,
all right.
Surely this means that Mousesports are incredibly well prepared.
Yes, and we have to go back to that Rob's interview where he said that Vitality, they have a roster that they use per map. And just to bounce back on that point, I agree with you. Nevera should be given more space, but what I don't want to see is them changing the rosters that we're working on said maps, right? You can integrate them a little bit more, but if you're Mousesports, if you're Carrigan, there is a space where you can really go in the detail. You can actually see what Vitality is doing with Nivera and try and abuse it. It's going to be, I think, probably the only silver lining for Mousesports, because Vitality, they have shown their hands on that map.
This is an interesting one. This is the Vita that really gets us guessing on how this can all go down. And I do remember a time, though, where Mousesports were really good on Dust 2.
Yeah, they've been, and Kerrigan is a great caller on Dust 2, so he probably has an idea of how to attack the map. But Dust 2 for Vitality, for Saivu, for Nivera, it's been looking solid to me, right? So I think that's going to be tough for Mousesports. Coming into this matchup, I predicted Vitality, and I'm going to stick by that prediction. But looking at the veto as well, I think Mousesports have a much, much better chance than I initially thought of beating Vitality here 2-1.
Wow, okay. Has it changed at all for you?
I just had a sudden realization in one of these moments where mind blown. If I'm not mistaken, Vitality would use Nivera for Shocks on Inferno. I think Shocks is living in the spot. And one of the questions that I had the last time I saw them playing is who will take charge of the A side? You need someone on the city side who's going to be the lieutenant of the area, who's going to dictate the pace, who's going to say, okay, now we're retaking information. Now we play back, calling the backer from Apex, coming down from B side. Someone has to do it. I think Mizuta is the one you go to, but he's a rookie. He's a rookie and he's already got so much responsibility. That's huge. That's a huge talking point. Like,
these mind games that are being played out here. Do you think, though, that this is now kind of you said about gentleman's handshake if Nuke came in. Do you think it still works the same way when it comes to Vertigo?
I'm not exactly sure. Vertigo is a map where I feel like I know less about both these teams. And for Vitality, this is more a case of probably not allowing Kerrigan to go on Nuke, which is by far their most picked map, the map he is the most comfortable on. So if you're Vitality and you think that pound for pound as a team you're better, you might as well just push the most comfortable map away and force them onto a more scrappy Vertigo. But I agree with Jacob, Mousesports on Vertigo, no joke. Again, they made life super hard for Astralis.
Now I want to be talking win conditions here, boys. What's it got to be in order for Mousesports to take this one, Jacob?
I tried to paint the picture already for now, right? Mousesports, if they want to win, they need to have their trio of riflers to perform well. We need to see Frozen, BMS do a good job, and then, of course, Frozen, that's almost a given at this point. He's playing some solid Counter-Strike, but Frozen and BMS, those two, they will have to do well. Otherwise, I don't think there's going to be a chance for Mousesports. They're going up against Saivu, they're going up against a strong team, and of course, they're going up against Shocks, your favorite rifle over there. But rifle speaking-wise, if they can win out that duel, I think Mousesports have a chance. If not, there's no chance.
What about Vitality? What's their win conditions going into this one?
Oh, man. Well, Saivu being Saivu, first of all, but I think it's a given right now.
Yeah,
it's just like gravity,
you
right?
Can't have that one.
If I drop my phone, it's going to break. That's like, gravity. Now, I think Nivera shining as well. I have said it. I've tweeted it. His first steps in Vitality were pristine. They were absolutely pristine. Can he maintain that form? If he can, then yes, that is a win condition for me by far.
Well, there are our win conditions. We know what maps we're going to play. This is when we are getting ourselves ready for game time. Honestly, this one is a great opening title, with Vitality being in the position as the #1 team in the world right now, and then going up against the Mousesports that's looking like they're coming back into form. We're going to a break, and when you come back, you're going to have Scrawny and Launders taking you through this amazing best of 3. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't mean to lie to you. You know what? We just come back to the desk. It's not Scrawny and Launders, but maybe you prefer us. Maybe it goes that way. I prefer Maniac. I prefer Pimp. I don't like to sit next to two Canadians the whole time.
Being so it's nice to be together. I still think that Connor and Mohan would do a better job casting the thing, so we'll leave them do that, and we're just here to talk about.
You know what?
life
People
and
already
CS and all
suffered
that.
enough with us during DreamHack Winter. I think that was enough of a commentary trio madness from us. I think we'll stick to what we're best at.
Sure.
We'll stop people angrily tweeting at us. Why not?
It's happening all the time. Don't worry about it.
Okay, so I need to inform all the viewers at home what is going on right now. So, sadly, the players have decided that they do not want to be on the Blast TeamSpeak, despite needing to be on there. So right now, our admins are having a conversation with them and trying to work out the best way to solve this. This is something else to do with just the organising bodies, the CSPPA, and how it's all going down. So we're going to fill some time for now. We're going to wait to see this game happen because we don't want to miss amazing Counter-Strike action, and this is just a part of it, I guess. We've got to roll with the punches.
Are we moving into podcast mode? Is that what we're doing?
Podcast mode is definitely where we're going, Maniac.
Okay, cool. Then
So let's take a trip down memory lane to FaZe Titan.
Oh, FaZe. Oh my god. No, I was gonna stay on that matchup, just take a little bit of distance, but stay on the matchup. Do you want to do that?
You know what, Matthew? I have a good topic for us to discuss, because I want to get deep in dive this one if you want to. The rifle, against the Saivu.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Let me just bring in the lineup then.
You told me that you
take it easy. Take a step back. I just wanted to mention Shocks. So take a deep breath. I just wanted to mention Shocks.
So am I understanding you correct?
Let's do it.
If you say that Shocks, Apex, and let's put in RPK is a better trio.
I want Mizuta in that one. Okay. So Shocks, Mizuta, and Apex. That would be my rifles.
Sure. Would they be better than Bumas, Frozen? And
then the question becomes: Are we talking about last month, Frozen BMS? Or are we talking about the year?
We're talking about as of right now. What is your feeling?
As of right now, if Frozen and BMS can maintain that level, I think they're better.
They're better, yeah.
But that to me is a huge if. That's a huge if when it comes to Mousesports. I have seen 1.5 tournament where Frozen and BMS have played really great. And if you can guarantee me that's their level, then yes, rifle-wise, I'll give them an edge.
That's the thing,
I haven't seen it yet.
Because that's when the game gets interesting to me, right? Because you have Saivu being so much better than Chris J. We know that,
Right.
No offense towards Chris J. He is the supportive element with the AW.
With any weapon, by the way.
With any weapon, yeah. That's pistols even. Knife probably as well. But let's Scout, I guess you could argue. Chris J.
Scout maybe Chris J has
That's one way leading it towards Chris J. But that's when this match gets super interesting to me, right? Because you have the rifle trio of Mousesports, as of right now at least, to my understanding, being maybe a little bit more potent, a little bit more sharp on the server than the ones from Vitality. But then you have Saivu, who's gonna edge out that duel or maybe overtake it all, with the AWP on the server, making sure that those rifles can get the space they need in order to perform. To me, that is such an interesting lineup. That is such an interesting storyline coming into this matchup, because when you look at all the other top teams out there, you have Astralis, they have Device on their lineup, right? He's the star upper, he's getting all the space he needs. You have Symbol within NaVi, you have Kenny within G2. You have a lineup that is, structured and built up around the AWPs. When Mousesports have, deliberately made a move saying, Chris J, we want you to be our AWP player. We don't expect you to be the star. We want you to be the supportive element and do as well as you can. That is a complete different round of going in modern days Counter-Strike, which is to me what makes Mousesports so interesting.
I'll join you on that one. And I'll do you one better. If you think about Vitality and you think about the entry fragging department, right now it is almost all on Zaiwu.
Yeah.
They rely on him and his ability to find opening kills and create space. All the other members of Vitality have below 20% attempt to grab that entry kill. Below 20%, which basically means they don't do it so often. They need Zaiwu to go in here and create some space.
What's Navira's like, though, just off the interest of that?
You're
talking about opening stuff. Does anything change when he comes into the mix?
I mean, he has 19% attempt, so it's not too much, but 53% win rate. So he finds success whenever he needs to, but is in terms of protocols and blueprint. Yeah, exactly. That's the second wave of attack. If we think about Inferno, right, and that's a map where Nivera will bring up the AWP as well at times, and Zaiwu is actually shifted over to the B side, which basically closes the site for maintenance. Like you can never access the B side. It's just a barrier in front of him. It's like, enter at your own risk. That's the B side, right? But Nivera, he'll be bringing the AWP as a main side on Inferno. That's going to be a huge talking point as well.
It is going to be a huge talking point. Now, I love that how fired up you got about this rifle side of things.
Sure. Now I just think it's a very cool, interesting storyline, right? Because we don't have that often. If it's Astralis going up against NaVi, it's always the same talk. Symbol going up against Device. It's G2 going up against NaVi. It's always the duel between the two star uppers of the lineup. This time around, we have an AWP player in Chris J that by no means is a bad player. Let's make sure to say that as well. He's quite capable with the AWP, especially in clutches. We've seen that the last couple of weeks. He's doing a fantastic job, winning some insane clutches. You all remember him on Mirage against Team Liquid a year ago as well. Taking over the server and doing what he does the best, making highlights. But on a consistent basis, Chris J is not as good as some of the star oppers out there, and that is the problem.
We talk about clutches, and I think this could also be like a fascinating topic between these two teams, because I'm not exactly sure. I know ZywOo is one of the best clutcher out there. We've seen him again last tournament, 1v4, absolutely ridiculous on Dust 2, making it just look like easy, and he doesn't have to think. You have Shux, that's going to be in that category because he's one of the greatest clutcher that we've had in the history of Counter-Strike. That's one for your history. If you didn't know, that is the case. But then the rest of the lineup is a bit more quiet when it comes to clutches, right? Mousesports, I think Rups is a great clutcher. I think that ChrisJ has got the experience as well. Kerrigan can be, I want to say, exotic when it comes to clutches.
He's a joker.
Yeah, you'll see him do things that shouldn't really be done, but he'll make it work anyway. So he thinks outside the box when it comes to clutches. So I'm not exactly sure who I give the edge to. I think Vitality because of ZywOo and Shux, but I could be me just being biased.
You are slightly biased on this team. I just a little bit there.
You own it.
He does take it. He does take it. One thing though, what do you guys make of this Mousesports choice to not have this star AWPer like a lot of the teams go for, right? Common in Counter-Strike is the star AWP playing into it, right? And being this big person that can open up the game, create a lot of space. But this is definitely Mousesports taking a different route to what a lot of teams do.
It's a bit of a gamble, to put it at least, but it's something Kerrigan has done before. I don't know if you remember the old TSM days when he was playing with
rolling
Ice,
back
basically the lineup that became Astralis, that then became the best team in the world. Back then, there was a period where Kerrigan was AWPing just as much as Device. Device was not the secondary AWPer, he was still, the primary AWPer, but there was a few maps where he said, okay, I'm going to play the rifle here, and Kerrigan on Mirage, for an example, he would be the mid player, he would play the AWP. So he's tried it before where he's trying to facilitate the rifles around him and make sure that the supportive element comes from the AWP, which back then was Kerrigan. We also heard Kerrigan coming into the group stage here of Blast, the showdown, the bracket, saying that, we had a month where I tried to take on the main AWP role. I wanted to understand better what do I need to understand from the AWP's perspective in order to facilitate him and also be the supportive element. So he has a great understanding of how to build up a structure around the rifle. So sure, it's a gamble in the sense that we don't see it in modern Counter-Strike, but if anyone can pull that off, and that's why I find it so interesting, it would be Kerrigan.
My only fear when it comes to Mousesports and I don't want to say no AWP because that's not the case, and I think ChrisJ has shown last week that he can do it, is that having such a strong AWP is a string that every guitar needs to have, right? You think about CT side, for example, some of the setups where you would just put so much pressure on your AWP. Mirage is a map that comes to mind. You just set him up towards CT spawn and you allow all your rifles to go somewhere else, maybe fight towards middle, push towards B apps. Mousesports at the moment, I don't think they can provide us with that kind of guarantee when it comes to ChrisJ. I've seen him pop off and I've seen him having amazing rounds. Nothing to say. He's a highlight player. I think when ChrisJ hits the mark, he's highlight potential, highlight for sure. But when he's having a slow day, in the terms of balance and what Mousesports can do defensively, that's where I see a problem with the lack of a stable AWP at the high level.
And another team, right, when it touches on that, we've got to look at Liquid because they've been in that position where they don't have the stable AWP. They have people that can play with it, sure, but they've never had this focus on one guy in particular just holding on it.
Was that the Liquid who at one point were the best team in the world, won 5-6 events in a row and won the Instant Grand Slam in record time?
Exactly.
4 days,
yeah. So they didn't have a primary AWP either.
No.
So it's actually been
How did
proven.
it go?
It's been actually been proven that you can make it work. That's another point I want to make, right? It's a gamble for Mousesports, sure, but it's a tested concept, right? It's a concept that Liquid have done before. Kerrigan himself have first-hand experience, as I just described before, when he was in TSM, when he, sometimes took over the AWP role from Device, even had Cajun B back in the days playing the AWP as well in Dust 2, for an example, where Device was the secondary AWP, if you can allow yourself to say so. It's a proof of concept that, can work. We've seen it work, and I think it's very interesting, and I want to give credit, and I want to make the people out there understand why, right? Mousesports, they're daring to do it. Yeah. They're not going the normal way, right? They tried to do something nobody haven't done in quite some time, even when Liquid did it, and I think that's another very underrated, talking point when it comes to the success of Liquid. We never really talked about them not having that main AWP player. We never really talked about them not having it. Nitro was doing a good job with the AWP. Stu 2K, whenever he picked it up, you even saw Twist once in a while, NaVi, all players had a go at it, and it was fantastic to see. I think that in itself, the fact that you made that work is a very underrated statement when it comes to Liquid success.
And you know what? For Rups, that could be the timing for him to show even more of a superstar he is.
He has done that already.
He has been picking up the AWP. And honestly, if you asked me to paint like the perfect picture of a CSGO player, if Rups can actually take the AWP, now he becomes a machine, he becomes unstoppable because he has the ability to look down side. He's done it in the past, right? Let me be quite clear. Rups has already completely locked down sides in the past on the CT side. He's doing it with the rifle. The thing is, if suddenly he can bring a sniper in the mix, he becomes that much more unpredictable. And that changes the whole game because you go up against Mousesports, you build up a game plan, Rups is going to play, say, inside on train. It's been a famous position for him and he was stellar there. But now you don't know. Is he going to snipe? Is he going to rifle? Is he going to be close forward? Is he going to be back? Is he going to have backup? Is Kerrigan going to hide with the rifle inside when we see Robs with the AWP down there? It becomes such a mad guess and a mad chess game because Robs is actually able to snipe. So, you know what? You want a superstar, but there you have it. Just pick it up.
Let's have Rops have a few weeks just practicing AWP and go ahead with it all. Well, we are still sadly waiting for all the players to do their thing here. So what we're going to have to do for the moment is send it to a break. We don't know exactly what's going to be happening or when we're going to get back to the game, but hopefully soon because we all want to see some amazing Counter-Strike. It is Mousesports. They are taking on Vitality. It is a best of 3, and hopefully it will begin soon.
Welcome to the Betway Blastful Games, where CSGO players from across the globe will compete for gold in various events. The first event is the long jump, which requires great in-game mechanical ability to synchronize your keyboard and mouse to strafe as far as you can. Currently, Pasha holds the record, however, I think his score is going to be beaten soon enough. It wouldn't be a Betway map without chickens, but this time they will be suspended from 10 drones and players will have 10 bullets to shoot as many of them as they can. Kenny S has the best odds to take gold in this event. Event number 3 is surfing, and no, we're not going to the beach. The only waves we'll be seeing is those waving goodbye to the losers. Whoever is the fastest surfer will win gold. It's time to separate the Michael Jordans from the simples with the basketball event. We'll be testing the players' knowledge of grenade trajectories, and of course, Astralis have been winning this event for years, and that's why they're favourites. And there we have it, the Betway Blast Full Games 2020. Let us know in the comments below who you think will be taking gold.
Counter-Strike is not just about headshots. Audio is your best friend, and I'm going to show you some tricks using the sounds of weapons, utility, and the map so you can always stay one step ahead. I'm Anders Bloom, and this is Audio Advantage. Weapons in CSGO come in all different shapes and sizes, and they make all kinds of different noises. Aside from their primary use, here's how gun audio can become a tool with which to fool your enemies. In certain situations, the defense will know as much of what you're doing from seeing you as they will from hearing you. If you're jumping from high ground to low, it'll emit a loud sound that will tell the defense exactly where you've gone. But if instead, just as you're landing, you fire off a loud weapon, this will obscure the sound and thus make it impossible for them to figure out where you've gone. A lot of the time, this will give you the advantage needed to win the round. Flashes, smokes, molotovs, decoys, and HE grenades. So many options to bamboozle the enemy. You've seen the fancy executes, the smoke defusers, but have you tried this? Because some grenades, molotovs, HEs, and smokes can only be carried one at a time by each player. They give away critical tactical information even when heard across the map. If you hear 2 or 3 smokes going down on any given position, you know that there has to be 2 or 3 people in that position, thus giving your team a critical tactical advantage. Finally, we have the maps, set in multiple locations around the world, all with a different unique sound design to help you trick your opponents. On a map like Nuke, you can sometimes sneak a teammate down to the lower part of the map. But past a certain point, either at the door or at the window into the B bomb site, they either have to break the window or open the door, both of which will make a sound that will give away the game. But if at the same time, on the upper side of the map, you open the door or break open the windows at the ceiling of the A bomb site, that'll cover the sound and confuse any enemies into thinking that you're only in one of these positions. A clever way to trick your opponent is to intentionally leak audio. As you're stomping forward in one direction, let's say on the B ramp, you can suddenly stop and walk backwards, reversing course. Anyone hearing you will think that you've made your way into the B bomb site, when in fact you're now back, waiting for them seconds later to show up. That's it. Some tips and tricks on how to use audio to your advantage within the game.
Well, good evening, gamers. It seems the time has come to jump into the action here for the Blast Fall Finals, our inaugural match of the last stage leading into our global final in January. It's Mousesports, it's Vitality, everybody's in the server, everybody's ready to play, and that means that we're ready to talk about it, Launders.
Yeah, food tastes good when you're the hungriest, so we're very hungry. We haven't got this matchup in a long time. Mousesports versus Vitality. It should be very good. After we saw what happened with Mousesports during DreamHack just this last week, winning their way through the upper bracket, nearly taking down Astralis, this 3-1 in the final. They brought it to OT in the last map. They almost won that match.
Almost.
That makes this game that much more exciting. I think there's a high chance with this veto we see Mousesports actually win. And without further ado, we are into Inferno, the match that Mousesports took off of Astralis, 16-3. Our 13-5 in recent record on, have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 map win streak on, and are now trying to work their way into Banana, but look who's hot on their heels.
Yeah, Vitality looking hot on all fronts. Although, there is still a chance for Mousesports to just kick their way into the bomb site. We've got BMAS waiting back a little. The element of surprise. Masuda dies as he jumps in. RPK and Ziwu versus Frozen. That's what we're left with here for the first round of the matchup. And, well, they're coming eventually. He's looking a little skitterish, Frozen. That flashbang goes over to the CT cross. Vitality not knowing exactly where Frozen's gotten off to. So he's just going to play this one nice and cool. RPK does have that kit. Frozen, he's got the first one, knows exactly where RPK is. He's going to play the jiggle game by that time. However,
no time.
Even with the kit, it's not going to make a difference. We've got Mousesports on the board for the first round of the game.
Now, you guys might be wondering what happened. I have no answers. Producer said, game's going live. I said, all right. We sat down. Frozen, maybe the best quad player on both sides. One thing that's been very special about Mousesports on their CT side of this map is Frozen and Chris J working together. Chris J sometimes dies, doesn't get too much impact, but Frozen has been a very consistent fallback anchor, stays at quad, knows how to delay for a very long time. And when Chris J's on, of course, that's when the effect is even more dramatic. How much control they can take over when it comes to Banana. And that's something we'll be looking for in the next half. In this first half, we're going to be looking for Kerrigan, taking the highest percentage of opening duels, running to the top of Banana, trying to find fights.
Well, Masuda's going to find 2 off the back of the force buy. Chris J's grenade is a little something, but Masuda, a little pent-up aggression for Mousesports in this second round, and he's going to get that deep Banana control, leaves bomb stranded in middle. Frozen and Rops, the 2 most consistent pieces of Mousesports.
Easily.
They're the simple and electronic of Mousesports.
It's a weird comparison, but I'll run with it.
I appreciate you. I mean, listen, we saw
because
Rops
simple
with
is
that
Ukrainian.
offense.
That's why it's weird.
This is true. We've got 2 smokes, flash, frag. And a nice cooled off effort here from Mousesports. Who's going to be used first?
They are so screwed, man. They don't have a lot of good options here. An insane round so far from Masuda. They're going to try to run it down, right? But 28 seconds, they've got to let their footsteps be heard. However, no rotations have come just yet. So running through the smoke is the very best option. Apex, he's on the side of the smoke waiting for them to come through. And he, cannot land that spray. Not a single kill for Apex. And the bomb is going to get planted on the grill. The CTs will start to move in. And this dire situation has now found its feet.
Yep. Looking recoverable for Mousesports. There is still that Banana Man. Frozen. He's going to duck. He ducks down and dodges a lot of damage from RPK. He still takes one to the back of the head. And Frozen with 17 health. 3 kills to his name.
Okay.
So close. 19 health, the difference in the end of this one. Masuda, big pop-off with that deagle.
Crazy. He actually hit him with like the double dink there too, right? RPK. Yep. But he'll get on it. And this is kind of a mistake here for Vitality. They do such a great job of delaying. But after they get this bottom banana control, they leave one player here. It's a 2-on-4 situation, but they kind of play it like there's higher numbers on the T side. They leave one person on the B side, and yeah, of course, Apex should get one kill. But in the circumstance that he doesn't, there was no fast rotation. No one came over, and the idea is, of course, if you lose that bottom B control and you hear them running, maybe a CT should make their way over towards B. So it comes pretty close, but again, they eventually close it out. And it's not with the best guns ever. Vitality scoring a second round win here with huge concessions in their weaponry.
That MAC-10 still on Apex. Damage exchanged here. Still, Robson Frozen, the two players who were meant to claw back that last round and nearly did, are going to be the heavy hitters for Mousesports in round 3. What are we looking at tonight, Mohan, in terms of the head-to-head?
We have
Ziwu versus Rops?
Yeah, Ziwu versus Rops. I mean, this is about game plan for me. When we saw... Okay, hold on. There's going to be an interaction here. A flash in for Masuda, our star player from B last round. His itinerary brought him to A, off spawn here, and he ends up getting a kill. Weaponized perfectly. He's got to fall back over to lane. And once again, top banana control and presence at bottom mid, that spot.
Crossfire, RPK, once the smoke fades. But in Molotov at his feet, Robs, he's going to drop Apex off of the arch side. Still 3 players stacked up for Vitality. Could bode well. Navera and Masuda, 2 kills very quickly. I like this aggression from Vitality. It's what we saw them use to kick down the front door of top mid early. And now it's BMAS with a double. BMAS, of course, having won his first, or gotten his first professional ace. Ooh, very RPK. Unlucky. That's it. Ooh. Meant to get both, but it's BMAS. As I was just saying, he aced Astralis just a couple of days ago. His first ace on record. And he does it versus Astralis. If that's not good for the confidence, I don't know what
in a grand final where they won against Astralis' best map, 16-3.
This exact map, 16-3. One bullet makes the difference. But sometimes it's got to be a perfect shot when it comes to dealing with Ziwu. He's wrapped up and he's going to walk right into the crosshair. Big multi-kill from BMAS to get Mousesports right back in control.
Connor, did you see that trade, man? He thought he was so done, right? RPK had the flank. BMAS had to pull a perfect 180. Does it with this wonderful looking case hardened. A nice spray down here at mid and very good on bracket on both sides. Yeah, this is insane from BMAS coming up huge. Huge reason why Mousesports were able to make their heroic run through the upper bracket of DreamHack Masters was because BMAS's consistency has come up a ton.
His consistency alongside Robson Frozen is that like deadly trio of young stars, and also watching Kerrigan and Chris J kind of bring up the skill floor. Just overall, in general, Mousesports individually performing better in this last couple of weeks.
So let's talk game plan here. We saw Mousesports, they tailor their game plan a lot to their opponents on these T sides. They seem very flexible and comfortable doing that. Now, of course, this round, their Vitality are playing back, and they have invested a bit, but not a lot. So they'll allow Mousesports to get into the site. It doesn't seem like the bomb's quite here yet, but they've got the backs turned. Ziwu misses a few deagle shots, and his teammates will try to rotate in, but it seems like a plant will go down safely now.
Kerrigan going to suppress the smoke, and sure enough, he finds Apex right on the side of it. There's another player, however, over here, and that's RPK. Capable of shutting down Kerrigan as he gets aggressive, and also now ensuring an exit route for the FAMAS and Double Deagle. Vitality to concede a third round over to Mousesports. They are right back in control.
Yeah. In this next round, what I'm going to wonder is, are they going to try to fight for banana hard, and how will Mousesports interact with that banana control? Because sometimes, I mean, it depends on the CT side. And also Vitality are learning here because they're leaving Ziwu and B. Navera's playing the A site since their inaugural match. And Navera's been the one opping on this map, which is interesting because Ziwu mentioned that he, I think, doesn't even care if he opts or not. He's comfortable on both. Of course, the man who can do it all. But I guess they don't even have anything to work with now either. They're going to have the recycled FAMAS and RPK, and Masuda with a couple pieces of utility and an upgraded Deagle. Well, not an upgraded Deagle, just a Deagle. There's no ACOG on this Deagle. It's not upgraded in any way.
No, sir. No long barrel, no silencers.
What other upgrades could you have on a Deagle?
Extended magazine, laser sights.
One of my favorites is see people on Twitter with they've got like a revolver in their hand and an extendo mag.
Hell yeah. Put them together like Frozen is these kills. They keep peeking them in middle.
Damn, you're spitting.
And Chris J, he's going to go haphazardly hopping into this B site. BMAS, he's going to take damage over the shoulder. Of course, Ziwu, USP. That's going to get you a kill, it seems. Navera, all that's left over. Nice to have him back in the server, Mohan.
Dude,
we initially saw it with Dust 2, but then also not the first time on Inferno replacing Shock.
I mean, it's gracious for him to join the server on behalf of Vitality at this point. He's scoring high. Every single rating he's got on every map, he wins. When he doesn't have a high rating, they still win. He's basically been a godsend for this team. I do think that Inferno's a bit sketchy right now with just the growing pains of having some spots being switched. So I think in terms of Mousesports' game plan, I would try leaning towards B, seeing if they could catch Ziwu alone. That was a big problem with Vitality the first few times they played Inferno. And seeing the first couple, I actually don't know how many maps they've got under their belt at this point. I'm going to go ahead and check. But the last time, at Mousesports, they did some incredible things on Inferno versus Astralis, so they're confident. They're brimming with confidence right now. They are nearly overflowing. What is the scientific thing for that holds water in, where water is attracted? Why are you smiling like? What?
Do I look like a scientist?
Like I just called, like in biology, 10th grade, I just called out your name.
Yeah.
Did you do your homework, Connor?
Are you thinking water retention?
I mean, I guess you could call it water retention.
Surface
You should gaslight
retention?
me by saying something really confidently. That would definitely get me.
Yeah, but you
Oh, you mean water retention?
Of course.
Yes. All right, well, anyways, I don't remember what the analogy was.
Well, that means we can move along.
Yeah, let's do that.
No ops in the play for the 6th round. Kerrigan very quickly to the top of middle. We've seen Kerrigan start to adopt this far more aggressive initial stance, and he's been doing a good job at gathering frags and sometimes only information. That's what we're going to have here on this one. Immediate 5 versus 3 off the back of the short control. RPK is going to eat some damage. He's not the only one. Navera, Ziwu, softened health bars for Vitality. 3 targets ahead and capable targets at that. This is the fragging trio that we talk about for Mousesports. So let's see what they can do off of the back foot. Arch Smoke, 3 players ahead of them. And of course that Arch Lurker in Apex. A boost from Rops up onto the half wall. Spots a man in pit. Doesn't hit the shot. BMAS looks back and Ziwu's going to keep doing what he does. Jump spotting the half wall.
We're already in a situation where there's no good options, so they'll have to decide. This is a spot where Vitality, they're going back to the default play of spotting for information on Banana. It's a good time to go and try to shy him back, right? The one folly of the setup is Ziwu has to fall back at the sight of a flash or anybody peeking and doesn't have an op to stop them from coming down. The problem for Mousesports is they don't know that he's here. So 36 seconds, and it's looking a lot indecisive here from Mousesports. They are going to start to try to continue with an A-Rap, but this is doomed at this point with the 2 players that are here. Oh, my God. No, actually, there's one in CT, isn't there?
That opens everything. That one frag completely opens a 3 versus 1 on the B site. Ziwu, who is compromised and is also 1 in 5 at the moment, will hide back behind the new box. He's just got to stop the bomb plant, catches 2 players off, but dies.
God, no way.
And just in the nick of time, Frozen's going to put that bomb down. This was a perfect setup for Vitality, but Apex dying on the library leaves them to try and recover. And it's going to be missed shots from BMAS and Rops. Frozen, looking for the multi-kill, is taken off of Coffins. Vitality still secure the round, but definitely had to get sweaty.
I didn't even realize there was enough time to get to B, like, safely with the, of course, with some resistance there, some friction in Apex and Library, but a cool Moto smoke to draw his attention forward. Even though he had 3 teammates on the site, by the way, didn't really need to help. He comes out off that bait. It's like the one way Mousesports can get into the round. And listen, Ziwu's not looking incredibly sharp at the moment. I love the visceral reactions from Mither.
Always good to see an animated coach. He's now standing. That's how much it matters.
Yeah, I think he's adjusted to a standing setup. I don't know if he has a standing desk, but he's definitely been standing up. In the past, he was sitting down. He was leaning forward, usually had a pen in his hand. Oh my God, through the wall. Good night.
In play. Emphasis on Chris J. BMAS finding a second pickup. That's 2 kills early on towards this B site. And we're not even watching Mousesports stampede into it. And to the off chance that Vitality have more players there, they have Vitality in a squeeze at the moment.
You know what I love about Blast Production? We're going to get this replay of that 1 kill from Chris J with a smooth. We're going to get it from 2 different angles. We're going to get it in slow motion. Isn't that right, production?
Maybe the zoom.
The zoom.
Maybe the third perspective.
DJ's sweating right now. He's working on it, though. It's going to be a really good replay. Watch this, guys. Might even be a chicken exploding. I hate when they do that. Well, free round here for Mousesports. Great couple of entries. Unbelievable, honestly. And you know what? Kerrigan's the guy who went on HLTV, confirmed and talked about how they weren't really missing an opera on T-side Inferno. It's not something that they would normally do a lot when talking about Woxic leaving the team. So for Chris to grab it, I guess he saves it from the last round. Maybe he picks it up from someone. I can't remember. Or is that his op, the weed op?
Chris J's op?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he does have that. He has the Blackamov.
Yes, he does.
Yeah,
sir.
just like me, I have the Blackamov as well.
Well,
my very favorite skin.
Got to step your game up.
No. That's the peak, okay?
Got to unbox an op fade like Vince.
Dude, I cannot wait for this replay.
Oh, it's coming soon enough. Bomb beyond the halfway point.
Yeah.
How many players are afforded a save? What do you think the odds are Robs flies out from balcony and tries to take Vitality down?
Robs doesn't fly out anywhere ever. This guy is more careful than a librarian. He's using the Dewey Decimal System right now to organize all of his angles. This is the most patient player ever. He's so much discipline, dude. He's Mr. Miyagi.
Well, Mousesports just waxed on a 5th round of the scoreboard, and Vitality going to be in an easy position to recover.
Production, how dare you?
Because they were given the save.
0-7.
Oh. Oh, wait. Oh.
Oh, yeah, there's a smooth. Oh, production went ham. Oh, baby.
Oh, and the rewind.
Let's go. I can see Will Smith now with his TV remote out. It's rewind time.
Every one of you on the replay line.
If I see 1T Tours in there, I'm going to come down there.
Y'all the best. BMAS double grenade on the mark. He's going to be dropped down to 11 HP, but he's going to continue to challenge, so it's an easy pickup for Ziwu. His 2nd kill of the map. A transition from Mousesports, perhaps, into an A play. Frozen, or rather Robs, excuse me, in the apartments, doesn't really have anybody keeping him in. Masuda's starting to back up from that short side, but now he's getting drawn back into the action. He does commit to killing Kerrigan. RPK comes from Cubby, and Robs is still yet to make a move. He's wary.
He needs them to come out lane, but he's got no support. This is one of those situations where, you know, we see Robs as like a baiter or something, but the truth is, he needs someone to get an entry so he can activate. Coming out of halls is just not safe to do alone. And at this moment, they've got no hooks in the round.
See if Chris can crack it open. Come on, Chris. Crack that whip. Masuda right there inside of the pit to the left side of it. 30 seconds left on the clock. Drops. Jumping up and over. This could be the angle. This could be their route.
If they have him, if he drops off, right?
No peek from Library.
Big Pit's not worried about him. This is just protocols. Really tough for Robs in this situation.
But he gets one, and then he gets blasted back by RPK, who had tucked in there as well. So Vitality, 3rd round. Coming off of an easy pickup from Ziwu off of the start, and then Masuda timing his mid-peak to the fallback of the CTs on Arch. And then we get that left-right combo. RPK from the back of the head, sucker punches, and sure enough, they use that to close.
Yeah, we know what it's all about, right? If you try to take top banana control, you're going to have a couple of 50-50 fights. There's going to be fire in front of you, fire behind you, nade over top of you, flash to the high left. There's going to be everything coming your way. You still might win the fight. If you do, you have a round like the last round where you grab 2, they fall like a house of cards. You take the B side, it's free. Sometimes it's going to go like this. You lose your duels, the CT nades are too good, and you have to try to win back, you know, very unlikely round like we just witnessed. Luckily, we're going to have a buy-in for both teams. You know what? I found Z was actually using an MP9 a lot on the B site. I'm not sure if this was so that he could buy more often, but it feels like he's using this even when he has enough money to buy, which I thought was quite interesting. But the issue is when it became a low numbers setup. He was down to that gun.
Just only that.
Let's see how it plays out.
Ooh, Apex finds the spam perfectly through that smoke. Masuda's going to be looking to challenge down middle. RPK, an additional kill. RPK is off to the races. He is 12-3 at the moment. Masuda 10-5, and another perfect piece of utility coming out of Team Vitality's CT side. They've got tons of grenades left over, but they've got Mousesports slowly creeping into the front door of this A site. Navera tucks. And, well, he gets signed line. Rops. He finds that perfect angle coming in from short side, but he dodges the player in pit despite knowing RPK is back here.
Oh, he knows where Lead Tank is.
He's hiding on the bicycle. Rops is going to take to the top rope, looks to suplex him. But the two CTs coming in, well, they may not be needed. RPK goes ahead and picks up a frag despite having a player hovering right above him, and RPK looking like the star of the show tonight.
I think that's a situation where Rops is a slave to his own timing because he walks around, but he doesn't want to get noticed. However, we see RPK on his X-ray. He's unaware of the thought that a graveyard flank could come in, and Rops made enough space early, but he didn't commit to trying to clear it and really took the safest route possible, and RPK found this way to out-duel him. And this really opened up the round entirely. Of course, you get pick control, you're in business in terms of the post plant without it.
It's a great resurgence from Vitality, now just one round away from tying us at 5 apiece, and obviously with just pistols, this should be it. Tied game early. Interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting. It's a very, very even game so far. Which is cool to watch. So looks like Zhu has found himself an AK. He's not going to relegate himself to an MP9 when there's an AK lying around, of course. But it does make sense. I kind of find it interesting, these MP9 buys. Oh my god. Thought he was going to go for the spam. Well, if they had caught on, this would be a situation where you could do your late flash B and just charge it. Oh my goodness, does Navera actually miss out on that many players? That is so unlucky.
Oh, but he gets the fade away.
No, they're already in spawn though.
Nobody's business. And Apex, ooh, it's labored, but he at least survives those pesky T's with their pistols until Kerrigan glocks him out of the round and gets his paws on an M4. So we've got a bit of a jackknife in Kerrigan over towards that spawn, but he loses Rops. So now what does he have to offer?
Yeah, Kerrigan is officially running through the hood with gold bars in his pocket out here, knowing that he's basically got opponents everywhere and just wants to try to find a way out. He's got at least an M4 to work with. And Z will play it safe. Back from Emo, take him down. They're all tied up at 5, and this game does get incredibly interesting now. I think there's a multitude of options that Mousesports could try, but I don't know which one they're going to go for. Again, sometimes their T-sides can be hard to read because it feels like they go from, you know, first to second gear to sixth gear, back down, slow it down completely. And I think that's part of the charm of their T-sides, hard to read, but it also can be hard to predict when we're trying to watch it and figure out what they want to do next. As for Vitality, they can continue to do some stuff that they're already doing. This looks like it actually could be a very, very favorable boost. Instead, they'll fall back into a setup with some boiler control. I don't know if Chris is looking for a lurk there, but Rops wins his duel up in halls and will spot one down close to boiler. So scare RPK back a little bit, and it looks like Mousesports want to pounce soon.
Listen, call him Crops. He goes ahead and cuts one off of the edge of the map, leaves still a player in the apps, but a double setup here on mid. Little crossfire. Now a third player in as Navera's op moves closer. So vast majority of Vitality over on the A site. Only a single challenger here at B. And it's going to be Ziwu. Eats the flashbang, so has to turn his head. That lets them get all the closer, and Kerrigan kills him. Let's see if Mousesports, as they are definitely going to plant that bomb, can continue on with getting their lead back. A 4 versus 2 in the post plant. Easy double man advantage.
Well,
conditioning towards the A site maybe, Launders? We saw numbers there from Vitality.
I mean, it really seems like it's coming down to these individual entries. They're not really trying to game too many rotations to find their kills. For example, when they're bursting out top mid or bursting to the top of Banana, they're just hoping that they go on favorable trades. Here, they just let Rops go clear out halls as he would normally do. And of course, it's like sending... What are those like Phoenix bots from the operation? Do you remember those things? Like the absolute tanks that will walk slowly and have 1,000,000 HP and
the heavies?
Gun you. The heavy. He's like a heavy.
The heavy Phoenix.
He's like they were sending Rops into somewhere. It's like sending a heavy because of how careful
200
he is.
armor.
Yeah, 200 armor. He moves so slowly. He's never going to over peak, right? He's like impossible to kill. That's what it looks like on Masuda's screen.
You get 90% of the way through the mission only to die on that last wave.
And then you reset. That's what Rops puts you through. So he's such a good player to send into halls. Twist is another good player that is so nice at cleaning out the halls all by himself. Very reliable for that reason. So if Vitality want to run the gamut on a double hall setup, they're going to have to run through a heavy. They can chill and talk. I think some of the opening tactics from Vitality are just fine. Like, they've got a lot of stuff here. They're still peeking down mid. They're not playing too reserved like some of the overrated Inferno teams. They're doing a lot of good right now. I think they kind of want to keep it going. They might want to try to punish the halls this next round. Like if they do run some kind of Astralis setup in the halls with Navera and another rifler. But they don't know if Mousesports will try to send it there.
Yeah, there was 3 players in there last round from Vitality. 1 Boiler, 2 Balk side. Rob still manages to get away. So, no easy feat. BMass, moving feet closer to the side of the smoke. Apex, he's getting a little haphazard with the spray here, but he is able to exit. And a man advantage early for Vitality. Never shying away from the early engagement, but also never risking too much, I'd say, whether that's towards mid or banana.
Bit more of an interesting round here, as there's not going to be any later grenade. Well, I don't know. Let's see what their nades look like at the moment. We've got a late smoke for Ziwu and our rotator. Oh, it's Navera. He's opping up over on banana. Okay, this is pretty cool. I like this. I think I would come forward to B if I was Mousesports, based on this information so far, and I wouldn't expect the opera to have rotated over here, so I feel like this is a nice adjustment, but we'll see what Mousesports actually decide to do, because this bomb is coming into the apartments.
When Vitality have been given the chance to just rest back on this A site, they've been pretty successful in holding it. So we'll see. 30-second mark, Frozen.
They're here in the ops, so they're going to be happy about going A now.
Sure, sure. What lies in wait? Well, RPK back on Arch. Masuda right beneath them. He hears this. Easy. And now it's on Apex, who's already incredibly low, but still gets the back of Kerrigan. And RPK, he's the man to deliver. Who's surprised at this point? Frozen's going to be thrown into the 1 versus 4, but doesn't even have enough time to chance this. So he needs to retreat and succeed in saving as they let Vitality take that 6th.
I'm a big fan of the Vitality setup so far. Even though they're just tied, I feel like they've done a lot of good stuff. It's very pragmatic. You can kind of see where they're coming from with their openings. It's not always working, but I think the reason that Mousesports are working so well on Inferno these days is just because it's incredibly hard to figure out what tempo they want to go with. Like, they might just pop out somewhere and take a 50-50 fight. Like, I always try to describe Kerrigan as he's like a tourist. He's got, the Instapix camera around his neck. He's just looking for a photograph. If he gets that information, his team can activate behind it. And that's the real scary part about fighting Mousesports at the moment on these CT sides. But there's a kind of a perfect 5v4 from Vitality.
Smoke's going both ways. Big push versus Masuda, and that is an excellent lineup. He does tons of damage here, and RPK gonna go ahead to concede the control, fall down into the pit. Now suddenly he pops right back up, and he finds another headshot. It's a man advantage for Vitality, but it's an A-site compromise. Rops getting the better of Apex. The lurk through the apartments works perfectly, and Navera, he's gonna see nothing. As he gets over towards the cubby, it's bomb planted at a 2v2.
Oh, spicy. Ziwu and Navera on the retake. What's going to happen?
Rops is going to keep playing exposed to the short side. NaVi gathering information, ZywOo playing it cool, seems actually wary of the potential for a flank into the library, but we've gotten to the point where the CTs just need to go. And ZywOo, he is hunting on the side of the smoke. Kerrigan backing up to the middle point, forces ZywOo to make some sound. Kerrigan executes the first one and then jumps up into the corner. NaVi solo on time. Kerrigan, oh, he's scared and he has a reason to be. Jumping onto the bomb with not enough time left over.
Oh, it's close. Oh my God, he grabs it. That's well done, NaVi. I was thinking the same thing, man. He has to go in a no-scope into cold box. No, he plays it cool, stands back, finds the op shot. Beautiful stuff. The 2v2-1 with the op going halls, that's a unique take.
He had to hit that one shot, and I'm thinking to myself, is Kerrigan just going to jump off of this corner box, try and test the flick shot? But he thinks he can boil down the timing, and he had convinced me.
Yeah, if he didn't peek at all, maybe, but how hard is it to read, you know? The whine of that coil in those very last moments to the exact 5-second mark, really tough call.
Perfect.
And Kerrigan, you know, wanted to bait that op shot out, so a good effort, but Vitality win another one back. Very unlikely retake situation.
Kerrigan going to get caught off by Apex as he extinguishes the fire, gives himself a nice gap in the smoke to work with, but still not nearly enough. So we'll watch Mousesports fight off the back foot here yet again in the 14th round. Easy upgrade, tons of weapons, tons of utility, and they're already pretty clumped up, but obviously it's a daunting task to commit into a site with both ZywOo and Apex in position.
I'd love to know if Kerrigan continues to call when he dies, because he sometimes dies so early on in these rounds. Another opening here, some good flashbang support, a smoke to go down in their face. Once again, another 5v4 played pretty much to perfection here for Vitality.
Ooh, but they get ZywOo through smoke. Good call out from Chris J. Pre-fires ZywOo's position in pit. We get an additional smoke, and Vitality now split 2-2. But what's important is they, of course, have RPK push down middle. So it's on Mousesports to peel a player off, and oh, he gets caught by Apex. Didn't see him, despite that head wiggling on the edge. RPK going to be spotted. He is 18-4.
Really?
18-4.
Say it again?
18-4.
Oh my God, 18-4. That's insane.
And we are only 14 rounds deep. Thank God he came back from retirement. Frozen, well, still young. Takes on that 1v2, and Vitality now leading by 2. 8 rounds to 6.
Not exactly sure if Mousesports have prepared anything special for this match so far, but it doesn't feel like it quite as much as that grand final you get just 2 days ago. This is a pretty impressive scoreline here, 18-4 for RPK. He's been playing back on A, and yeah, so you know, typically your site anchor is not going to top frag like that. Mostly you're, you know, someone heavy towards mid, someone on a rotator position, unless they hit that part of the site really often. Kerrigan's going to try to gamble it once again. It's just what he does, guys. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but his teammate's behind him.
Element of surprise. And ZywOo, he's going to pass that test. Apex, he was caught with a grenade in hand, but so be it. If they execute into this with the 2 versus 1, then they just need this crisp kill, and they can play the post plant. ZywOo just going to tuck into the coffins. Shows his face and has it taken off. Getting bettered by Frozen. So let's see it. Final attempt, final round of Mousesports T-side. And Vitality already starting to move those remaining players into position for the retake. Let's go for the grenade count. Tons of utility. 1 incendiary. NaVi already with the scope up starts to slowly round the corners of construction. And if there was anybody backside, they would have just been burned into the open. RPK is going to take that front run. Rops, CZ to the side of the head. Oh, and a second kill. Now he's able to dive back, and NaVi, he's going to tap that bomb. Rops trying to find him inside of it, but NaVi with a P250 kills him in time. Another clutch from NaVi and another round for Vitality.
Welcome to the Betway Blastful Games, where CSGO players from across the globe will compete for gold in various events. The first event is the long jump, which requires great in-game mechanical ability to synchronize your keyboard and mouse to strafe as far as you can. Currently, Pasha holds the record, however, I think his score is going to be beaten soon enough. It wouldn't be a Betway map without chickens, but this time they will be suspended from 10 drones and players will have 10 bullets to shoot as many of them as they can. Kenny S has the best odds to take gold in this event. Event number 3 is surfing, and no, we're not going to the beach. The only waves we'll be seeing is those waving goodbye to the losers. Whoever is the fastest surfer will win gold. It's time to separate the Michael Jordans from the simples with the basketball event. We'll be testing the players' knowledge of grenade trajectories, and of course, Astralis have been winning this event for years, and that's why they're favourites. And there we have it, the Betway Blast Full Games 2020. Let us know in the comments below who you think will be taking gold.
Mousesports only winning 1 of the final 8 rounds in that first half means Vitality bounced back on the defensive side of Inferno. The map choice of Mousesports, the map in which they smashed Astralis.
They smashed him on the T side.
T side?
And they didn't have that great of a T side just now. So I was looking for things that change in their T side. We didn't see too much. We saw a little bit of the more regular Mouse. Maybe trying to feel out Vitality or thinking their regular game plan would work a little bit better. So now coming into CT side, let's talk about this Chris J Frozen combo. However, it's going to be a push down mid. Oh, Jesus. I mean, it's not really a push if they don't let you.
It was fun while it lasted.
Oh, my God. All right, live on 3. Give that another shot.
Best of 3 pistols, right?
This is the replay we needed for sure.
Oh my God.
It's like stormtroopers that actually hit shots. Holy shit.
It's like when they first invented the Gatling gun. And people realized you shouldn't stand in a line.
Is it pronounced Gatling? Or just Gatling?
Well,
okay.
Move along.
I could only think of Dragon Ball Z.
Gatling gun.
Okay. Two CTs in mid, sitting back. Whoa, good. Oh my God, what just happened? Wait, wasn't Robs at mid? Well, they took tons of damage from, I think, Banana, and now it looks like Z was trying to get out. But oh my goodness, BMAS.
We've seen some nasty Deagle plays.
Dude, this man is tool assisted. You see how mechanical that was?
Yeah, they got the pistol out of the way because to them it doesn't matter. Playing on hard mode here, but RPK in the corner with the trigger discipline is pinched between the 2 remaining CTs, but Navera's gonna get RPK out of trouble. Chris J is gonna burn him into the open, let the fire do its work, but he has a smoke. He counters your play, Chris. And now, suddenly, he's gonna have to try and retake from short side. He does have the MAC-10.
And the bomb is in the corner.
Gonna throw a smoke somewhat near it.
He can scare him.
No kit. Ooh, and they both jump over the box to secure themselves an 11th round. That one got scary.
Oh, this is the
That's
shot.
what it was.
He has a collat. Oh, he does them both.
God damn. BMAS down in the pit.
Freak, man.
Dies to the flying Navera.
Yeah, they almost get them all just between the 2 of those guys. Damn. After that pistol round, it looked like they were just going to get demolished. But they still got something left on the tank. But they got to go up against the lead tank. That was a cool 2v2 from Vitality. That was really the smoke that won the round, right? You know, Chris could make it a 1v1 for free. He can't even trade the guy when the smoke comes up. So if there was no smoke at all, no molly, he could have peeked. So that was just utility winning the round. Beautiful stuff. And Frozen on the most obtuse angle you've ever seen.
Easy evacuation. Chris J still on it, though. He's just kind of been left.
Uh-oh.
And he tries to run. But,
oh, the double up quad.
Ooh, yes. RPK. 23 and 5. 24 and 5.
Wow. RPK is fragging.
Z who?
Guess we know what he was doing before match start. Just straight aimbots.
Apex going to seal the deal there versus Kerrigan. Just B-Mass's Deagle left over. I can't believe I said Gatling.
E-Gatling.
Down goes B-Mass in the end. So 5 players up. This is an excellent start to the T side of Vitality. I mean, if we just look at the round count, I said 1 of the last 8. Now they've added 3 on top of that. So 10 of the last 11, all the way of Vitality. It's been quite some time we've seen Mousesports succeed. Let's hope for their sake it's the M4s that they needed.
That'd be cool. All right, let's see what the setup is going to be here. If there's going to be any aggressive openings or what kind of look. Now, normally Mousesports don't like to fight to the bottom of Banana. They like to pretend, and then they actually just fight at the top. So it looks like that's what they're doing right now. Do some really good damage to Chris, and Vitality not really committing themselves. So just here to get some nade damage off. They're successful on that, and they'll come back later. I think definitely the key to fighting Mousesports on their CT side, Banana, is to come up a little bit later when no one's home. They'll have a free shot. RBK is going to slowly take control of things.
Lots of audio being offered to Kerrigan, and he gets a bit of chip damage in.
Oh, wait.
Flash actually to peek. This is coming in. But he actually goes around the corner before the flash has time to pop. Could have been the opening. Instead, it's the man disadvantage that Vitality find off of their first initiative. Let's see if he can hold. Frozen from Nubox. He's been playing well from back here, but Apex, he's going to execute Chris J as he just slides by the tree. Frozen still unbeknownst to the T's, and he will shut down RPK. Goes for the second kill and finds it, but it's Apex still on a tear back by that spawn. And Masuda, the clutch is on. He's got 2 players ahead of him.
Good luck. 2 best players.
They both have smokes. Neither has a kit, and I don't see one inside of the bomb site. Masuda's able to just tuck back. If they had an incendiary or a frag grenade, then maybe they could make their job a little easier. But Masuda, if he swings wide and catches them by surprise, they could both be done for. Rops, he is the front runner, and he finds that instant headshot.
You see what I mean? He's like a heavy. Like, he's just so careful about everything. It looks like he's pre-aiming that and ready to swing. He actually cleaned out every single angle, and who you got right behind him? An amazing refragger. So a really good 2v1 there. There was a chance, of course, for Masuda to win that. Instant headshot from Rops on low HP. This is about them shutting down the arch split and also Frozen from the back of the site getting the 2. And again, Frozen is the guy who's always going to play quad, but it's not a one-and-done position. It's a position that has a lot of utility if you play it right, and it's hard to deal with if you don't molly it. And he's just very strong on those angles. So they can know he's there, but he's always going to be able to contribute. And my mistake, I think I said Mousesports had a really good T side, but it was, I guess, their CT side, where they use Cubby all the time. That was a big thing for them.
Yep. It's okay, you had me convinced.
Speaking with confidence today.
Drops, peaking with confidence. And it doesn't work. Masuda's going to be tagged down to a 75, and, well, further damage sure enough, but no additional kills coming in for Mousesports. None at all. Like, really nothing. Oh. Apex could have been number 1. They concede, Launders. They immediately get on the board with that nice little retake on the B site. They get 1 round back after a dry spell of 7, and it's right back into the desert.
At least they save, because they save with 3. They have high hopes for this next round at least, but it would have been a lot more difficult to stave off this 14th and 15th round that are coming. So we'll see what Mousesports try again. A little bit of Vitality, a little bit of Mousesports in Vitality with the mid pop. They really take advantage of the CT peeking down mid and go for the nice trade. And they have some good continuation flashes from safety here in ult. I believe we're going to see our second player up after Rops takes that peek. Masuda's going to peek him. He's going to be full blind. And it's a very nice adjustment. You know, BMAS still almost sprays him down, hand over face. Whoa. 24 and 600 ADR here for RPK. Been very good. Scary. Masuda's been very good. RBK's been very good. We know Navarro's a consistent force. He's 15 and 6 as well.
Molly up close on the wall. And RPK. Is he going to run through this? Ah, no, he's going to sit right underneath them. Ices out Chris J. Despite heavy damage versus RPK and Apex, they get that man advantage and convince Frozen to just sulk back into the bomb site. Rops, maybe he can cut one off at the tail end of this Apps play.
Oh, I can hear him.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Is he going to walk up? This would actually be so smart of him. Wow, he actually just waits for them to cross.
Oh, but Ziwu comes
more
back.
Aware?
And just like that, we've got Mousesports giving up the B bomb site, completely clear for the taking, whether Vitality know it or not.
Wow. Very scary stuff. Looked like it was going to be a pretty pristine play. Maybe there wasn't enough things to keep their attention forward there in the halls. But this is a B site wide open. They've cracked the code. I think saving 3 guns again for Mousesports makes a lot of sense here. But at the same time, it looks like Z was thinking about, oh no, they're coming back to A. Oh my goodness. No, they're going to go back now. They have to, surely. They're having someone clear out the site completely.
They line up.
What are you guys doing?
Oh, Ziwu, he comes out from the apartments. That's one thing, but Bomb's still stranded over on mid. Apex, he's been killed by Kerrigan, who now has to clutch versus the heaviest hitters of Team Vitality.
They cannot get the bomb and go to B. So Kerrigan has an opportunity to get a lucky kill and be able to maybe watch this flank.
Library peek.
Yeah, he's coming in hot. Oh, okay. There. Yeah. If he was in the right position, you know, by chance with the amount of time left over, there was hope. That was a bit sketchy. RPK gets all the way across the pool, doesn't see a soul. I guess it's Kerrigan's one flash that makes him believe there could be someone else there.
Oh, man.
But they really run into a heavy overstack on the A site and almost lose because BMAS is so good at locking the spray down. Tough one. I mean, not a bad round, all things considered, but yeah, 7-14.
Oh, damn. And just like last round, Ziwu gonna find the head of Rops. A quick execution, and Chris J, with the trade, his 5th kill of this map, falls back into the B bomb site with RPK hot on his heels. Masuda's gonna be allocated to the apartments, make sure these pesky CTs aren't flanking. They've got little to lose, so you'd think Mousesports have to make a proactive play. They're going to do exactly that here towards Banana. As the utility soars forward, so does Chris. But he misses his second shot, and then the pistol by his side dies, leaving pressure on Kerrigan coming in from coffins with plenty of players ahead. Navarra's 3 kills on this round will seal the deal and give Vitality that 15th easy.
To help contextualize this loss a little bit for potentially what's happening here, we have Mousesports on a 6-game win streak on Inferno, including a 16-3 win over Astralis in the grand finals at DreamHack Masters. And Astralis are a team that have won 12 out of the last 13 Inferno games, and then got a 16-3 loss to Mousesports. And now Vitality are going to beat them, and Mousesports themselves have a 6 or 7 map win streak. And Vitality themselves have a 5-map win streak, going to be 6 now on this map. And they've all taken down top teams in the process. No sleepers at all. So this is a big statement game here for Vitality to show us that they're still very much in form coming out of their last event. And looking very hot. There's a lot on the line here. Over 400 grand in total. for the Blast Fall Finals. A very big event. You know, we've got, I think, 9 out of the 10 top teams here. As we come into the year close.
Yeah.
Very serious event.
Closing out the qualification for the Blast Global Finals in January as well. We've got half of our teams, and we're looking for 4 more.
And this is a tournament that Mousesports can show us they didn't have a one-off run, and that they aren't a sleeper in this bracket. Potentially facing against a team we would expect to get to the finals of this event.
Vitality?
Absolutely.
Agreed.
So
they've been so hot.
Yeah. So
ever since they implemented that 6-man roster, there's been no stopping them.
So because this is double elimination, it doesn't necessarily mean a ton if Mousesports lose here to Vitality, who potentially make it far, but it would have said a lot if Mousesports were able to win. And of course, there's still going to be more games in this series. There's 2 more maps that we, could end up watching, but here on Inferno, Vitality have made a statement. Absolutely. Vitality most recently conquered their #1 thing of 2020, and that was winning a best-of-5 grand final over NaVi. Oh wait, did they? Yeah, they won that.
NaVi opening up versus Astralis later this evening.
Oh my goodness.
Counter-Strike en masse. Little damage off of the frag grenades. RPK gonna start pushing this one forward. And, well, Apex, he gets the first kill. RPK the second. We've got Kerrigan in position, but Masuda. Oh, man, this is a team effort coming out of Vitality, and there's just no sign of stopping them or even slowing them down. 23 rounds of Counter-Strike, and RPK is knocking on the door of 30 frags to his name alone. Hard carry from Ziwu, not even needed, but this flank could just ice out Mousesports. Neither of their 2 players are actually watching the back line, and Ziwu's gonna go ahead and reveal that he is over there. Rops now, 1 versus 3. There's a player back by Banana, there's one inside of the bomb site, and then of course that question mark in Ziwu. So Rops, he is trying to calculate any way to get into this clutch, and the probability is low no matter where he goes. T-side knows it. Executed. Navera takes that final kill. Vitality, the final round they needed. A convincing 16-7 start on Inferno.
Very big statement game here for Vitality. What it means for the rest of the series is a big question. We got Dust 2 coming up. Of course, Navera stays on, and it looks like the map pool, for Vitality is leaning towards maps where he does stay on. So we'll see what happens on Dust 2.
We've recently seen Mousesports take a whooping in an opening map, only to then bounce back right after.
Yeah.
So don't count out their ability to resurge in this series. We'll see you guys soon.
it may have been their pick, but they were not able to get the win on it. We start off on Inferno. We took some time to get there, but we did get to enjoy the game. But it was a very clinical game coming out from Vitality. First half, you weren't too sure how it may go, but once they came through to the second, Vitality were there.
That was a very, very impressive performance by Vitality. Let's be honest, right? You have Saivu not having the greatest game of all time, him struggling a little bit to find footing in the game. Matthew even said in the green room, when was the last time you saw Saivu with 4 kills and 8 deaths? I can't remember. Yet they were still dominant throughout more or less the entire game right there. As you said, back and forth the first couple of rounds, you know, neither teams could really stabilize the game, let's put it that way. But from that point and onwards, RPK and the rest of the boys just took over. When they're winning in this fashion without Saivu playing well, that's when Vitality is extremely dangerous.
Yeah, you talk about stability, and very clearly the man on top of the stats of Vitality, RPK, he was the one bringing that stability.
Sure.
I think in the first 10, 11th round, 12th round even, Vitality were on the brink of collapsing on the A side. They were pressured time and time again from different angles and different ways, and RPK was the man. Look at the scoreline where we see all these highlights happening. RPK was the man to step up and help Vitality to get on board. He did a tremendous job, and we have to commend him for that.
And you said about it before when we went into this, right? On the A side, that's where you were most worried. Well, RPK, he was the leader the Young Guns needed.
Yeah, and the only problem with that, as far as I'm concerned, is that he did it all individually. It was him just stepping up, killing everyone, having the multi-kills. The only problem I see for Vitality in the future is maybe the lack of direction, the lack of having someone being sort of the, you know, the king of what's happening, the captain again on that very map. But here, you don't need that when you have RPK killing everyone.
You really don't, that's for sure. For Mousesports, though, this was their pick. We expect them to come into it very well prepared. We talk about the preparation that normally comes through for them. Of course, we get Rops at the top of the scoreboard, but that's all you really saw this game.
Yeah, you can't deny when you only, you know, go up 4-1 and then went down to only win 2 out of 16 rounds. You're not playing a game great on Counter-Strike. You're not doing as well as you should. Mousesports, you must be disappointed in your own performance, and I'm sure they are. And it's hard to pinpoint what exactly didn't work. On their CT side, they simply weren't strong enough to keep up with Vitality. They lost the pistol round, didn't really get off to a good start. Money-wise, never seemed to be in a good position. And then the clutches as well. We talked a little bit about NaVi in this game, and I think it's only fair that we point him out in the direction here as well. Him coming in, replacing Shox. I agree with Matthew saying, you know, that could be a bit of a problem because you need the leader on the server. But when he's clutching like Shox is and winning all the clutches like Shox is supposed to do, then that's not really a big problem right here. This is a great example of all the impact he had in this game. Score is 6-6 right now. Mousesports just won a round, but NaVi says, no, we're going to win this one. Moving on to the next round, NaVi again in a clutch. He was doing so well in the close scenarios when they really needed a clutcher on the server. When they didn't have Shox, well, they found NaVi instead.
Yeah, and what you have to appreciate from NaVi is that he remains calm in both these situations, right? He could have been stressed up, he could have hurried up and picked up the pace when he shouldn't have. Here, obviously, the smoke disappeared a little bit. That's just a fancy effect. The smoke is definitely here. But NaVi is just tapping away, waiting calmly, and then punishing Robs. He played these 2 clutch to perfection.
Now, when we talk about NaVi, do we call this his rookie year, right? If you
Yeah, 100%.
This year to that, despite what he played in the past.
No, that is a rookie year at the top level, right? There is no discussing it. Obviously, he was in Heretics. He had some good maps before, but this is his grand debut in like a, you know, the top level in Counter-Strike.
And so on that, right, for all them attributes you're just giving to him, I'm more than impressed already.
Sure, and I said it in the pre-show, right? He hasn't played that amount of maps. I think that's map number 11 or 10th right now on Inferno for NaVi. But any single opportunity he's been given, he seized it. He did good on it. He impressed every single time. So the map pool is quite limited right now, but what we see from him is very encouraging.
1.37 is his rating the past month.
Right?
1.37. That is better than Saivu. That is better than Simple. Sure, the sample size is not as big, but let's just pretend a world where he continues to play the way he is right now. He's en route to be one of the best players in the world. Sure, that is a big statement to say, and we need to see him do that over the course of 100 maps or 200 maps, but the way he's playing right now is way better than anyone could have expected.
And this is what you want to see. This is the system that Vitality wanted to see coming in and working. Now we're moving to Dust 2, which by all accounts should tell us that Shox is coming back in. Masuta shouldn't play and NaVi stays. If I'm right though, guys, this is also NaVi's first time playing back-to-back games. He hasn't played a series.
You could be right. I'll take your word for it. I'm not exactly sure, but the way he's playing, I don't see any problem just leaving him on the server. I think he's having a straight game again. And on Dust 2, I do believe was one of the first time we got to see him play almost. And I thought that he was very aggressive. He was very duel-oriented. He was never backing away from any fights. And all these qualities I've just mentioned, well, I want to see that on the second map as well. Momentum momentum is all in Vitality's favor right now, by far. Remember, it was Mousesports' pick on Inferno. We're moving on to Vitality's territory. And yes, Nivera is going to be a treat on that one.
And the thing is, now I'm really scared as well, because we just saw a great scoreline here. This is a confident, comfortable win for Vitality. We now go on to their map pick, where I think right now they're one of the best teams when it comes to Dust 2. This Nivera and then ZywOo duo is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, the Mousesports are no joke on Dust 2. We talked about that coming into the pregame as well. Kerrigan in particular, as a caller, has a great understanding of how to make sure his teams play Dust 2 at a somewhat high level. But you're right, I think Vitality right now candidates to be one of the best teams in the world of Dust 2. Nivera still hasn't had a single game for Vitality when he hasn't gone plus, KD. We see ZywOo slowly but surely getting warmed up right here, That's the problem. But Maniac, you want to say something?
You talk about ZywOo, and the thing is, statistically speaking, this was the anomaly right here. This game of Inferno, that is the anomaly. If you're ZywOo, only having 1.01 rating and only being +1 is not the norm for ZywOo. It's being stratospheric, that is the norm. So for Mousesports, I feel like you missed out on your Joker one card. You had one game, one opportunity when ZywOo was going to be calm, and you missed it.
And dare I say, Misuta, with all the respect, right, bringing Shocks in instead of Misuta in terms of raw skill, in terms of experience, basically in terms of everything when it comes to Counter-Strike, you can argue that's an upgrade, right? So if Vitality were able to win this convincingly on Inferno with RPK going off, ZywOo not playing well, you then add on Shocks to the lineup, Nivera continues to play the way he's been doing, there's a long, long way for Mousesports to fight their way back into this game.
But what do we need to look at for Mousesports here? Where are the positives for these guys? Because this just sounds really bleak.
Well, Robs is always being Robs. That's good. That's the
positive. Okay, so
now,
we've got 1 out of 5.
I mean, I can give you that one. One of the problems that we have is that Chris J just had a 5-19 scoreline. And this is not what you want to have as an AWP moving on to Dust 2. And I know people, it might seem like I'm banging on Chris J, and that is not the case. I think Chris J is a great team player. He's a great player overall. But that performance is not enough. And you're moving on to one of the most AWP-centric map we have in the pool of Counter-Strike.
I'm so glad you mentioned that, right? Because I was just about to mention how much we talked about the rifles going up against, the team that sent us the gameplay around ZywOo and the AWP. Dust 2 is one of those maps where you can have plenty of good rifles, but you need the presence of an AWP. You can't have Chris J going 5 frags and 19 death. There's no way they're going to win then. Chris J is not a bad player. I fully agree with Matthew. He can get the job done, but he's up against ZywOo, he's up against Shocks, he's up against some of the best players in the world as of right now, and having a lot of rifles that do well, that goes a long way in Dust 2, but you need the AWP presence if you want to win the game.
So is there a way, though, that you guys could look at this and maybe think, okay, Mousesports have an opportunity where they can change it up enough that this is going to be a problem? Because right now, all I can see is there's blood in the water and Vitality are going straight for it.
That's the scenario. That's the scenario, and that is the picture that we have to paint if we're being truthful now. You look at Kerrigan, and I think he is the one that will never stop, and he'll always go for duels. Granted, he didn't have a lot of success on Inferno, but I like the philosophy, and I know that at the moment, which is basically very dire for Mousesports, I think he's going to be the one just charging in. And he only needs 1 or 2 rounds that he can just pop off, and then he's going to take over the game, and strategically speaking, he can push it a little bit forward. But on Inferno, you can see how many times did we see Kerrigan just rush banana and die after 10 seconds, because Vitality completely countered him. If that's the case on Dust 2, I'm going to be afraid, but if he finds a little bit of success, that could be what ignites the fire.
It's going to be hard for him to get a lot of success, though, against this type of a lineup. Do you think that Kerrigan can work his way around, even if he doesn't have that success? Can he mentally be able to get into this one?
I think mentally he's going to be strong in a scenario like this. He's the Mr. Underdog almost, right? He always takes in a team that hasn't played together for a long time. He takes in these giant projects, and he always makes them work somehow. So when it comes to the mental aspect, I think Kerrigan is a great role model in that sense, right? He always gets it done, but you're up against potentially the best team in the world as of right now. You just had a poor showing on Inferno, so there's not a lot of stats, not a lot of indicators that tells us that they will be able to fight back. I think a big win condition, as Matthew said, Kerrigan finding space and opening up the playing field for his riflers. If he can do that and Chris J can have just a decent game, there's a chance.
Well, let's see if there is a chance in this one. We're moving to Dust 2 next. It is Vitality's pick, and they're up 1-0 in the series. They're looking to dismantle Mousesports going into this one, but Mousesports will have to give it everything they've got if they want to stand a chance of going to Vertigo.
So Inferno didn't go that well for Mousesports. This series moves into Dust 2, and I want to ask, how do you think this happens? How do you think this unfolds?
What's the scoreline prediction?
Yeah. What do you feel about it?
We both predicted Mouse to win this series, probably as underdogs, right?
Yes.
Like we just thought, okay, this could be an underdog victory. They look really good from the last tournament. That was really rough on Inferno, but mostly because Vitality looked amazing. Like Masuda,
RPK,
Le Tank.
Oh.
You know, I think Z was actually quite uncomfortable lately on Inferno in some of their situations, but everybody else was so damn good. As Maniac brought up, it was an outlier performance in a negative way. He barely went positive in rating. But on Dust 2, the individuals heightened. Navera always frags out on this map just basically every single time. Now we've got a fresh Shocks in the mix as well. I fear for Mouse. As was brought up as well, I don't think Chris is as needed. Like, I don't really say that as much. I don't think Chris is as needed on their Inferno specifically, but on Dust 2, it's definitely true that you need the op to be working overtime, basically. So he's going to have a lot of opportunities to either, you know, to put up or shut up when it comes to playing car in the same way that Navera will. You have to, you know, it's a map where you will save for your op, where Inferno maybe isn't a map that you do so. So we'll see what that means. Dust 2, it could potentially be closer. When we took a look at Mousesports' last games, they've won 2. Liquid and G2, 16-12 matches. They got 16-5 by Astralis at IEM Beijing. And they won versus Big, which is a pretty big win, I would say. Big are a pretty solid Dust 2 team, so that's something. Overall, they've got mixed results on Dust 2, and I think if we swap over to Vitality, it's something of a similar story. 2 wins over Big, a loss to NaVi, a close loss to Complexity, win over Astralis, win over Big, and a win over Mousesports at DreamHack Open Fall, the RMR event that happened just a little bit ago. But yeah, here's the man on your screen. He will have to frag out, I think, when it comes to their CT sides, especially.
My eyes fall on that trio again. I was thinking, you know, as you said, we both predicted Mousesports, but as the underdogs, I thought it was going to be really the rifle that took over, with Rops, Frozen, and BMAS kind of hitting that all-time form, that trio of young players.
Yeah.
But man, it was the veteran in RPK that really shut everybody down. Do you?
Yeah, so back when I was making a few videos on Mousesports and their Dust 2, I made a video called Rops Needs Chris J, and a couple of videos about Rops where I looked at his Dust 2 performances. And it was mostly how about, you know, Chris J and Kerrigan had abysmal stats for a long time, and the rest of the team had enough potential that they could work, but they needed Chris J, since he was opping, to really deliver on some of their maps. And in the recent performances, he's been a bit hot and cold, but definitely a little bit more hot than he has been in the past like year or so, which is great, and that's working out. But another problem with Mousesports is that when they 4-1 on Dust 2 T sides, Rops is in the tunnels, and some teams just don't push him. And if you don't push him, it's hard for him to find impact, because they might 4-1 and go A or go for a cat split or go up long. But if they don't get the entries, if everybody else is not delivering, then they have a hard time bringing it down to low enough numbers that Rob's can have an impact. So he's a bit subdued on the T side in some sense. He can be a closer, but since he's not an opener, you can really fail on the entries. Then you've got RBK, who's playing extraordinarily well. He's going to be in pit, right? You've got Navera over probably playing on the A site with his op. There's a lot of things that could go wrong here when it comes to entries, and Rops cannot be the only person fragging when it comes to this game.
How do you think we're going to see Kerrigan slot into what has been this like aggressive front runner type style?
So that was a thing. It didn't work last game, and lately we've been seeing it work really well, to the point that it's almost scary. Kerrigan running in, getting an entry, sometimes double entrying in B. It just did not work versus Vitality. He just wasn't good enough. It's a big risk in the first place to take duels like that, and he knows some of the time he will die and get nothing except for information, but that just didn't cut it. Vitality were too strong across the board on CT side. I don't know what that means for Dust 2. I'm sure he'll try to do more, and his individual level has come up since bringing Myther onto the roster. This is a narrative I want to repeat that Kerrigan has mentioned, that bringing Myther onto the roster has meant that he's been able to focus on his individual game. And we know Kerrigan is a man who works hella hard, you know, harder than most of us. This guy literally finished his master's degree while he was on Astralis the first time around, so he definitely puts in the effort, and now he said he can allow Myther to do a lot of the preparation, And we've seen the preparation result in a lot of their big wins recently, and I think I want to credit that to Myther. I'm not sure how much it was Kerrigan or Myther, but you know, your individual level is something it's going to come and go. It's a bit fickle, like a palm tree in the wind, right? You can't always rely on it. So we'll see if he's shooting hot today, because he does take a lot of risks.
Yeah, that he does. And I feel like maybe some risks towards that A long side, where they're going to be cut down if RPK finds another performance as he has. That first map from RPK was just out of left field. You know, he's a solid rock. Do you remember when Vitality was first formed and like the discussion around who was going to take that 5th spot was kind of in question? Body, RPK, and it was RPK.
Yeah.
And I think he got a lot of the criticism when that roster first formed.
I think he got progressively better since
exactly. Yeah, right. It's like it was questionable then, but you could see justifying giving him the chance.
Yeah.
And now he's just continued to improve more and more until now it feels like it's not even a shock, or at least less of a shock when he's on the cusp of 30 kills.
And more than that, I've heard he's a great teammate. I've heard he brings good energy to the roster. We almost never see him calming, but I guess certainly not over calming. And yeah, for what it's worth, in terms of rumors, I've heard that his teammates have said he's a good teammate. So that's really cool. And yeah, when he's fragging it means a lot. Now, I didn't play Source, but I heard this guy was pretty goddamn good at Source, and I think that skill has transitioned well into CSGO. And when he was first brought in, I believe it was with Existence, and Existence wanted to kind of bring him back because he saw what he was capable of as a player, and at first it really didn't feel like he understood CSGO, and that it had trouble. And a lot of players who came in halfway through CSGO kind of went through the same thing, and many of them just never fully came back, right? Like, Fraud, or, there's a couple of players who had a lot of good experience before, just never could figure this game out. But RPK ended up being not one of that list. He figured it out. He grinded through, and now he's on the best French team.
Yeah, arguably the best team, right? Vitality kind of starting to turn tail, starting to turn head, starting to grind through those ranks, starting to get at the top. And listen, we've seen Heroic struggle as of late.
Mm-hmm.
Astralis looked very good at DreamHack Masters, but not perfect.
They're the only other team that I'm like, Astralis and Vitality, that would be a hot match.
Well, we could get that if Vitality close out this match, and then later tonight we have Astralis get the better of NaVi.
Oh, God.
And that's what we have coming up in this upper bracket, would be Vitality versus Astralis.
Yeah, that's not...
oh, my goodness.
Vitality versus NaVi. That'll be tough, because that is... they'll have to get their revenge from IEM Beijing, right? Because NaVi 2-0'd them in Beijing. So that is something that I think that means a lot. Now, the only asterisk there is that since Glaive announced that he was IGLing again, and they did it through DreamHack Masters, and they had their first opening game they lost to Godsent, and then just started winning games, they've gotten progressively better. So I think they are pretty much a different team from when they played against NaVi the last time, and that's what makes the next match so exciting. But I'll have to repeat that storyline when we get there.
Yeah, when we get there, because we're about to jump into this one. We had Shocks figuring out some sensitivity issues.
Those French players are too sensitive,
A little too... And, well, he's got it under wraps, it seems. He's back in the server. I see people buying guns. I don't want to get y'all hopes up, but it's... Oh, Martin. He told me that they're ready.
Okay.
And when Martin says they're ready, it's because they're ready.
Well, Caster, start the goddamn game, then.
Get it going.
Great work, Scrawny. Let's get into it. Dust 2 here in what could be the last map. A very strong map, the map pick of Vitality. Not a bad map at all for Mousesports, but their overall percentage is struggling compared to Vitality's. Since bringing Nevera in, Vitality have looked incredibly strong on this map, and when they lose, it's never because of him.
It's never because of him. When they lose, he's still top frags. So who do you blame? No one individual. Lose together, win together. That's the motto. And Apex... He's going to peek alone around the corners of Long. 2 players over on Car, of course. That's Chris J and BMAS. And Kerrigan's even standing inside of the site, putting Glock shots through the windshield. Can't quite find the driver. RPK going to drive one home here in middle. That is Rops dead. And old Frozen sitting in the back of that B site all alone.
About Frozen.
Error.
I think it's gonna jump. It's probably gonna jump in. Oh, Pods champ.
Well.
Oh.
What you smiling about?
You called him out and then he stopped. Oh, okay. I guess we'll take a second. We might have to. Oh, We'll see what happens. I don't know. Server crashed. I suppose the server crashed. Technical pause. On Luka Maluku.
On Luko. Damn. RPK just got a nice pistol kill.
Yeah.
They were going for that B hit.
High value target. They took out Robs at mid.
Frozen was about to get 3 kills off of the platform. We were all going to lose our minds together.
You saw the 3K in your mind's eye too?
It was there. It was there for the taking.
Tough stuff. Well, Mousesports, they're gracious enough to get us back on track with that quick victory or loss last map.
Much appreciated.
But now nature is healing, and we've got to regain that delay.
Back into the depths. How you feeling about being back in Copenhagen?
My brain's so messed up that we spent almost 2 months here, then went over to Sweden for a week, and then when I came back, I felt like I was at home.
Mohan.
But I obviously live in Toronto.
I got a surprise for you.
No way.
Yeah, we're gonna go back on cameras for a second because we have a special guest. And you look confused. It's Jacob.
Hey, man.
Hey, man. How are you, pimp?
I'm good. Just thought I wanted to chime in a bit.
Oh, okay. What do you have for us? What would you like
just,
to talk about?
trying to set the scene a little bit for Dust 2, right? Because as we came into this matchup, you think Vitality, they are the favorites. You can't really deny that. You look at the players, you look at the way they won Inferno. You look at the win percentage from Mousesports on Dust 2 as well, the past 3 months, and you see 33%, right? That doesn't look good. But the last 2 times they played against Liquid, and they played it against G2, and they won 16-12. So I will make the argument that even though it doesn't look good for Mousesports right here, the fact that they played Dust 2 to a very high level as of recently make this a very much, a dangerous matchup for Vitality and NaVi for that matter.
Well, you know what looks good, pimp? You.
Aww.
It's you who looks good.
You're pretty okay too.
Thank you so much. I think those are very good arguments. Why do Mousesports have such a bad win rate on it, despite it appearing to be good? That's my question. Oh, do we have to put in more quarters?
Yeah.
I only get so much pimp insight for free. This guy's a big time streamer now.
Yeah.
That day rate's gone way up.
Yeah, it's like watching your favorite streamer. You want to talk? You want them to answer you?
You think they care about you, but they don't.
Yeah, they just disappear.
You're just another number to them. Another Twitch Prime.
I'll come back anytime, pimp. Maniac. Maybe he's up for grabs. James Banks, perhaps?
Okay, Banks, yes. I mean, you could just do a James Banks impression. That would work.
Yeah, bro.
Oh, man.
Well,
it's always tough when it's you only see half of a first round played.
Yeah.
But then you got to do analysis.
Yeah,
I
analyze
really blew my load there on the first map, the amount of stuff we talked about.
We did. Listen, it's going to be a short break, but that's where we're going to go.
Okay.
How do you feel about it?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate your patience. We know it's been a while, but good things come to those who wait. At least that's what I'm telling you. We'll see you in a couple minutes.
Guess what?
Guess what?
Chicken butt.
Ah, we're back in action. Are you ready to jump into the server?
Okay.
You ready to see some more Chris Pistol headshots?
Sure.
Anything else you need to get off your chest or yell about?
I had my water. I had my coffee.
We cool now? Is everybody cool?
Yeah. With the delay is over. I don't know why I had to do that like panoramic dubstep DJ delay.
Yeah. Sounded like a bit of a garden sprinkler.
Delay. What is that hanging? Oh, I thought that was some kind of audio device. We're gonna go back to that. Ziwu. What is that hanging from the ceiling? Just a bunch of event
lanyards.
cards? Cool. What do you do with your lanyards?
I throw away the lanyards, but I keep the little plastic
cards. Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then I keep them in a little box for when I'm old and senile, and I can look back and go, 85 years. I used to be somewhat cool.
Oh man. I hang them up just like that. Put them all in the same place.
All in one big pile?
Yeah. Yeah. Mine's less cool than Ziwu's though. He's probably got some medals hanging in there. There's an interesting monitor. I guess when he's playing the casual games, he pushes them back. Pushes the monitor back. And then when he's like fragging out on the server, he pulls the monitor forward a bit.
Yeah, just suction cups it to his eyes.
That's still miles compared to Robs.
Robs.
Yeah, Robs is really, he's in there. He's in the game. It's kind of like VR with Robs. This is just this is warm-up Robs, right?
Yeah, of course.
Wait till we get VR Robs when we get to round 4. Okay,
yeah.
And he's holding for the B push.
We have plenty of time once we're in the server to talk about Counter-Strike. So while we're here, I want to get your hot takes on a little interior design. What's your opinion on the exposed brick in Ziwu's gaming room?
I love exposed brick. It does feel like he's playing on the outside of his house, but I am a big fan personally.
Look at this. Looks nice and cozy.
It's very.
Is that one of those like plastic,
very
like
cool, very
school
modern.
Cafeteria tables though?
It does.
It's got the rounded edges.
Yeah, it does. It does. It's like safety edges for the. Yeah, that's true. Oh, see, this is round 4, Robs.
He's powering up.
Yeah, this is warm up. Oh my God, is this what it takes?
Then I'm never. None of us are ever going pro.
Oh no.
I'll tell you that much.
He's in there. Yeah. I go for big space. For me, I go with the, without naming any brands, I get like the giant like dinner table from that one place where everyone buys furniture, and then I put it on top of 2 dresser drawers on either side.
Very niche.
And then it just, I can fit everything. I got like,
all right,
a litany of consoles, monitors,
6 consoles, satellite, uplink,
drum set,
cat tree,
dog cat. We're gonna end up on that subreddit again.
Yeah,
we did that in a cast.
Yeah, we did. We did it once.
Good times.
Good times. Shox has all of the anime figurines in the back. If we can go to Chris J's camera, there is a piece of his desk I would like to mention.
Sure.
Look at that snack shelf. You see that bad boy?
Yeah.
It just sticks out of the rest of the desk. There's no leg underneath. That's like a floating block of wood.
Wow, that's like that beautiful mountain in Norway that everyone takes a photo on, where you just stand out over. I mean, it's like less beautiful than that a little bit, but it's almost the same thing. Maybe we could Photoshop Chris onto that, and then put it side by side besides that famous mountain in Norway. I know there's some Europeans watching and know what I'm talking about. It's like this. It's like
so North American. You know that mountain there. That mountain there in Norway.
You got in Norway.
Lily pad coasters as well.
We are Canadians, by the way.
We are Canadians.
Well, the other day you stomped someone in Danger Watch. Danger Watch. You Goomba stomped someone in Danger Zone, and then they called you like a garbage Canadian on your Steam profile.
He was very upset.
They said, "What do you say? You're a garbage Canadian?"
Yeah, and I can't say the second part.
Oh yeah, true. only in Steam comments. All right, well, we survived that. We're back into it.
Appreciate you guys and your patience and your commitment to Counter-Strike. We're gonna go ahead and just restart the entire game. It didn't count.
Let's ice skate over towards B side. This time it's a new strat. They're not going for the same thing here. Shox, it looks like they're gonna go for a full exec basically. Just keep it super simple. Push off Cat. Apex gonna shoot him back, and they destroy Frozen in the back of the B site.
Apex gonna find another headshot. So things going swimmingly for Vitality. 5 guys alive with a bomb plant. It is only BMass. He is not going to be able to do anything in this pistol. Oh my.
Oh man, that's insane how fast they're getting these entries. Like we saw an Inferno on that T-pistol. They're coming out of spawn. All the CTs ran down mid, got mowed down in about 3 seconds. It was kind of like that. Kill feed was all blue in the wrong ways. BMS instantly gets gushed. These guys are absolutely on the gear right now, just flying out. Okay, but here's the immovable object. BMS is gonna try to hold, runs low on bullets, and Vitality win the pistol. Oh, look at that ice skate. Yeah, I guess it's more of like a hoverboard, like something out of Star Wars. This is a great replay. I actually saw him come out of spawn. I didn't really think that production would follow him this hard, but
I appreciate it.
I'm super grateful about it.
We got Zenyatta in the server.
All right. Oh, Jesus, Apex.
Well, I guess that just happened.
Wicked shot up through the door. Spotted 3 as well.
Gonna have to sit a little closer to your monitor.
Wow.
Dodge shots like that one. We do get damage back the other way, of course. Mousesports still with a Scout and Deagles on the play. If I'm Vitality, I don't just write them off. Gotta be cautious. Or accurate, one of the two. Cautious or accurate. And accuracy seems to be the name of the game for Apex, at least. ZywOo will find BMAS.
Wow, these guys are getting melted down like a cheese stick in the microwave.
No matter how many times you say it, it still sounds disgusting. Navera, he's going to peek out through middle, find a kill versus Frozen, so we are just going through the movements. And nobody from Mousesports is able to fight back. Deagles!
It's instant headshots whenever you see one of these Vitality players. Here it is, the first shot, flick up, bow. Rops is gone. Life of the B player right here. Bow. That was sick.
Yep.
That's tough. I mean, you can't really game plan around that, right? That's just a nice shot being hit. A series of nice shots in both rounds so far.
Chris J looking around like he had no clue where he was.
Yeah. What year is it?
How do we get by shots like that? Frag grenades into middle, find nothing because Mousesports have gone entirely over towards long A. They will be given nothing. And in fact, Shocks is going to be so far back.
How many does Shocks get? I'm going for 2.5.
2. 1. And a second. 3 kills, 4 kills for Shocks. Easy anti-eco. He gets taken down to 6 health in the meantime, but there was that nice little distraction with a player at top mid as well. If he was on his own, it probably would have not been so easy. Kerrigan's been spotted. Apex gonna run away from him, flees the scene like it's nobody's business. And Vitality.
I mean, it's all fun and games to talk about how like clean these eco rounds are, but the real story is just how much money they've made off these first 3 rounds. They've not lost a player in the last 2. It's important to do that ecoing damage. Rops is opping. Chris is opping. We see Rops get a 5-shot ace with an AWP on CT side Dust 2 the other day.
5 for 5.
Yeah. So that's pretty cool. I think that he can definitely have impact here with his AWP on CT side. No doubt about it.
Let's see if it comes into fruition. BMAS on short.
They flash the presence, but BMS sticks around.
Yes. Ooh, this is fast. 4 players going to be charging out from tunnels. Frozen tries to dodge. ZywOo's right on top of him. Rops in the windowsill. Has his head taken clean off. And that MAC-10 is just tearing it up.
They had guns.
Already peeking down into the bottom of middle. He finds the shot onto Chris. ZywOo is a force to be reckoned with. He is a little frustrated that RPK took all his kills last map. He wants to get his stats back.
Wow.
And BMAS, he really doesn't have much to offer us in this one.
Friggin' incognito to watch this game. This is insane. They're destroying. That was a MAC-10 headshot on the Opper, and then the second guy also didn't have head armor. And they're going to try to retake B with 2 ops. Is a really good strat from Vitality first off. The last thing you want on CT side when you have 2 ops is for someone to rush B. And they use the MAC-10 to perfection. Those 2 flashes that land at the front of the tunnels as they enter in were so insane. They looked gorgeous. BMAS once again, last alive, and he can't win his duel versus Navera. 1 kill in the last 3 rounds.
Damn, this is not a pretty scene. If you're cheering from the Mousesports camp. 4-0 the start for Vitality.
Damn, dude.
We have Navera, Ziwu, Apex, and RPK all with 0 kills. Excuse me. Let me try that again. 0 deaths.
Okay.
They have 0 deaths.
Oh, wow.
Although RPK, as I named him, also has 0 kills and 0 assists. He's just got nothing going for him.
Interesting.
But it's not a problem because he is essentially a walking, talking bank account. $8.9 thousand cash in the bank. Meanwhile, you want to talk about zeros?
Okay.
No kills for Frozen, Chris, or Kerrigan. 4 rounds deep. 1 kill on Robson BMAS. Essentially.
No, I mean, that matters.
Nothing.
Right? You've got to at least, you've got to get a couple of kills on the ecos. At least a couple, right? It's so important. You got to curb that team bank account. And
gotta cut down the cash.
I don't think, do you have the 2-op setup, 2-op option next round after you save here? Not with any kills as well. I mean, that kill bonus actually does mean you'll be able to buy some more guns. It doesn't make a huge impact, but it will in a game like this. So really horrible start, to say the least, here for Mousesports. Did 2 cross without a smoke?
Yes, sir.
Interesting. Oh, they missed their smoke. Ooh, that's not good.
What's going on?
I guess they just had pistols anyway, so whatever. But again, yeah, trying to get a couple of kills if possible. Maybe attempting the NOA boost. Looks like someone knows.
And that someone, it's not a nobody. It's Ziwu. 0 deaths.
They're going to wait this out. Coming up, Cat. They're going to see it.
Ooh,
no, and
it worked.
Oh, yeah, that's nice.
Very cool. Oh, ouch.
Oh, and nade just fell out of his face.
Just falls from the sky. Apex learning about gravity.
Now he has CTE.
Bonked him on the noggin, and Rops just sitting back here on the B site. Closest rotate will be Frozen down in spawn, so Rops would have to go above and beyond. First eagle shot is good. Fire at his feet. Fire from his barrel. 2 kills off of the deagle, but it's Apex now to answer. It's actually a 4 versus 2 in the post plant for Mousesports. They've got an AK on Chris J. They've got Kevlar all around them. No kit. Frozen pistol kill. Let's see it, Ziwu. 0 deaths so far, but he gets pestered by the tunnel's presence. And we have Mousesports on the board in the most unlikely of rounds.
Shout out to Big Ropsicle. Gets the 2 frags with the deagle, and Frozen winning his duel as well. That could have been a situation that falls apart if they don't get tunnels control. So everything falls into place perfectly. And here's the one. Boom. A legal hit to the back of the head.
Rob's deagles. Ooh, this recovery too. Left peek.
Oh, that's disgusting. Really? Okay, that's a good way to fund your op habit. Win a round where you were saving. 2 ops again. Let's give it another shot.
Apex to the long play. Ooh, tries to remain
nice late flashes there from Mousesports.
In control of the situation, but yep, that's it right there. That late flash. You can see how long he was looking into the wall because he really was trying to retain vision.
I think this push is so overpowered with an AWP. I'm really glad to see it. And look at the control they have now. They just have info deep in B. They know there's no one lurking at that spot. RPK doesn't have to move, but they're still losing so much map control. And Frozen can just face forward here on the mid-split. So a lot of great options here for Mousesports in the 5v4. They seem like they're trying to pull this push forward, but they still might lose is the thing because it's the op. So, what happens now?
Walk back over towards long, and they will be met by BMAS in the pit. He was in the pit, and now he changes position. Gonna get a little closer to the doorway. tuck up behind it. Team Vitality hoping they can crumble the defense from Catwalk. Kerrigan does move down into the CT spawn, but now he's got some reservations. 15 seconds. Here comes the commitment. It's Shocks on the forefront, Christian on the op. Flash is flying over. Kerrigan has to dodge that, and he could just put this AUG barrel to the side of 3 players. That, initial frag does some good damage, and they are stranded. 2 seconds to spare. Mousesports cuts them down without a bomb plant, and those double ops are able to move forward.
How did Frozen get those kills as they were crossing Cat? And did it come down to 2 seconds before they actually tried the attempt on the plant? Like, they didn't even have enough time to plant?
Not really. Look right there.
Oh, there it is.
4 seconds on the play.
An absolute mowdown here.
They would have had to have gotten their plant right then and there.
It's that 90-degree crossfire. Perfect.
Frozen just unleashes the hellfire.
Well, that's a good couple of rounds here for Mousesports, for sure. That'll get you kick-started. Chris and Rop still on the ops. They didn't know about that upper push, and that means that, you know, Mousesports, that might be something they want to try to implore again.
Yep.
Since it goes unchecked.
Apex was just going for some shots through mid doors. This was kind of drawing BMAS towards him, but then with the lower players, BMAS knew better. Kerrigan goes for the spam fight through the doorway, comes out on the bottom end of that, 2 health, keeping him alive. So he just sinks back into the depths of the CT spawn. Apex flashing around the corners of Catwalk. He's not going to find anybody close. But it is still territory conceded to the T side. Kerrigan's grenade, not bad. Could have been way worse, but the trajectory tells him exactly what Apex needs to know. And he focuses forward to finish off Kerrigan. Still the opposite position.
Well, there's a nice tactic to score back a frag. It was on a low Kerrigan, but a necessary kill nonetheless. They know he's a critical component here, floating between A and B. He'll be their primary defense between the mid-splits. They're just getting information, and it looks like one is coming quickly. 35 seconds on the clock. 2 CTs and B, 1 opping. Drops up to bat. He gets 1. What a trade from RPK, though.
Frozen, given the duel, tries to spin that one into the window peak. Almost recovers in time for Nevera. But a nice little bit of timing there from Vitality. They let him jump the gun. Chris J in with an op kill, and that one comes at no cost. Then there's Nevera posted in the windowsill with the Molotov in front of him. He goes for the re-aggression, and he doesn't get punished. But the utility could still make the difference. Mousesports, they're on the cusp of this bomb site. We can see their smoke go forward. Flashbangs to follow with it. BMAS, he's going to run in, or at least try to, skating over towards Car. It's a shutdown from those last 2 players of Vitality. The ops making the difference.
I think the flashes work, but BMAS gets caught on something coming into the site, and he just needs to be free to make space. But yeah, the 2 ops, that's tough. That's
nice
actually
shot.
an incredible trade by RPK. He really didn't have much time to hit that shot. Ropsite pretty much pre-fires the tunnel and then drops down and still dies. So that's a pretty beastly move by the tank. And yeah, well, it'll still be okay for Mousesports from the perspective that they can try their same setup again. This kind of very expensive setup. I do think it makes sense to... Oh, that's so unlucky. The one through the door, Apex is low, but credit to Apex, a really great headshot there in response, and the middle of the site's cracked open again. The middle of the map, I should say.
Frozen's looking to recover, but again, it's a quick trade frag into the B site. RPK closing that distance. Kerrigan posting on tunnels. Ziwu buys a little bit of time before he goes for the peak, and that gives Kerrigan an individual duel. Flash goes high, but Kerrigan goes in prior to it popping. Mousesports in an awkward position at a man disadvantage, and they don't quite know where exactly all of Vitality are at. So much utility here for Vitality to take the B site. This is a very daunting retake if they even give it a thought. But they get closer. And they do have the utility to completely counter Apex from the situation. He is all the way back in T-spawn still. Shocks, having only come in for map 2, he's doing well enough. Ziwu on the box gets the headshot into Chris, finding the win in the off duel. BMAS on the windowsill. He's going to be able to get himself 1. No, Ziwu's pinned into the corner. Peeks out, gets him. Oh, no, now Apex, he's called into the action. BMAS, he's sitting on the kit. Doesn't quite know where the player's off at. And you can see him scrambling here. Not quite sure what to shoot at. Apex able to come from the other side of the map in the nick of time. because poor BMass outplayed himself.
No way. He could have actually gotten that.
Just had to stick behind the column.
He could have had to stick behind the column, but also even just hit the shot. Apex, he works really hard to get that kill. It takes him a second or two. Some really great trades on the entry. It's always difficult to perform these B retakes. It's becoming more and more viable these days. You can't really write teams off when they are attempting, especially in the 2v2 with some decent utility. But that being said, it takes heroics, straight up heroics from Mr. BMass. Now we get an opening kill from Ziwu, punishing Kerrigan for his pick, or not even his pick. He was just trying to establish a molly inside of long doors, maybe to cross, maybe just to fall back. But this quickly opens the round up for Vitality. It feels like this higher tempo is working out a little bit better. The early entry into B last round. One pick on mid here. We've got one on long.
Full-blown execute.
They've got more options than Denny's.
Yeah, Chris. He's going to try to find something to hang on to. Has no clue if there's players coming up around long. Has the silencer, but wow.
Awareness.
Ziwu smacks that scope right into him. And RPK is going to have the rest of Mousesports pinned in position. Little flashbang over the top, not a problem. It's a question of whether or not Vitality want Mousesports to get away with anything. They've got no money after the fact, so these guns, so important to hang on to.
Oh, man.
They'll dump the utility to try and keep these T's at bay.
The lobster pinch is coming.
The Trident Pierce. 3 avenues of assault. Mousesports locked in. Cowering in the trenches. Looking to hang on as the bomb pops, the push comes through. And Navera's gonna find one. RPK takes one. Ziwu closes. Everybody dies for Mousesports. And this is becoming a very rough position.
Oh, that's a good angle on that. It's, handover phase, trying to peek for the molly. Ends up dying, and Ziwu continues with this reign of terror. 3 kills. And plus the exit, or 3 in total, I don't know. But it's most of the kills. That's the important part. Nut stuff. Save here for Mousesports with just the one scout on Frozen. That's all they've got to work with. Every opening tactic here from Vitality has gone so well. Wow, the pre-aim from Robs into suicide. That was nicely done, but it's just, that's all he'll get. Readjustment here from Navera on that spray control. That'll result in a second frag, and that leaves Kerrigan and BMass to try to push.
Nice.
I say try, it's effective.
But so is Ziwu. And RPK as well to close this. An 8th round for Vitality's T side.
Wow.
Money back for Mousesports. Let's see if these guns can make a difference. Let's see if they can stunt what has been nothing,
unfortunately,
but success for Vitality.
It's survival mode now. They've got to survive the first 30 seconds of the round. If they can try to make it longer, then they can talk about other stuff. But at this point, it's not anything it's not anything too innovative coming out of Vitality, right? Very simple openings. Once they got lucky, that AK down mid on Rops, that was a little bit lucky. But Ziwu, flashing out long on a T-spawn to get a kill. Rops' headshot is actually pretty sick. Plus the early B picks and things. I think what's good about Vitality is this. They're constantly keeping it fresh with these openings. And they're a bit hard to read on the tempo. Like what time they're going to try to peek out. That's a question mark.
Wow, Deagle sounds awesome in slow motion.
So good. So good. 2 ops again. Have at it.
It's an expensive habit, but if you've got the money. Ziwu up on the box, turns his side to Kerrigan. That's going to cost him. Quick trade frag back from Shocks and Tunnels. There is another CT on the other side. That's one of 2 oppers, Rops. Chris J, of course, calling his from long into the CT spawn. Vitality's affinity for this B site has not cost them anything so far. Cool as a cucumber, no matter where they go. They double bomb back. Through the T-spawn, it shall travel.
They're tethering off this mid presence so they can run through spawn, not get spotted, and turn this, what might be to the CTs, a supposed B hit into an A swing, and see what this means. Got a flash lined up for long from Apex. That's nice to cover everything. Won't be hearing any pins getting pulled, and now the CT pushes in. This is the critical moment of the round.
BMass clearing inwards, but it's Shocks with the headshot.
And this is the only piece of control the CTs have.
Oh, and he jumps down. Chris J just came forward on Catwalk as well to try and find him. And he dodges. They're not quite sure if that was only one player in position. Sure enough, now they know. Chris, gonna take some follow-up damage. Apex looking to wrap around the Catwalk. This would find 2 players with their backs turned.
Maybe.
So it could spell absolute disaster. If Mousesports have any hesitation moving inwards, well, oh, that's actually massive. Now it's a man advantage, and this is going to instill a bit of confidence for the retake. They've got a kit on Frozen. They've got a player back on long. That's RPK towards Plat, and Navera finds timing on that first peek. But RPK's AK, can they get the better of it?
Oh,
he goes right back out and a fadeaway.
Damn, that was amazing from RPK. Holy
shiitake mushrooms.
Shiitake mushrooms. That was juicy. That was, wow, that was amazing from RPK. I love the mechanics of that. That was just something
Catching
else.
that flank right here, Frozen, turning his head around. Apex is what served as a trigger for that retake. And look at this.
Oh, man.
Look at that.
It's the second shot makes the first whole ordeal look even better, but I love how he deals with the Opper with that first spray in and then the fallback instant repeak, kind of in between cycles there. That's so sick.
He just spanked them.
Dirty stuff, dirty stuff. They had some outs in that round, having Apex coming in for the flank, so, you know, losing that kill, you'd think, well, this is all going to go sour. But that's not the case.
BMAS boosted on Catwalk, long completely clear for the taking, and Vitality already know it. And as long as they move forward, I don't think Navera has to. So he'll just stick around in the tunnels. Kerrigan's going inwards, looking to ice him out. But they had already given up on that boost, so there was nobody to trade Navera as he extends into Kerrigan. Now the CTs move ever closer. But patience, the name of the game for Vitality. That bomb will find the A site open.
Oh, man.
And they've gone ahead to add a 10th round to the scoreboard, assuming Mousesports don't throw some crazy Hail Mary. Look at this. Oh, Apex. He's going to walk in behind them. He doesn't take that first shot, so now the CTs know. They know that they're pinched between 2 positions, but Apex, his aim is still on point. Dies out to the P250. Navera will be left still in tunnels. Bomb on ramp, 30 seconds. What can they do about this? Really not much. Not with that kill now. Ziwu's going to have support with 2 players on long, and what's left of Mousesports pushes into tunnels.
All right. And Navera on janitorial duty. But he can't find the spill. In fact, the spill will animate, walk over into the playground, and it's unlikely that they'll be found. It's not necessary to get these kills, though. They've got the armor and the pistols, but no upgrades. Another clean round from Vitality. They go full Dishonored mode and walk up without giving away anything. No flash, no footsteps. They just cool their way into the site. Act like they own the place. Sometimes that's the best way to go. 3 rounds to end this half. Vitality are in fire, and everything they're doing is working. They look very fresh so far on the T side. I'm not going to say it's been an incredible T side from a tactical perspective. I think they're just doing a good job of introducing variety and and hitting their shots. Like, they're going for a lot of different openings, and they're all winning their opening duels as well. It's nothing all that special so far from what we've seen.
Absolutely on point. That's been Vitality on Dust 2 in a nutshell. Haven't seen a single flub spray. Hell, even Apex recovers that last round when he could have toppled them.
Man, is that part of the wall bangable?
Wally bangable. I don't know.
Eva.
Wally. Off shot. Nice.
Chris.
Come on, Mousesports. 5v4. Let's go. Let's do something. Make a half of it. Believe in the comeback. Believe in yourselves. Fire up the game a little, because this is just Vitality trouncing you. There's no way to sugarcoat it.
They have been an absolute punching bag so far. but they finally score the coveted opening kill on Nevera. Looks like a B split is on the cards. Kerrigan is on the right side of mid, so we'll see what his presence means, if it'll be limited or not. You know Frozen's always good for one at least. Hard angle for him. And, oh, that's some beautiful stuff from Kerrigan. Bomb is now in their hands. That's a gift.
An additional fight to go down towards tunnels. RPK will be killed. 5 alive for Mousesports. Okay. It is not too late to recover. Best case, 5 rounds to 10. But they need to make sure they close this out with everybody alive and then continue to get these kills.
You know, when Mousesports have stayed 5v5,
yes,
they've been able to bring the rounds close, right? Like, sometimes I think for them, it's not even necessarily about trying to get the kill as opposed to not get killed, but just to not peek some of these angles because, yeah, when they played it cool and they've waited, Vitality have been working badly with the clock. They came up late on that first round win to try to plant on the A site, but because no one peeked them, they had such a difficult time. So that might be the secret for Mousesports. But of course, it's really hard to deny yourself the aggression on Dust too, because sometimes the teams will just take it and run with it if you're not there.
Oh, Apex is certainly running straight down into the pit. Look at all these players. Kerrigan, he's going to find himself a multi-kill, locking down long.
Those are hella good flashes, man. Even though the first CT dies, the last 2 Ts that come out, Kerrigan is set up so well to deal with them because of how late those flashes are.
Well, that's most certainly what they needed. See if they can hang on to the man advantage. It's not the 5v5 early, but it's still something. We've had a fight and then a walk away. Everybody's cooling off. Contemplating if they want to go another round. And Rops, well, he just got wrecked by Ziwu, who's going to scope in and take down Chris J. Back-to-back off headshots, and Ziwu's not missing. He's up to 17 and 5 now. Absolute perfect performance on Dust 2. An 11th round for Vitality because Kerrigan is so far away, he'll never get a chance at this retake even. Ziwu, shot after shot after shot, lines him up, knocks him down.
Man, he
takes
just,
Vitality the distance.
He's precise. He's precise. Oh my God.
Man, Rops was so ready for him too.
He left nothing up to question, right? The peaks were absolutely perfect and, oh Jesus. Okay. Well, it could have been a different fate, but instead we see this.
Take his knees off. Ziwu, one more. No, Kerrigan's going to shut him down. All right, a little life in Kerrigan.
Kerrigan was the answer.
Obviously, bomb's still going to pop off, so this is an 11th round regardless of whether Kerrigan can save, but he would be on for the ace.
I think he should go for it, to be honest.
Oh, that is a message and a half. RPK, who was the king of Inferno, denies Kerrigan his, sadly, meaningless ace.
That was so perfect. That second shot was absolutely ridiculous.
We got auto snipers on the field.
You almost can't blame any of them for setting up in the exact positions. You know, maybe Frozen is the one who takes the biggest risk, but at that point, it's too scary for him to go back and sit in the site and wait, right?
Sure.
He's got to take some kind of risk. So 11-3 last round of the half, and I think this one is for the confidence of Mousesports. No, it'll be a bad half no matter what, but at least they can show themselves that they could maybe get a game plan victory, because so far it's just been way too easy from Vitality, even when things start off badly. I'd really like to know how much damage that does. You'd think, you know, intuitively you wouldn't want to spam that wall. I haven't tested that myself, but
really doesn't look like it's going through.
Just barely.
Corner still looks fine. We'll get in there. We'll do some research. For now, we just have to watch as Vitality attempt to conquer the A site yet once more. RPK hits the floor. It's Frozen to open up shop. Kerrigan's got himself a head shot as well. And, well, there's the follow-up. Nicely done, Kerrigan, just wrapping around on the ramp, giving Mousesports a 2-man advantage. Let's watch them attempt to get that 4th round on the board. It's Apex and Shox they have to best. And Apex, well, he can't quite finish up his kill. So it's all on Shoxy. And he's got 3 bodies rounding the side of the smoke. Wild spray into the second. Had he just tapped for those headshots, then maybe. But it's not meant to be. Mousesports with a 4th round. Whether or not it's enough, well, You'll have to come back to find out.
Welcome everybody to another episode of the CS Money Higher or Lower. I've got a very special treat. Joining me today is none other than Zywu. Long time no speak, man. How have you been keeping?
Hey, how are you doing?
I'm great. Thank you for asking. So, of course, we come here to be assessing some skins. We'll be showing you 2 skins on the screen. All you need to do is tell me whether the one without the price is higher or lower than the one with. So, are you familiar with that, Zywu? Are you ready to get into it?
Okay, I will do it.
We've got 20 euros. Is the average price of the AK-47 Wasteland Rebel more or less than 20 euros?
I think it's more. It's AK.
It's good logic, Zywu, and it's the correct logic. You're right. It's worth, on average, 61 euros. So a great start for you here. This is the M4A1S Print Stream going up against the Wasteland Rebel.
I think it's more higher as AK.
And you're right, worth almost double at 110 euros. And now it's going to be going up against the AK-47 Bloodsport.
Because I have the same, and I think I bought it 100 euros, something like this.
Because unfortunately it is lower. Well, let's move on because we've got the Bloodsport and now it's going to be going up against a pistol. It's going to be the Glock Dragon Tattoo.
It's a Glock, so I will say lower.
Well, you would be right in presuming that because it is lower. This time it's the Scythe Leaf. A nice blue number here, some murky colors going on. How do you think that stacks up, higher or lower?
Like, I think it's lower. I've got slower.
Unfortunately, you're wrong. It's actually worth more than the Dragon Tattoo. We're going to be moving on to a staple of the AK. It's Aquamarine Revenge. Is this worth more?
I think I will say lower.
You're bang on, Zywu, worth an average of 28 euros. There we go. Okay, we're stacking up the points now. We got this.
There's no question. It is a Zampo. It's like $1,000, like.
And you are indeed correct. Over 2,000 euros for this skin. We've got one of the most expensive skins that we could be getting versus the SSG Dragonfire.
Still Zampo win this.
Well, you're right, it is lower. We've got the Dragonfire, and now we've got a skin from the new case, which is Condition 0.
I would say lower.
It's only worth 44 cents on average. Now we're going to compare it to a knife. What do you think about this one?
I think the gut knife will win this.
That's definitely a higher one in there, and that bags you another point on the board. We're putting 2 beautiful knives up together. We've got the Tiger Tooth versus the Falchion Doppler.
But I would say Falchion is higher.
Because you are right, it is indeed higher at 211 euros. You got 8 points out of 10. So always a pleasure to get to catch up with you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mousesports in a dire situation after losing their own map choice of Inferno and now going down 11-4. On the CT side of Dust 2, they will now take to the offense to try and bring back this game. Do we believe?
Not really. I'm, riding with the game to see where it brings us. But the way I look at it right now is Mousesports are not getting them to that next level where they have to try harder, and then we see the interesting or innovative stuff come out in the rounds. The entries are just going a bit too well here for Vitality, but we switch over to the second half. We'll see if Mousesports can show us a different face. But yeah, my hopes aren't too high. It feels like Vitality are straight up outclassing them so far here on Inferno and Dust 2.
Vitality feeling like one of the best teams in the world. Individuals just all on point. NaVi here inside of the B site. He's got 4 players more ahead of him. Zywu combining already for some kills. And NaVi, well, he's going to get iced out by Frozen. We've got Frozen and Chris J in the 2 versus 3. Bomb's been picked back up. Vitality going to move 2 bodies around towards tunnels. So this does give time to Chris to plant. But he wastes a little bit of time going for that first fake out. Now the CTs are in position. Frozen, he's got a little bit of momentary cover, but Chris J getting shaven down to 41 health. The CTs have the advantage, and they've also got the round. It's a 12th now for Vitality. Defuse comes through, and Mousesports, now the pressure's really on.
Sucks when Shox is on the mark as well. That's a 12th round up. Could have been a winning retake situation, or I guess post-plant for them. But Shox grabs both. A nice shot. And cleanup. Doesn't need any help whatsoever. This will force a buy, you would assume. Especially here on Dust 2. Eco's entirely possible, but T-side maybe a bit. Actually, with the plant, what am I talking about? They're just going to have to try to stop this, I guess, at 13. Are they investing at all? Looks like we have an AK buy.
Yes, sir. Looks like they're going to do the coveted armored AKs.
Yeah.
2 armored AKs.
Could be. Yeah, okay, so there's one more dropped. Anybody else? You don't necessarily...
Looks like...
Okay, they're going to buy whatever they can with
2 AK
AKs.
Scout, Deagles.
Some utility being bought. That's all you really need on the T side. Again, we saw what a 5v4 meant for Vitality in the first half. The same will be said for Mousesports in the second. Now, they've got a very heavy B spawn. I wouldn't be crazy if they just tried to use it, but we'll see. 2 players going out on a default, maybe. Kerrigan did a hell of a job to find those, multi-kills in the first half. Didn't always result in a round, but I was quite impressed with his sprays, to say the least. Oh, look who's comfortable inside of long. Well, he sees a bit too much, but nice not overextending there, right?
Yeah, it's right on the cusp of making a mistake.
If that was Kerrigan, he'd be flanking B by now.
He really pushed it as far as he could. Kerrigan has been able to slip out through the mid doors, has Rops alongside him. But obviously Vitality very much aware that the mid play could be conceded. It's all about stopping it once the commitment happens. That's why Apex just tucks behind the box, anticipating these exact smokes. So does he get flashed through it? Does he just wait, walk through dry? He has options, and so do Mousesports. 50 seconds still on the clock. A smoke and a Molotov on their tool belts. Shock's inside of the B site, looking like he wants to go peeking and prying down into the middle. 3 Ts looking to commit out from tunnels, and sure enough, now that hit comes through. BMAS, big double kill. Getting 1 player off of the bomb site, but then also denying Shock's up close after he took a shot to the face from the M4. Very good round for Mousesports. Crucial timing, because let's be real, they are trailing by far too many rounds to give up any more for free. They need to stop this CT side right now.
Shox dipped his toes into that smoke like it was just some refreshing water. You see, I just kind of walked forward into it. I mean, maybe he's trying to catch some kind of weird timing, but it leaves Ziwu now, RPK back in pit. Some good entries and takeover of the B site quickly. That was the remedy to the situation. Props up the economy now of Mousesports. So, for what it's worth, Vitality, they win the pistol round, but they don't win the conversion. And it's a very healthy situation here for both teams. But a 7-round discrepancy, it's going to be a hard thing to overcome. Especially when, for me, I'm looking forward a lot to what Vitality will bring on the CT side. I feel like not enough credit can, you can't underscore enough how much Vitality think about when it comes to their CT sides and how many looks that they bring to each map. And especially since they've brought some special attention to Dust 2 because of Navera, I think that's where it's taken their Dust 2 to another level. And, not many teams can say that on Dust 2. It's a hard map to be consistent on.
I just enjoy having a conversation about, what a team can bring to the table when they have that 6th player. You just... It's like your toolbox is that much deeper.
They found someone who likes Dust 2. So I think, what the hell is that?
That's just Ziwu. Killing Robs through a smoke with 2
And that's why Robs never peeks. It's like the one time I try to go aggressive. That's what happens.
Catch me next round.
This man literally got tagged twice through this smoke.
He'll be in the tunnels at the 15-second mark. Refusing to leave.
The lean is coming in.
Yes, sir.
RPK in the pit.
Won't be easy to get into this A site, but they will try. And they shuffle Apex into Goose. Frozen does get the better of RPK, so now Long is compromised. Oh! What is that? The jumping scout, everybody's classic favorite. And now Frozen also gonna fall at the hands of Vitality.
What?
Joey, cue it up.
Okay, first of all, this is just mean.
Wow.
He's like, I know you're here, and I know you're going there. And then this.
Wait, he hit him twice too.
No way.
He hit him.
It looked like he's
Run this
hurt,
back one more time, please, if we don't mind.
Oh my god, did he? Yeah.
Watch the health. Yep.
Oh my god,
Oh my god. Those are... Oh my...
Oh my god.
I
have to sneeze.
Yeah. Allergic to scout shots like that, I don't blame you. Bless you.
Thank you.
Wow.
Wow. I don't know. Should we be excited for that?
Or upset about it?
Or upset about it. I mean,
a little
the
bit of
nerf
both.
was specifically so that the apex of your jump,
well,
you're supposed to be accurate with the scout.
The shots against Rops, that we just got to be excited about that one. Completely predicts the first one and then anticipates the exact route and timing he would take to try and escape. That was just gross.
Prescience.
The third and fourth one, I think I'm a little more upset. But I'm still smiling, so...
Yeah, it's amazing.
I don't know what this feeling is, but I'll run with it. Vitality, they are very comfortably in the lead. Very comfortable doing as they please. And Mousesports on their knees, begging for mercy. They will not be eliminated from this loss, but they will be sent sailing into the lower bracket. Mousesports, they run the gauntlet at our Blast Showdown, where there were no second chances. So I guess they've earned themselves that at least. But Vitality looking like heavy favorites in this form. It's an attack on the A site. Apex just going to try to cower in the cover, jump back over to the ramp, and he does escape the initial bit of threat here from Mousesports, but Kerrigan's still on the side. Oh, Apex! He just snaps that crosshair over, clears the two players up close. There's a third player and Rob's on the box, frozen over on Gandalf.
And the only man who could stop Apex, Ziwu.
Little team kill in the mix, just so he can get above 20 frags this round. Shock's gonna pepper Chris J so that he's stuck in cover, and Ziwu looking for that last HP from Frozen. He will take them all down. It is 9 rounds, the lead.
Well, this recovers his, average performance, which is below average for normal people.
Look at that headshot in BMAS.
Very unfortunate for BMAS, I would say. If you don't laugh, you will cry. 14-5. No money. But is there hope?
Nope.
Probably not. Just playing. I mean, they're playing to win in some sense, looking for this next round to try to come back to it. They're going to take a pseudo pause here in the spawn and try to pull off what no man has done before. The triple boost with no wall to lean on.
Vitality are not messing around.
No, I mean, I honestly, it's not that I feel personally disappointed with, Mousesports' performance. It feels like Vitality are completely unstoppable right now. They look amazing. I mean, this makes the potential next match for them in the bracket even more interesting. Of course, you've got Astralis versus NaVi coming up next, and then the winner of that will play against Vitality if Vitality win this series. And they'll have to look at this game and kind of be like, damn, there's not even a lot of game footage here to look at. They were barely trying.
This is like the appetizer for our second best of 3. It's like the breadsticks you don't really want to eat, but they're there on the table.
Yeah, it's just like unlimited, so you just keep eating them.
So we'll finish this one off soon enough. It feels, Mousesports, I mean, literally only Glocks. Let's be real with one another. They will be chewed up by Shocks. 3 kills on the anti-eco, little pepper fire. So Navera's going to take down that
Pepper
last
fire,
player.
That's a new one.
Yeah. Leaves him salty, too.
I like that one. Going where no man has gone before here. The triple boost.
The classic no me, no me, no me.
You crouch, and then they just start jumping. Then they don't even think about the boost. And he's like, that wasn't the strat, guys. You were supposed to crouch Robs.
We're going to do the 2-man run boost over long, throw him through the doors. Jokes aside, 10 rounds, guys, for Mousesports to try and return the favor. The Vitality just looking cut from a different cloth. They're going to barrel out onto the long smoke into Ziwu, who almost finds a third one through the doorway. At no point in this second half has it felt like Mousesports were going to bring the game back. Maybe a little bit when they won round 2 on the Force, but then we saw Vitality just strip it right away from them, so it was very much short-lived.
Round 2 was the last time that we felt like Mousesports were going to win this game.
Oh, there's an answer back. There's a chance. Okay. They can extend the length of the game.
Yeah, this is just Yeah, I mean, they're going to avoid NaVi. Well, he's going to spot this, but he doesn't see anyone coming out mid, so I think this is him
understanding what's up.
Let's see how long they take. Could be an awkward situation.
NaVi? That's 3 players dying so far this round by running through smokes.
Just a bit disjointed now, and oh, look who's in lower tunnels on this off angle. That's
Bombs
the bomb
down.
dropped.
Robs has the element of surprise. He's got that going for him at least. Let's see it. Robs versus RPK, met by an incendiary. Smoke goes down, 35 seconds, flash on top of it, and Robs will keep it going. Mousesports, it is slim.
I mean,
but there's a chance.
They should build a statue of him in lower tunnels if that's the reason that they're able to win this game. But, of course, you know, hope continues to be slim. Do you see that spray from Ziwu? That was disgusting. The 2K spray down right off the bat. A little bit of frustration here from Apex. I don't remember where he died. 2 ops, Shocks, and Ziwu joined forces. They're going to stand back to back. NaVi is going into the lower tunnels. He's got an M4. Interesting. He's been the higher guns for this AWP, but he's making a different style of play.
They're going to peek right into him. He knocks down the base of the totem pole. BMAS moves forward a little bit.
I think anything that weakens the push powers up these ops significantly. So, oh, there was a chance for both players to shoot. Let's see.
Ziwu just going to make sure nobody crosses. This opens up Frozen for the cat play. An exchange of grenades and a gentleman's agreement to just back off.
Well, they're reading this incorrectly, so it's going to be Shocks alone in the B site with the AWP.
Track one on smoke.
Oh, they're so far behind, but...
Yep, but the mid-peak, that's... Oh, not going to work out at all. Shocks, 23 and 12 here, coming into map 2 like he didn't miss a beat in this series. 2 versus 4 post plant for Mousesports to desperately hang on to their chances in the upper bracket. Team Vitality looking to intimidate Chris J. He's going to find that quick headshot. Window player about to die to BMAS, and there is still very much a chance. Mousesports hanging on to the real estate as BMAS knocks down yet another piece, and despite Shocks' best efforts on the initial peaks, he has to walk away from this one. 7 rounds on the board. Mousesports 8 more to go to take us to overtime.
Oh, some good damage. It's another round that Mousesports win with a player disadvantage, and they get real disjointed on these executes. They're dropping players trying to come into sites, asking to lose, and then somehow winning on their individual efforts at the end of the round. But here, there's like bad spacing, I want to say, with the second player coming out late, no one to trade, coming out of a different position, and the first player coming out blind as well. So I'm not sure if the communication's a little bit off, but things are not looking too hot at the moment.
Op will be given over to Ziwu.
I'll have to dig deep for this one.
Oh, he hands it back. How nice of him.
And there's just not enough room for all the kills that are coming down from the Vitality side. Let's see if
gets
oh, okay.
Chris J, 1 step ahead.
He's got the quickness.
Crispy Chris and Killer Kerrigan. Brutal BMAS. The 3 players to rack up some kills early on here.
Ruthless Rob's coming up.
Yep. Followed by Ferocious Frozen.
What was it, Crispy Kerrigan?
Yeah. No, Killer Kerrigan. Crispy Chris. Which
Crispy
actually
Chris.
sounds like more of a chocolate bar than a murderer, but...
Yeah. Well, they're both sweet before they kill you. One just takes longer. Those damn candy bars, they sneak up on you.
Vitality still 7 rounds in the lead. Let's be real. Many match points, excuse me. But not going to be the full-fledged buy this time. Double scout, double deagle, triple deagle, excuse me. All right, let's see if this can work out for them. But obviously, Mousesports starting to power up a little. 3 T rounds in a row, albeit with an advantage in that last one. And same can be said about this 24th round as well. 3 players early on into the tunnels. They've got Kerrigan down and lower. NaVi's going to be activated, and oh, is he ever.
Oh, he's out too.
Dodges back. falls into the B site alongside Apex on the scout, which is now locked into the platform.
Oh, they still got 3A, excuse me. Oh, that's quite nasty for NaVi to find that kill and be able to leave as well. Having its cake, eating it too. There's the rotation over towards the A site, but RBK hasn't moved from the pit. You can't write him off in any of these rounds. We'll see what happens. The execute is incoming.
2 guys on car cross. Apex. Oh, excuse me. Nope. That's Shocks moving to the top spot. Ziwu's here with the scout, and he's just working it wonderfully, even tagging BMAS. Deagle doing damage. Shoxy's gonna close it. It's a labored effort in the end, but we all saw it coming. Vitality was such an impeccable first half, giving Mousesports a little bit of a chance to roll it back, but I think we saw the defeat in the Mousesports camp before that 16th round was ever added.
Yeah, no doubt. Even that mini comeback at the end, they didn't look like they were fully into it. They got very lucky, I think, to win a couple of those last rounds, but I mean, I don't blame them for being that defeated. It really just felt like Vitality could do no wrong.
Yeah, and Vitality just looking like tier 1 team. And, well, a tier 1 team. We have 2 tier 1 teams after this, of course. This was just the appetizer. We're going to throw it over to the desk, and we will see you guys soon for that NaVi versus Astralis game.
And you have a tier 1 analyst desk, that's for sure. Don't forget about that, Scrawny and Lons. They definitely should never forget about that. Vitality, though, they put on a show. They had spades of skill in this one, while Mousesports remained quiet as a mouse. There was nothing there with these guys.
That right here is Vitality making a statement. Best team in the world right now. Don't test us. You're not going to test us. I mean, we talked about Zaiwu in the first map and the fact that he was human. Well, he's back to his normal level. And then Jacob mentioned it. You said in Shocks right here.
Yeah.
Take Shocks in the mix on Dust 2. And these 2 players, they combined for about 47 kills and plus together. They were absolutely beasts. Actually, 50.
50.
I missed
Yeah, quick math, mate.
So 50 kills for these 2 players. They were just immense.
Yeah, it wasn't even a game, was it? You know, it was almost too easy for Vitality. I think at this point it was more like a cosmetic surgery for Mousesports to make this scoreline look even closer. 16-8 is in itself not a close scoreline, but I think it represents the fair statement of this game. There was 1 team on the server throughout this best of 3. That was Vitality. You was watching Mousesports last week doing a good job, but tonight they faced, a team that right now posed the question, are we the best team in the world? We talked about it coming into this game. You posed the question as well. Are they getting a bit complacent after winning a tournament? By the looks of it, Vitality are here to make a statement that they want to be the best team of 2020. And so far, it's going pretty well.
And they could line us up for some banging matchups along the way. Now we're going to take a look, though, at one of our famous eco plays.
And who else but Zaiwu to take us on a journey here with the Mac-10 this time. It's an eco play because we're going to see the bonus round coming in from Vitality. They're going to use these weapons to overtake the B side as fast as they could. Look at how quick Zaiwu is on the side. Second kill. Robs is completely unsuspecting. He's even going to get the luxury of fragging Kerrigan off the back of a Mac-10. That is 25 seconds into the round. Zaiwu's already made the difference and the side has fallen. Bonus round, max profit.
I think this round illustrates the game in a nutshell as well. You know, there was Mousesports just getting ran all over pretty much throughout the entire game. That's the thing, right? There was a couple of moments where I thought, okay, Mousesports, they can fight back. Of course, there was still a lot of skill on the server. We can't stand here and say Mousesports are not a good team anymore. But tonight, this game, there's no doubt who were the better team.
No, there really wasn't any doubt. And right now, Mousesports, they should be scared because they've hit that lower bracket already. And a performance like that will not be good. You can see the bracket on your screens right now. And we could be set up for one another amazing match. Whatever happens next, right? Vitality will take on either NaVi or Astralis. Probably NaVi.
I mean, let's be honest, right? Astralis right now, with the tournament win they had at DreamHack just a couple of days ago, they are also asking a question right now to the CSGO world. Are we the best team in the world right now? Can we take down Vitality? I'm not... You know, I won't stand here and say that I hope NaVi is going to lose to Astralis. I think there's a good chance they will. Yep. My prediction is going with Astralis, of course, based on the performance they had. But Astralis against Vitality, or even NaVi for that matter against Vitality, no matter who's going to win that game, that's going to be a banger matchup.
It definitely is going to be a banger matchup. But we now do have a statement that we need to put out here from Nicholas on the delay that happened earlier.
Hi, my name is Nicholas Estrup and I do product and experience here at Blast. Hope you enjoyed the match just now, but I wanted to take a moment to acknowledge the statement made by players online, essentially causing the delays we see here today. At Blast, we're fully committed to making sure that the full experience we're trying to create for everyone taking part is as good as possible. That's for you, the fan and the viewer, from the comfort of your home or in an arena when we're back in those, but also for the entire infrastructure we're trying to build behind the curtains. We also try to do it by bar-raising content, such as things that get you closer to the players. When we can create more of those special moments, what essentially will happen, we hope, is that you become a fan of a player, of a team, and who knows, maybe us, so you'll join us in an arena or the next broadcast. We'll be working hard on addressing a lot of what has happened here today in the time to come, and ask you to stay tuned for that. But until then, I hope you enjoy the matches played here today and the rest of the week. Thank you.
We need to see a consistent NaVi. We need to see a NaVi that is entering the game believing in the team and not necessarily in the individuals.
It's just so unbelievable.
The best team ever to touch Counter-Strike is now back.
Magus in the corner, he was flashed, nobody could see him, and there's the spray down. Big double, continues it, a quad kill, he's wrecked them all!
Now, this is the moment that we want to bring some hype. This is a matchup we have been ready and waiting for. Astralis off the back of a championship win going up against the NaVi, who now potentially have a 6-man roster that could come into play. We actually finally saw Bubsky take his foot in the door and get an official game underway for Astralis. So do we get some madness thrown into the mix some more?
And that could be a storyline for this game, 100%. I think the reason why we should be so excited is that, sure, Astralis, they have shown last week their master form, right, when they just take on everyone. But at the same time, even Astralis at the top, I do believe could fall to a NaVi who's on good form. Is it going to happen? That's a huge question. If you can answer it, you're a genius. But if it does, that's going to be a huge game.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? At least when you look at Astralis, even with Bubsky in or out, I know that this lineup is going to perform to a very high level. And that's one thing you can always give the credit to the Danes on.
Sure. I guess the foundation doesn't get much stronger than it is within Astralis right now, even though you're trying to implement Bubsky, right? They even said in interviews that they didn't want to implement him too early because he was not really understanding how they wanted him to play. He was a bit too aggressive. So not until the moment when they felt he was ready, they brought him in and they won their first tournament, including Bubsky in the lineup. So there's no doubt Astralis are coming in hot. Just for the viewers at home, right? Last time we saw NaVi play, I don't know if you guys remember, but that was against Vitality in a final where they were leading 2-0 in a best-of-5 final, and they still managed to lose it 3-2, right? So what's happened ever since? Well, they're bringing in Bit now. So I think there's a bit of turbulence going on within NaVi right now. They're trying, to adjust those problems, trying to address the problems, and it's going to be very interesting to see how far they're in that process, because what we saw against Vitality, that is one that's going to sting.
And here we go. This is the tweet we have right here. It's time to strengthen our CSGO lineup. The NaVi junior player, Bit CS, will play for our roster during the Blast Premier Fall Finals 2020. And this is the benefit of having a junior roster. You have a bit of developed talent in there to throw the magic in. And here's your lineup, boys. This is where we get to see it. Flamey will not be here for this one right now. We are getting Bit into action.
Just as much as it hurts to say it, it is true that Flamey, barring some big events where he could always show up no matter what, no matter when, you put him on a stage and he's going to pop off, it is true that he had disappeared a little bit from the radars at the top level. Now you bring in Bit, which I'm going to be honest, I don't know anything about that player. To me, that's going to be a first experience. I'm going to learn about him. But when you put that next to Boomish and Perfecto being one of the players that performed the best in the last tournament for NaVi as well, that certainly is an interesting prospect. I want to see that NaVi because I don't know what kind of difference, what kind of changes we're going to see with Bit in.
And this is the thing, right? It's a very much unknown quantity when it comes to it. We know what he's been able to do on these maybe lower levels when you look at it, but what he's got to do within this level of CS and having Astralis as your first team you're going up against, that's quite a test.
It doesn't get much harder, right? We all remember the Astralis lineup who at a certain point were able to shut down Symbol. Symbol was good against everyone besides the Astralis players. He had a period where, he struggled to find his individual level against those guys. Of course, they're not going to, spend a lot of time, adjusting for Bit coming into this lineup. I think they're going to do him, so he will get enough space to do whatever he can do. I was just trying to educate myself a little bit on the player Bit here, watching some of his stats, who he's played against. The only, I would called Tier 1 team is Virtus Pro he went up against, and his rating in the best of 3 series in that one was 0.83, I believe. So he was struggling massively against the Tier 1 teams. The past 3 months, his rating is 1.14. He's playing against some Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 4 teams and doing well, but against the best of the best, he's only had one test. That was against Virtus Pro, and he failed that one. So coming up against Astralis, it's probably going to be harder.
It is definitely going to be harder, but we want to take a look at this Vito and see if there's any dynamic changes off the back of this. Like Pim was saying, you probably expect it to just be pretty much the same and Bit filling in.
bit could, throwing a curveball in terms of veto. Now, Mirage being put out by Astralis, that makes sense. Vertigo should be removed by NaVi, otherwise Astralis would be happy to jump on it. There you have. Now, when it comes to picks, for Astralis lately, they have gone for Nuke or Inferno every single time. Nuke is 54% the first pick, and Inferno is 26. That's going to be one of the two. They go for Inferno, which is down the list for NaVi, so in that sense, more of a punish. If they wanted to go for Comfort, Nuke was open. Now, if you're NaVi, you can either go for Dust 2, which would be their go-to, or you have Train as well, which is a completely different approach. It's more tactical. But if it is Train, they're gonna go. Okay, hold on a second. NaVi have decided to pick Nuke against Astralis, as Jacob is. Okay, that the reaction just caught me off guard. They actually actively pick Nuke against Astralis, which means that Astralis will start on the CT side, and I rest my case.
Best of luck.
That's all you got to say.
We got to give them a fighting chance, right? If they pick Nuke, surely there is a reason behind. Surely someone
there has to be a method to the madness, right? And now this gives the Train ban, which I would thought if you're not going to be NaVi picking Dust 2, you would normally pick Train.
It could have been a pick. You are absolutely correct. And now we have Dust 2 could actually be on the card. I'm always missing one map when we do this. Exactly, NaVi. Well, they will have the comfort of having Dust 2 as a potential third map, which in itself is kind of a win if you're a NaVi fan. But you have to win one map out of Inferno and Nuke if you want to play Dust 2.
And that's the problem, right? Because I agree, having Dust 2 coming in as the third deciding map, that's a good thing for NaVi. That used to be the go-to pick all the time, even though they sometimes were struggling. But when you're picking Nuke up against Astralis, who are, a candidate to be the best Nuke team in the entire world, you better be doing some serious preparation. You better found one of the holes nobody else were able to find on Astralis. Otherwise, that's going to be, leaving me with a bit of confusion in that sense. Sure, we got to give them a chance, but, realistically speaking, judging by basically everything in front of me, should not be
weird take on that one. Follow me on that journey, right?
Here we go.
Would it be NaVi thinking that Bubsky would be fielded in and not Xip on Nuke, and then they want to play that angle? Thinking, you know what?
That's a very, very
don't really know
small
what you're doing.
angle to go through.
Come on, I'm giving you a little bit. I'm giving you something to work with.
Okay, so let's just ask this. When you guys knew that Bit was going to be playing, you didn't know he was coming into the map or just straight
No, I did not know what.
So I had that insider info and didn't tell you guys just to enjoy this moment some more.
That's absolutely.
But the main thing is, did you both expect him to be like Vitality and like within Astralis where it's swap per map?
I thought that could be map dependent. Is that you're telling me it's a fixed thing? It's not
a fixed thing, but at least they've got it based on what series is happening.
Okay,
well, because they were saying themselves in certain interviews, that it could be a swap rotation. They're even looking into implementing a seventh player as well, potentially that is NaVi. So we don't really know what's going on, but. To play off Maniac's angle, we probably know Bubsky is going to play a Nuke. At least that's been the case the last two times they played. 16-6 against Furia, 16-13 against Mousesports. They won both their matches. They've been looking strong on Nuke. I'm having a hard time seeing what NaVi see that I don't. But if they can pull this off, then I will lay flat down and say that would be impressive. I'm not ruling them out. I'm not saying 100% Astralis is going to win this one. But it's going to be one hell of a surprise if NaVi is able to even make it competitive on this map.
It's going to be very hard for him for sure, right? But one thing, we're talking about all the changes that go on. Obviously, Glaive has come back into the IGL side of things now for Astralis. The leader is back in charge, and Freya was able to talk to him.
I've got Glaive on the line here with me ahead of Astralis' first matchup here at the Blast Fall Finals. And of course, a big talking point with the team at the moment, Glaive, is the fact that you've gone back to the role of the primary in-game leader. So can you talk to me about the decision process behind that and how that came about?
Yeah, so after we lost a couple of games, I believe, Magisk came to Danny and told him that he thought it would be best for both for me and for him to get back into our old roles. So Danny, he reached out to me and asked me if I want to do this, and I said, yeah, it's a possibility, but we need to do it right. So we had a team talk about how we want to do it in the future, and right now I'm back as the main in-game leader, and it feels really great actually.
So how quickly has it come back to you? Because obviously we saw you taking on the role of the secondary caller for the time whilst Magic was being the primary one in the team. Has it been a difficult process to get back? Has it been quite easy for you to naturally get back in there?
I mean, I feel like I helped Magisk a lot back when he was the in-game leader, so it was actually pretty easy for me to get back into, also because I had some time to adjust to the new kind of meta that was going on in the scene. I mean, the playstyle changed up a bit, and I got used to it before being the in-game leader, and now as the in-game leader, it was pretty easy for me, I would say.
And of course, we've also seen you utilising Bubsky as a sixth man of this lineup, coming in for some substitutions in some maps. So what was the process behind that, with you in particular as the in-game leader? Were you kind of working with him on anything when he came into that first matchup?
Yeah, so of course we tried to get Bubsky to understand how we want to play, because when we tried to play with him and me in the beginning, we played against two maps against Complexity, and actually went okay, but he was just a bit too aggressive. It didn't really fit our playstyle, because I am pretty aggressive myself, and Dupree can be as well. So it was like we had too many aggressors, and Bubsky was just like sometimes hyper aggressive, which is a bit too much. So we just told him that he needs to look at us in practice and see how we are doing with the aggression and when to be defensive and stuff like that. And I felt like he's really improving a lot, and now he has a better understanding on when to go aggressive and when to stay defensive. So I mean, the whole process was actually Danny saying that Bubsky should probably start to be playing on Nuke, because the roles just fits perfectly for him. He plays both Sipmix roles on both the CT side and T side, so it was natural for Danny to decide that, I think.
Of course, as you mentioned there, we've only seen him coming in for Nuke at the moment. So what's that been like in terms of the practice schedule for the team? Is he kind of practicing on some of the other maps? Is there a plan for him to come in and play on some of the other maps, like we've seen with Nevera on Vitality?
Now I should be careful with what I'm saying, because in the end it's Danny's decision, and I'm not making the decisions for who is playing and who is not. But I believe that Danny wants to incorporate Bubsky into playing more maps, but we didn't have a lot of time right now to do it. But I mean, in the future, I think he wants to maybe make him play more maps. Yeah, I think so.
That would be very exciting to see indeed. And of course, looking forward to the slightly nearer future, you're going to be facing up against NaVi here as your first matchup. Unfortunately, you did lose out to them 0-2 at the quarterfinals of IEM Beijing. So what kind of issues did you see there in that particular matchup?
Yeah, so after we lost the game, I actually watched it immediately, because I was just so angry at how we lost, because I played so bad myself. And yeah, I think they played pretty good also. And I watched it a second time now, and I'm starting to realize how they wanted to play against us. And I think they're doing a really good job playing against us in that particular match. So hopefully they won't be as good as last time, and hopefully we will play a bit better. So I think we'll probably see a close game, maybe going 3 maps, and hopefully we're going to win in the end.
I love Glaive, right, because he is humble with it. But there's one thing is, they're definitely playing better than we have seen Astralis in recent times. That is just without a doubt now.
Without a doubt. And it's hard to pinpoint, saying that that's down to Glaive calling again, that's down to, the rest of the team finding synergy, finding individual level. We've also seen Device all of a sudden play, up to a level where he's just fantastic again. He wasn't playing bad at any point, but he just was not up to the same standard, I guess, that we expect Device to be at. So everyone in Astralis right now is feeling good, and that's a dangerous prospect for everyone.
Yeah, just to touch on that Astralis bit, right? In DreamHack Masters, Device had 1.34 rating out of 15 maps. That is huge. That is ZywOo simple type of stats, sorry. And then you have Magisk, who was 111 as well. So these two are fired up. Magisk probably also alleviated some of the pressure with releasing some powers for Glaive. And also just tactically speaking, I feel like these last series we've seen Astralis, whenever it was down to it, 13-13, they would come in with the call. They would put in the slow pace. They would bait your opponent to make mistakes and then strike on it. That was the Astralis that you'd sit there watching thinking, yep, they're going to win it anyway. It doesn't matter what the scoreline says. It doesn't matter if it's tight. They will not make the mistakes when their opponent is going to. So this is an Astralis that looks dangerous, but if you flip the script, I also think that for NaVi, these are the matchups when Simple, I was going to say ZywOo again, when Simple and Electronic actually show up, because there's ego in it, right? They want to be superstars. There's an ego at play in that matchup.
And that's one thing you've got to be very aware of if you're Astralis, right? Because one thing I look at Nuke, and I'll go back on it statistically, is that Electronic does have those field day moments on it. When he plays outside towards main as well, he's able to lock it down quite a lot. Then you just put Simple alongside of him, being able to play well, maybe that can carry the weight in it. But this is still a Nuke going up against Astralis, and that's my biggest concern on this map pick, where I I'm still lost on the whole situation.
Especially considering, right, that if you look towards Flamey, the guy they've replaced with Bit now, the one map I think he was doing all right. The one map he was doing, you know, okay on would be Nuke. I think he was holding ramp well. I think he was doing a good job. He wasn't necessarily the top fragger by no means, but whenever they came ramp, he would shut them down. Everyone remembers Flamey, you know, with the shotgun on ramp. Everyone remembers the rifle round he had. I believe in the first group stage as well, he had a pistol round where he killed 4 players and basically ended a game on Nuke for NaVi. So on the map of Nuke, Flamey has actually been doing pretty well considering his role. So changing him with Bit, I'm not sure it's going to be a much better scenario here, right? I was just looking up the stats as well. Bit on Nuke, you know, as a personal player, the past 3 months, his rating is 1.22, but that is 3 maps.
All right.
So sample size is 3 maps, and it's against teams like Windstrike, and I don't even know who the 2 other teams are, to be honest. So at that point, you know, sure, he can play Nuke as an individual, but is he really going to elevate NaVi? I don't think so. I think it still has to be simple and electronic, and we can always have that discussion. If they play well, sure, they can beat Astralis and Nuke. If they don't, well, again, best of luck.
And there's one thing, right? I'll look at the NaVi junior lineup. You've got Army, who is the coach. He's looking after the team. He's trying to build them all up, right, and give them this experience. But it doesn't matter how good you are. It doesn't matter what you do. You cannot go from the level he was playing at to just jump into a tier 1 game. You can on the server, sure, but the gap is just too big.
I'd say there's always a gamble. It is always a gamble, and it doesn't matter how good a player is in certain league. When you put them against the best players in the world, you don't really know what you're going to get.
Yeah.
I feel like in Counter-Strike recently, we've been blessed with some of these players who just pop off. Nivera is a good example to throw in, right? He was a Heretics. Now he's against the top teams in the world, and he's performing. Not everyone is able to do that. Now, if Bit can do it, that's the best stage to do it ever. Right here, right now. Against the best in the world, huge tournament. Good luck. But if he doesn't, that doesn't mean he's not going to be able to make the cut. But maybe we should give him some time.
And do you think it, though, could also play to a point that we actually know that NaVi are already in the global finals, right? So, yes, I'm sure they want to win this. We know they're hungry. And we know Simple is never going to back down and be like, cool, we're just going to test them. But if they felt like a big change is needed and they want to put the eye on the prize on a big $1 million event, then now maybe is the time in an official environment to try.
This is the perfect environment to test him out, you know, to see what he's made of and see how he reacts. One thing is practicing with a guy like Bit. Of course, we don't know how that's been going.
No.
By all means, you know, we could see NaVi, you know, practices a lot of Nuke, and they've been winning all their Nuke games in practice. They feel confident coming into against Astralis. Cool. But how do you react when you go on the server in an official game when you have every single one of you out there watching him play? One thing is being able to perform in practice, and we've talked about that a lot here on the desk. Matthew and I, we've been there ourselves. You know, you can feel fresh fly and everything in our practice, but when you go on the server, you have the pressure from the fans, you have the pressure from your teammates, the pressure from your organizations. It's a different thing to compete at. You know, it's a different, you know, stage to perform at. So one thing is, how does he do in practice? Another one, how does he do in an official game?
Allow me to put some vanilla ice cream on that Nuke peak, because I know we've been thrown off, and I myself was very thrown off by that. But I think it's merely because they were playing against Astralis, and I think that's why we were shocked, you know.
Yeah.
But some of the recent results they've had: 16-5 win against Vitality, 16-3 win against G2. These are legit results, right? They are not letting their opponent any chance at all in the game. So maybe we should be careful because they're going up against Astralis. That changes our view. That changes our perspective.
We oversell it, maybe. Yeah.
Let's not make this something it's not. There's no doubt NaVi is a capable Nuke team. There's no doubt that NaVi could potentially be a top 5 Nuke team in the entire world. But when you have a veto process, my brain and everyone else's brain should be thinking at, you know, there should be no way NaVi's map pick against Astralis would be Nuke. That says a lot about the rest of your map pool. If your strongest belief in winning a map against Astralis is Nuke, then you're in big trouble to win a best of 3 series. I'm not saying that they can win Nuke. There's a chance, you know, with Simple and Electronic on the lineup. You're mentioning some great results as well. But if you're NaVi and your best pick is picking Nuke against Astralis in a best of 3 series, then the rest of your map pool can't be good enough to beat them in a best of 3. It simply shouldn't be like that.
Shouldn't be like that. We'll have to learn if it is going to be like that. One thing we also need to mention about this young man, he is only 17 years old. Yeah, exactly. I know nearly
my heart.
Nearly half our age.
He's nearly half our age. He's nearly
30.
I am 30-year-old. Yes, I am.
3-1, yeah.
I am not 3-1. 30. Hey, he's trying to cheat me with 1 more year. No, I am 30-year-old. You too, right? You're 30 as well.
30. Yeah.
He's the kid on the block, right? So you know,
he's lucky to be here. You know.
Yeah.
We allow him to be on our desk.
Man, we are so old. But it's nice to see. It's nice to see these players having a chance to play at the top, right? How long we needed to actually make it. I mean, you never made it.
Yeah,
but
thanks. Cheers. Yeah, nice one.
It's okay. I was forced to. But it's great to see young players having that type of opportunity. It just hurts my heart every time I hear it. Like, okay, he's 17-year-old. Cool. I'm 30. But I'm still happy to be here.
17 is a special age to make some magic happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great opportunity. I will say, you know, if you can come in now and impress us, I'm not even talking NaVi winning here, right? Because let's be honest, there's nothing that tells us NaVi already now should be able to take down Astralis. Astralis have just won a Tier 1 tournament. They won the DreamHack Masters, and they were looking solid. So if NaVi can come in here and just make the game competitive, maybe take a surprise map pick, that could be Nuke, that could be Inferno for that matter, push it to a third map, I think that in itself would be a statement from NaVi and the potential surrounding this roster. So even if you're a NaVi fan out there, you may get a little bit upset about me talking about picking Nuke as a bit of a problem. You know, let's be honest, it is a problem for the map pool. But if you could push Astralis to a third map, or if you can make this game competitive, that in itself should be enough to make fans, you know, people who are invested in NaVi and people who believe in the NaVi project, you know, satisfied. Because it's not easy to take a map of Astralis, and it's not easy to push them to a third.
No, it isn't. And you know what? I'm just thinking to myself right now, a new player like Bit, what he could bring to the table is also positive energy, being happy, being hyped about, you know, the fact that he's playing in NaVi. One of the most, I want to say, a recurrent critic that we have towards NaVi is that sometimes they free fall, right? They disappear in the best of three. We don't really know what's happening, but you can just see the way they play, the way they approach rounds. Things are falling apart, basically like a domino castle, right? But now with Bit, I'm hoping that he can bring that energy. He can bring the positivity, even when they're losing, just to make sure that people are not getting in their own heads, you know, trying to stay focused, stay activated. I think a new player for that is a good way to maintain the atmosphere, I want to say.
Now, we also have a point, though, what we've got to look at here is that Nuke, yes, is the map pick of NaVi, but we're starting on Inferno, which Astralis picked, which is the one they got bodied by Mousesports on.
Yes.
I don't think that's going to happen twice. This is Astralis. They certainly know how to play Inferno, but there was definitely a lot of uncomfort for them in that position.
Yeah, that was a weird game, let's be honest. That was a game where Mousesports played really, really well. I don't want to take anything away from Mousesports. That was very, very impressive, the way they were able to take down Astralis. But as you said, it's with Saivu. You can see Saivu play one bad map, but you never see him play two bad maps in a row. And I feel the same can be applied to Astralis right now.
Saivu effect.
Yeah, it's the Saivu effect, right? You can play one bad Inferno, but I don't think I ever, you know, have remembered or seen Astralis play two terrible Infernos in a row. So sure, NaVi may be thinking to himself, there's a chance that NaVi is not a bad Inferno team either, right? They play a lot of maps to a high level, but again, we're going up against Astralis, so they would have to step it up even further.
Also, what's crazy about Astralis' Inferno is that it was kind of eclipsed. It was in the shadow of their Nuke pick, but because people would always ban Nuke against Astralis, Inferno became one of their best map ever. Because you had to choose a lesser of two evil, right? And going up against Astralis, and you would have a team talk like, okay, guys, so what are we doing? Let's take a vote, right? Who wants to lose? Should we lose on Nuke or should we lose on Inferno? That was basically the team talk going against Astralis, and people would not want to play Nuke against them. So what they do, they played Inferno again and again and again and again, and they had a huge win rate on it for the longest time. So for me, I consider Inferno to still be their home.
Well, it's 3 weeks ago. NaVi and Astralis played in the Beijing tournament where NaVi won 16-9 on Inferno against Astralis, right? So they've done it before. They could possibly do it again. I think NaVi are going in with, you know, the confidence and the belief in the fact that, okay, we're coming in with Bit right now, so we have no expectations. We can play freely. And if there's a place where NaVi is strong and where they're dangerous, I think it's when you let, you know, you remove all the expectations when it comes to Simple and Electronic, and you just let them do their thing on the server. So that should be a scary prospect even for Astralis in a great shape.
It really is going to be a scary prospect, right? But one thing we got to look at as well when it comes to this is that Dust2 being the decider. If we get there, how you guys are painting the picture, we might not even get there. But if we do, that was the old gold pick of NaVi, even though I hated it from start to finish.
I mean, we are uncomfortable with teams picking Dust2s, and
for many
it's been a recurring theme on the desk for the longest time. But it is true that, and like I said, if we go to a third map, I could favor NaVi in that veto. I'm just surprised of the possibility that we could not make it to a third map. But if it goes to Dust2, it is not a map where I feel like Astralis are certified in the sense of they are one step ahead. They did have some, I want to say, remix in the way they approached the map. They were one of the first teams to start with 4 players towards A, for example, for the longest time, leaving their solo B anchor. So in that regard, they had some ideas, they had some innovations. But in general, Dust2 is not a map that I would give Astralis any day of the week. You know, their win rate is not crazy good. Sure, the individuals can still shine, but Dust2 is not a map that fits Astralis' reasons to win games in general.
Now, you say that, right, and I agree with you to some extent, because 2 months ago, Astralis had a period on Dust2 where they lost 6 games in a row, and you're thinking, okay, Astralis losing one map 6 times in a row, that can't be a good map. You have to consider, Mirage, is that a map you need to practice now, and do we want to leave Dust2 out of the pool, right? They didn't went on to win 4 games in a row in this month on Dust2, sorry. The past 30 days, they haven't lost on Dust2. They won 16-13 against G2, 16-4 against Gartsen, 16-5 against Mousesports, and 16-11 against ENCE. So sure, they had a period where they were struggling on Dust2, but they haven't lost the map in an entire month, and they have refound that confidence on Dust2. So isolated, when I look at all 3 maps, Nuke, Inferno, and Dust2, let's pretend it was the best of one. I would give the edge to Astralis on every single map, and that's why it would be so surprising and so impressive if NaVi were able to put this one to a third map and potentially even win the game. They would not only have to make one upset on one map, they would have to do it 3 or potentially 2 times.
I just have faith in my boys, Pimp. You know, I gotta ride that.
You would have
wave
picked
the whole
Gambit to win the
time.
entire tournament if they were here.
Gambit all the way, you know, why not?
You would pick Gambit over NaVi?
Oh, of course not.
Okay, sure. I was ready for the trap.
I mean, even more trouble now. There's 2 Ukrainians. There was only one before.
Exactly.
Just a Ukrainian organisation.
You don't know. You don't really have a chance, but you don't have a choice in that.
No,
one.
it's
You
just
gotta go
literally
for NaVi.
by law, you know, where I get back home, all that good
Can't
stuff.
make it back.
I can't make it back without it. But I want to look at this bracket, right, because we got a tasty bracket. Obviously, we know we got 8 of the best teams in the world, literally, here at the event. But look how things could work out. We're in a win-win situation, boys, no matter what happens. Because whoever wins out of NaVi and Astralis, we get Vitality versus them. And then the lower bracket, it doesn't matter who, like, they'd be playing Mousesports.
It's tasty anyway.
These games are just bangers, whatever we get. Like, so just say, I know Pimp's going to lose his mind, but NaVi win. Then we get Astralis Mousesports matchup again in the lower bracket for an elimination match. Backs up against the wall. And this was a Mousesports that didn't look too good against Vitality.
That would be a huge game, right? Mousesports, they did put up a fight against Astralis in DreamHack Masters. Remember, Astralis did have that crazy lower bracket run to win the whole tournament, so we know they can do it. But I agree with you, the top part of that bracket is stacked, massively stacked. And whoever ends up losing the semi-final on the other side of the bracket in the winner will drop down to a world of trouble. That is not going to be an easy game to play.
None of these games are going to be easy, but that is what we love the most. Some of the highest skilled Counter-Strike we can get here, but it is ready. It is time for us to start to get into the game. We're going back with Scrawny and Launders, and we're going into the Flames of Inferno for Astralis taking on NaVi.
Yes, that's right. We are about to jump into the action. We got everybody slotted in. Top tier Counter-Strike, that's what we've got here at the Blast Fall Finals, and I would think it's safe to say that compared to our last best of 3, the skill gap between Astralis and NaVi is smaller.
It feels like that now. Yeah, definitely. Like we both predicted Mouse to win.
Yes.
So we didn't think it was that great until what we saw. So we'll see, you know, what version of NaVi we get, because I don't have questions about Astralis. I don't have questions about their map pool. Like Pimp said, I would pick them on all 3 maps at this point. NaVi have brought in a new player, and as was also brought up, he doesn't have tier 1 experience, and I think as Pimp mentioned, he played Virtus Pro, didn't do well in that one game versus Virtus Pro, but I'm sure that they've had some scrim practice versus some top teams to at least get them to a point they feel confident. This is a huge risk for NaVi to bring them in during such a big event that's so stacked at the end of the year. So let's see what they have to offer.
There is no silencer on this USP, and I don't know why. But Simple uses it well enough to catch the headshot into Dupree. A 4 versus 4 is what we're left with. Bomb doubling back onto the short, and it's electronic inside of the pit. His USP does have a silencer, and he also has a kill. Can he double up? Seems not. Magis gonna shut that one down. Bomb plant comes through. There is a chance at this mid wraparound. That is Bit with a little bit of utility. His frag grenade will miss the mark. His smoke. Ooh.
He's amazing.
Ooh, welcome to the big leagues. Nice 3v3 versus Astralis, and he gets 2 of the kills. Boomich gonna find that last one. NaVi winning pistol.
He's the real deal, boys. He's the real deal. Yep, that's right. It's Bit. He's back. He's back. Well, he's here. He's here. I would love to know what their practices look like. You know, how much promise there was. I'm sure there's a world where he, you know, the practice doesn't go well. They just keep flaming in for the matches. So I'm sure they have some good confidence in him. Of course, just a pistol round here, almost pulls out the 3K, but has significant impact nonetheless. NaVi pull out the pistol round, and now we're cooking. We're not cooking with gas just yet.
Oh, we've got a nice little open fire.
Yeah. Yeah. We're still heating up.
Tac pause off of the pistol loss. Let's them crunch the numbers.
It's like an Astralis classic. Call a pause after the pistol. Talk things over. See what they can pull out on the eco round or on the force up. A lot of things can work. They'll have to read. I mean, I don't know what they're going to read into the setup. You know, like where we're going to see things. You know, do any positions change here on CT side? Or are things going to stay the same? When we go over to Nuke, that'll be interesting as well. I guess, you know, Bit's going to pick up ramp there. Right now, we got the Boomich and Trio stacking up. Nade onto one of the couple of riflers here on the rounds. And over top of the smoke, there is an opponent. But a Molotov will shoo Device back, and he'll hand over the AK because he's a little bit low on HP. Some late grenades, as NaVi are intent on fighting for the top of Banana.
Which we have learned is something you should do versus Astralis.
Versus anybody. Versus anybody, really. It's just something people are not doing enough. But NaVi, sometimes they do like to play a little bit tight. Play back. They just give up after a certain amount of time. I think this leaves the top of Banana very appealing to Astralis late into the round.
I think it's easy for NaVi to just rely on the absolute powerhouse.
They try to.
That they do have in this firepower roster. Of course, Electronic always good for a couple. Simple, good for a couple. Normally we look to Flamey as well for multi-kills, but he's not a part of this equation.
Yeah. Bit's last match on record, he had 42 kills and 1 OT.
Holy moly.
Of course, it wasn't versus, like, I don't even know who this is. Their name is Lil Mix. But versus a bunch of Swedish players. Quix is on there, actually.
Lil Mix. Must be a rapper.
Lil Pimp.
We got Glaive on the forefront. Electronic's gonna get burned out. And that's a nice little pick from Bit, but Simple. Nice trip quad!
Oh.
Quad kill on the hay bales. Guns them all down.
With the FAMAS. 1 mag.
Look at this.
Little flick, too. Oh!
Now, there were gums and there were some gums.
What on earth? your dentures fall out? There were some gums.
Oh my god.
Everything cool, man?
Yeah. Let me try that again. There
Sir
were
Strumming.
some guns on the play.
Yeah, a couple of AKs.
Obviously, not everything Astralis was hoping for it to peek into a FAMAS, but still, that's just nice. It's just great FAMAS gameplay. The FAMAS...
Why are you talking like that?
...is not that bad.
I sound like an American radio announcer. You're French.
I'm trying to make sure that my dentures don't fall out again.
Sure goes. Where will this eco take us? What an incredible hold, honestly, from Mr. Simple. Sample when he misses, simple when he hits. Also known as God.
I thought he played for North.
God? That took me a second.
Oh, that is thick.
Oh, baby.
3 Cs.
That's one way to get your ADR up, all the way up.
We'll see if they can get all the way out.
Oh, Bit's gonna feel so good after this.
Yeah, this is a feels good moment if he can rack him up with that MP9, but he goes down empty-handed. It's Simple with the multi-kill. And then Electronic over from the pit, finding himself one as well. Little peek back out, double kill, and Simple is going to find that third one. So sure enough, NaVi 3-0 start.
This would be a outstanding win, of course. We just to go over again quickly, Astralis on Inferno. They got a 16-3 loss last time they played against Mouse, but outside of that, we're 12-1 in their last 13 games on Inferno. So outstanding and a very reasonable map pick. It's of course a map that NaVi will have they play all the time. As what happens with vetoes, it's just not a map that often gets banned, but usually ends up being a decider, not so much an opening pick. But Astralis have just gotten so good on it, provably, that it makes sense. So we've got some late grenades again towards B. It's all a big feint, and you know what, Astralis, it's like once you get top banana control, you can go back and pick A, pick V, whatever. You know it's a 2-3 setup. That's the thing, or it's some kind of gamble read. That's the scary part. But last round, they kind of did go into the correct location. Boomich will get caught off, and Magisk will come through. There's the player spotted at quad, which is a problem for him, and he'll try to delay.
Magisk gonna slide around. Able to topple that one.
That was a little too easy.
B site completely clear for the taking. So we've got Astralis on the scoreboard because NaVi will concede this. That was very easy.
Yeah. So, of course, I mean, Magiska is maybe one of the best B entries. Like, he, just specifically at this one thing, this niche skill set, coming into the B site, he is so good at finding double entries. This round was, of course, no exception. But all that took was one flash over, just basically, you know, a god flash from long, and then he's just right here. catches Boomich on the corner. And I'm not sure. Boomich is moved forward to the point that he can't escape easily. And I wonder if that was because he was thinking about going for the re-aggression. That would make sense. So Astralis maybe would have caught up timing there. But there was no rotation soon enough to help with flashes. You know, Perfecto was really left on his own. Poor guy.
Easy rebuy, of course, so NaVi should not be too worried just yet.
Always scary to rebuy when you don't have the money for the nades, but they do. They're just going to take a little small concession with Bit on his FAMAS, but he saved that over from the last round, actually, so they're totally fine here. What will be the play now? As you mentioned, Simple on the AWP. Up in a rotator position. Astralis will immediately pounce on Halls and fly through mid, my god.
Yeah, Glaive making no waste of time. Flashbang from Zipex. This is going to challenge the A site. Glaive eats the grenade. Electronic just down beneath him. Fully flashed, falls back, has Simple. And sure enough, they are good for 1 kill apiece. Simple has to just now walk back a little bit, concede that bomb site for the plant. Astralis have got what they wanted. An opening into the A site and a player down. But now, it's an uncomfortable post plant. They are all back in pit. All 3 of them. Double Molotov to try and keep NaVi at bay. But will they come from Arch? That's one of the questions. Perfecto, he is still smoked out for the moment, laying down a grenade of his own. Heavy presence from NaVi inside of the apartments. 2 players coming in this direction, leaving Simple's opt to try and shave one off as he holds down the line through short. Magisk, nice double kill onto the balcony. And with that, these CTs turn back. Magisk winning the round by spraying down those 2 players who attempted to come off of the flashbang. It is Astralis' second.
Oh, that's really tough. Of course, that's why pick control is so good, whether you're CT or T side. And the hold was decent, man. They got the 2-for-1 trade. Even though they don't have everybody there to rotate, they're in a pretty good spot. But we see he uses the same smoke that he would use on CT side here to defend and shoot over top of it. He even gets the smoke assist, as you can see in the icons, versus Bit, who comes out of Halls. And as you mentioned, there's just not much hope from that point on. So really relying on those kills. That is a pretty rough situation. Couldn't really be better set up for that retake position. And, oh, should we be going to? Or should we take off?
No, I think we could stick around.
Okay.
It's just Perfecto quickly changing internet lines.
Oh, okay.
So, no real issue.
Well, you know what? At least he can.
Yep, exactly.
Kerrigan.
That is a professional. Professional gamers.
That's cool.
E-sportsman.
You are no longer e-gamers. What was this? What was the speech?
Your days of explaining are over.
Is that it?
I can't remember the last part. Of course,
That's the old Prime Minister of Denmark?
Yes.
President King?
Imitation, the finest form of flattery.
Mm.
It was very cool.
Very modern?
Very modern. Like monarchies.
What's that reference to? Nick Kroll?
Yeah. Everybody go watch the Spotted Ox Hostel. It's the coolest hostel in all of Europe.
Why?
They have bowls of heavy cream for breakfast, 1 or 2 sausages.
Sausages, huh?
The USP unsilenced from Simple. What do you make of that?
That was interesting.
I saw it off in the warm-up, like while we were getting ready.
Yep.
And I thought to myself, I hope he remembers to put it back on.
Yeah.
And I don't think he did.
I don't think you, like the stat. It's funny because the stats do change. And I think the one buff you get is that your jumping accuracy goes up a little bit. Or down, however it goes up.
A weird thing.
Changes positively.
Yeah.
Something strange like that. But of course, maybe you strike fear into the hearts of your opponents with a little bit extra noise.
You could.
And of course, you can play certain positions where the barrel's not sticking out. On the archway is not one of them. But, you know, who are we to judge Simple? And that noggin of his.
I judge not.
Yeah.
I just wanted to know why he did it so that I could justify doing it in my next game.
Maybe Forrest is his favorite player. Forrest, big proponent of the non-silenced USP.
There's the tilt factor.
What does USP stand for? Ooh, here's trivia.
What does USP stand for? Well, the -S definitely stands for silence.
Yeah.
I'd assume that the USP stands for Ultimate Super Pistol.
Okay, I didn't expect that. I don't think that's true. That's probably not true.
Ultimate Super Pistol silenced.
Very unlikely. I would mark. You know, I guess you can go look it up. Nope, no time. Well, they got one Ultimate Super Pistol this round on Bit. Electronics upgraded. Simple. He does a lap through the halls. Runs back into the site, yes?
Universal self-loading pistol.
Self-loading? I thought you needed somebody to load it.
Well.
Apparently not.
Nobody lies on the internet.
The animations are a lie, apparently. Okay, Arch has been kind of cracked open. Do you see the pace from Astralis is actually pretty fast here on Inferno? I think they're surprising NaVi in some of their setups. The fast mid control. This is a weakness identified. Fast bracket control. Instant stack from NaVi. Never change NaVi. Just go right into the stack. They like gambling.
Yeah, they brought Bit into the server versus Astralis.
True. We'll see. I mean, yeah.
So far, so good.
That one's hidden big, kind of, so far. Let's see what happens with it the rest of this game. They almost got 3 lemons on the slot machine here.
Smoke grenade over the top of the A site. Bomb over on Banana. Very indicative of a B split through CT spawn.
They have no information. They have no information, but they've got 3 on B.
Yep.
Take some damage here, and now they can maybe see the B split coming potentially.
Simple's moved on to the coffin with that op. We've got the USP player in Boomich trying to peek back around construction. He goes down first. Simple will find 1 kill. Perfecto another. Ooh. And even though Perfecto just got burnt to a crisp, it's Device to get the better angle onto Simple. And a bomb plant comes from it. Now, obviously not working with much. The remaining members of NaVi really relying on that 5-7, but Electronic, he's going to get his hands on an AK, catches Device in the open, and a wide peek shut down by Bit.
Yo, shout out to Bit. The 2 USB headshots on Zipix. You know he would have gotten away and made a meal of it, but instead, they come through with the 2v2. Device goes for the early shot, can't fall back. Nice punish from NaVi, and a great couple of kills from Simple. Although he got traded out, right? This is pretty sick. Look at this one. Ooh, like a lightning bolt. Love how that crosshair shakes after he's done. Device's trade, you think, okay, big advantage to the T's in the post plant, especially with the op. What was Bit working with that he only had the USP out at the end?
That's all he had.
Oh, that was just it? I see.
There was 2 pistols in the play.
The ultimate super pistol, for real.
I forgot that was a Bit. Magisk. Molly it off at the forefront of Banana. Boomich over behind the sandbags. Where's that flashbang? Magisk gonna just walk around it dry, dies. And perfect timing on that follow-up Molly. Leaves Boomich a little chance to recover here. See if he can retreat. Get out of my way. And he is safely back into the bomb site. So, NaVi, 5 versus 4 man advantage. Very similar setup to the last round from NaVi. Very different from Astralis at the minute mark as they have no presence towards A, but now we start to watch them scour back.
Oh, we're going all the way back through spawn. Okay, they come to try to clear things out. And a smoke comes down on lane. So I think they read into this as a similar setup from the last round and are trying to take advantage of the fact that maybe there's not going to be anyone on Arch, but the rotations are starting to come in. How will they approach the A site? 45 seconds, you know they're nearing a decision at this point.
Bit just commits. Tucks into the corner here. 35 seconds, finds timing. And it's a little labored, but he gets there. And he still has plenty of health. They don't have a solution to get him out of here, and that frag grenade was on point. Device gonna get that kill versus Bit, but Simple and Electronic from the site itself. Ooh, the op is on point.
Off-scope adjustment from Simple. He's playing great today. Absolutely fantastic. That is some good stuff on this hold. Nicely done from Bit. Boomich and the Sandbags. Name a more iconic duo. That's his favorite spot to be. As you mentioned, a labor trade, but he gets it in the end. And all the pieces are coming together nice enough for Simple to just get his 2 kills and for that to be impactful enough.
Yep. Couple kills, close the round.
Yeah.
Nothing incredibly flashy, but still just a nice, clean adjustment. And because he doesn't mind taking that risk. A chance taken by Astralis to run to the top of Banana, and they lose Dupree, poor guy. Still gonna send his teammates with their MAC-10s back over to that A site. Early presence is enough to keep NaVi with 3 players on B for now. This has been a tendency. Sometimes we get a CT pushed up on brackets, but for now it's just very much a stale hold on the site. They're working with the better weapons. And this heavy presence by balcony door, Electronic, again, good for the multi-kills. Should be able to shut them down. He gets blinded. Wild spray. Magis catching his head. Bit can't hit. You know what? And Astralis find an A site.
Well, the flash was one thing, just sets off that spray immediately just to try to get the kills. But the peak is a little bit delayed, and then they both just get caught with their pants down. Another awkward situation for NaVi coming in on the retake. 1 gun has been recovered, and I guess Zipex has picked up a MAC-10 for what it's worth, but there's, I guess, a chance that this retake is still possible, though the bomb is halfway ticked. And the CTs are now thinking about other options. 1 kill in Halls. Boomich wishes he got that one a little bit earlier. Everybody else will fall back, and Astralis will pick one up. Understaffed A site. Should have been fine because of the guns that they saw that they were fighting, but no contributions from the 2 players that were there.
Yeah, Magis right here.
What else can you say about? Oh, Jesus.
Look at that. Teleports him back up into the gunfight. Device then just double deagling. This is 2 sprays now we've seen from Bit get a little elongated.
Yeah.
First time towards short, picked up the kill because it was only a single opponent. This time he's standing in the open versus like 3. Doesn't decide to jiggle peek it. Just
no, you're right.
Goes for that frag. And,
hey, poor guy's probably a little nervous.
A little nervous. You're allowed to be nervous.
Yeah.
You're kind of playing Astralis.
Yeah, you're right though. He definitely he's working hard for those sprays. That sucks. But I mean, Electronic, he really just he let that thing rip like no one was around. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
He was in the elevator alone. Just let it rip.
And the doors opened and there's 4 people there.
And then he just blamed it on someone else.
Falls down into the pit dead. 5 rounds for NaVi. That's Astralis' 3rd. 13-2 at the moment is Simple. Top fragging for Astralis is Magisk, 7-5.
Simple's doing awesome right now.
That he is.
He's looking sharp.
As he does.
And it's the style of it, you know, the way he kills people with the flick that keeps like shaking after, you know?
Yeah, it's confident.
Like he's got a cane in the other hand. Okay. Boomich and Sandbags name a more iconic duo.
You in that line.
See if he can melt them like a cheese stick in the microwave here.
They're gonna walk 2 through. Flash goes big, Boomich goes down, and then he's killed. Does a little whack-a-mole popsy doodle. Perfecto commitment on the spray is good for the double kill. Magisk, however, then gonna trade that one out, but still Perfecto doing enough to keep this at the even 3v3. Bit wastes no time getting X to the coffins. Oh, but he runs. Oh, he even takes Zipex with him.
Not bad. Not
That's
bad
a crucial kill. Because, you know, Simple will take the chance here. It's Simple and Electronic.
Peanut butter and jelly.
And T's gelling in the back of the site. Magisk hiding behind the new box. He's being given room, Simple.
Oh, he's walked up so far.
Yeah. Ooh, turn around. What? He's going to recover. Dupree back over on Banana. Skims through the side of the smoke. He's got 2 kills in this round. Finally on the scoreboard. And the flash goes high to blind Simple. Shots through. Dupree doing a very good job of just diving back into the cover, playing with Simple. Makes him look like a fool. And Astralis will take that 4th round.
Well, that's very well done from Dupree. Holds his nerve, plays it perfectly with his utility, his peaks, everything. Funny that Simple missed this shot, but oh my goodness. Boomich steps on a landmine, goes straight up into the air like it's a Looney Tunes cartoon.
This shot.
Oh!
Can we slow that down?
That's pretty funny. No, that guy was on Slim Fast. No
Yeah,
way he was
right?
going to get hit.
Sucked it in.
He's thinking skinny. Okay, what? Give him that a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
He blow his clothes off at least.
At least he recovered. Blow his clothes off. Naked and afraid. Nice shot. Glaive's going to get tagged as he tries to jump across from T-ramp. We do have limitations here for NaVi. The economy no longer supporting all their needs. Oh. And poor Boomich, who's already only working with the SMG, eats a frag grenade to start.
Dude, name a more iconic duo, Boomich and the Sandbags. Can't find this guy anywhere else.
Eventually, they'll assume he can't do it X amount of times in a row.
No, they played NaVi too many times. They know.
Very quiet round coming out of Astralis. Still tons of utility for them. To say the same about NaVi would be a lie. Bit's got the incendiary double flash, a smoke for Perfecto, who is just hiding behind the woodwork. Boomich gonna eat that flash, and Perfecto good for the double. But it's Magisk in with the team kill, and then the trade frag onto Boomich. So man advantage for Astralis, made possible by Magisk, who wastes no time wrapping back into construction. I like this. Really looks to play proactive.
Yeah.
Does not want NaVi knocking on the edge of this bomb site. And maybe Bit makes a mistake. He doesn't fully clear it. He had just looked away, and the fire at the feet of Simple, not going to be an issue. Zipix chucks his Molotov deep, then Simple throws one back the other direction, and Zipix is already evacuated closer towards the coffins. They challenge through smoke. Simple now low. Time beyond the corner point, but still the CTs succeed in finding that final kill and finding their 6th round.
Oh, he desperately wanted that one frag before he went to fall back. It would have been too late if they just tapped the bomb and had someone swing off of it. He still could have potentially won because Simple was so low. But here's that setup and the unfortunate trade situation. But Magisk, he almost has to do that damage to even get the first kill. So potentially he picks the lesser of two evils and finds that frag. Very nicely done from Simple to just call Magisk out. And he stays alive, comes through at the end, uses himself as bait. Nicely played in the retake. They had to get very creative to pull that one out, but they pulled it out nonetheless. I think the game, it's not perfect CS here from NaVi or from Astralis starting today out, but it's pretty entertaining. I'm liking what we're seeing for sure.
Yeah, I'm all aboard. And I'm certainly not bored.
Not at all.
Simple is 16-2. He's having a good day.
Holy hell. We're only 10 rounds in. Starting number 11.
A walk back from the apartments. No contest over on Banana. No Boomich on the sandbags. That can't be
Boomich on
right.
the sandbags. We have to start this round over again.
He's actually boosted up on the half wall instead, so constantly climbing something.
Wow, that's a nice timing on that one. Right when that smoke comes down. Very well done with the damage. Device going to be a tad salty about that. This execute will come in. Boomich is flashed up on the boost, but he's not cleared.
Still hasn't turned
at all.
Glaive never turned around. He wanted that player in the backside, and Boomich, he'll have a field day with that decision. Now Perfecto from Nubox. Easy does it. He sits in position, Simple anticipates a cross, and eventually we're going to see Astralis attempt this, but it's an easy close for NaVi.
That was like putting a Tide Pod in the dishwasher, okay?
Yeah.
It works, but it's not supposed to.
Right.
Boomich up there, full blind, no reaction.
Watch Glaive in the fountain.
He's just running through. I mean, the fact that, first of all, Glaive gets all the way to quad, Boomich doesn't even tell his teammate he's coming, nor shoots him, and Glaive doesn't turn around. I think that sums this game up quite nicely.
Gentleman's agreement. That's a real not my problem type situation. Not my job, says Boomich. I hold cross. Deagle shots. landing into Boomic, but he answers with a headshot. Down goes Magisk in this pistols-only round from Astralis. No armor, no utility. And one of their 2 Desert Eagles already hit the dirt.
Did I say Tide Pod in the microwave or dishwasher?
You said dishwasher.
Okay, good.
Yep. Because if it was in the microwave, it really
that's the
wouldn't
great thing
work.
about Tide Pods.
Yeah. Doesn't matter how you cook them, they still taste great.
Very versatile, like simple. Wherever you need him to be this game.
Nice angle from Boomic. Passive back by Coffins. Lines up the headshot into Glaive. Really making easy work of Astralis on this very limited buy. Let's check the scoreboard. How's that going?
Let's get an update on the scoreboard.
Simple. 17-2 with
Anybody you want to
Boomic
shine
10
a
and 5.
spotlight on?
In a negative or positive light?
The blue light, the spotlight, whatever you want. The X-ray.
We've got Glaive and Dupree at 2 kills each.
Oh my god.
Magisk at 10 for Astralis on the other side of the scoreboard. Dupree's got a Deeg, and it's not going to make any difference whatsoever. NaVi, excellent CT side coming out now, doubling the round count of Astralis, who are still struggling to piece together a buy. Even this one would have limitations if they invest.
It's been a very slow start today for Astralis. Very strange, you know, like coming so hot off the last tournament, didn't expect this whatsoever. Maybe some questions starting to arise about their confidence and comfortability on Inferno. But of course, since they picked it, you'd think that wouldn't be the case. They know they're going up against a team who's competent on the map, who they could pick other things versus, but going into Nuke next, it means both teams will be very comfortable once again. But this doesn't seem like a map-specific issue. I wonder what's going to happen in the second half. Because at the moment, Simple is just farming. The Scarecrows are out.
Check them stats.
The Straw Hat is on.
On the cusp of 100 ADR, Simple.
He's hailing Bay. Baling hay.
Baling hay. It for a second sounded like you knew what you were talking about.
He's waving down Bay.
Man's never harvested a crop in his life.
Some great bit of damage here towards Bit at the top of Banana.
Oh, blocked it. Boomic making a better wall than a window.
Glaive will go ahead and... I mean, Boomic is here to fight, but he gets flashed off.
Boomic loves a good banana fight, huh?
It's good, man. I think it's necessary. It's something you don't always win, but I think it's very important to, some of the time at least, try to challenge. But yeah, he does. Yeah, he stands out. He stands out there, way out there. But now he'll fall back. There's a heavier lean from NaVi towards A. And Perfecto's close enough in the speedway. He's not fully committed to the site. And Astralis will now just make a decision here. There's 2 up in the hallways. There's no one in pit, which for me, I would be, you know, pretty happy to see that if I was a T coming into the site. And we know what Astralis can do with pit control from the T side. But that doesn't mean the setup is totally flawed. It just depends when this Moto smoke comes down, because of course Simple's on the other side of it.
Simple.
Whoa.
Tracing Magisk down into the pit. Zipix dropped to 37 health. Electronic finds nothing inside of it. And poor Simple's taken down to 22. Astralis strong arming their way out from apartments into the pit with just 10 seconds to spare on this one. Nice and meticulous round coming out of the Danes. And it's convinced NaVi to save. So in the end, it looks a bit boring, but they got the job done. It all hinged on that pit play. And Electronic inside of the bomb site was unable to deliver. Simple only getting the 1. Poor Bit bullied back in pit.
Yeah. I'm sure they didn't know that halls or that pit was completely vacant, but it's a nice place to go if you're coming out of halls, and it's really good versus a setup like that, of course. You'd think if Simple could get a kill that was that difficult, his teammates could have helped out with 1 or 2 of their own, but that's what it came down to. Not being able to stop the exec, having 3 players on A side, excuse me. So Astralis will take that one. We're nearing the end of the half here. 2 more rounds to go. Astralis starting to get back into things. I don't think that this will precipitate a win in either direction. We'll see about the second half.
Agreed.
These teams just have too much history at this point to really talk about, how sided a map is, or honestly, maybe even head-to-head might not come into play quite as much. We have to see how BIT will fit into the T side of NaVi. That'll be fun to watch. So far, it's been a little bit hit or miss here in the first half, but not bad at all.
That is a barbecue and a half. Oh my goodness, a bombardment of utility. Boomich, he is still back here, of course, with Perfecto's flash. Good for the first one. And then, Glaive trades. No additional challenge coming out of NaVi, despite having 2 more CTs on this B site. Simple sits back on cross. And Astralis, they walk away.
Either site ripe for the picking. No top banana, no mid control here. T's 4-4. They're going to be happy about this. Low on HP on Glaive. So Electronic might have a mow down on his hands. He's deep in Moto, which is a nice deep angle to work with. Not able to fall back, but it's very nice for the 1 kill. So we'll see what this means for BIT now. All eyes on him.
Oh, again.
Oof.
Yeah,
a little bit troublesome with the spray again. Yeah, you're right. We'll call it nerves. We'll see what happens there on the next half. But Simple and Perfecto in a very unlikely situation here.
We've got a little bit of money still behind them, so they could... Nah, not with that smoke now. Yeah, that smoke really puts them in a pickle. Bomb at the halfway point. They go ahead and call it off. So another gentleman's agreement to just let that round slip onto the scoreboard for Astralis. They are having themselves a nice little recovery here. 2 rounds in a row with a potential 3rd. They have not been able to win 3 T rounds in a row yet this half.
Yeah.
2 at a time. 2 at a time.
Yeah. The A-site holds have been quite weak so far this game from NaVi. Everything else is actually going pretty well, and Simple's being the superstar that they need. So despite NaVi's flaws, I think at some point in this game, between Boomich going at least 1 for 1 from that sandbags area most of the time, and Simple getting his 2 or 3 kills, they still managed to put together a very, very decent half. So now that we come into the last round of half number 1, Device will pick up an AWP. He'll go toe-to-toe with Simple, maybe. Look at that skeleton knife, Connor.
Oh, it's so blue. It's got me feeling a certain way. And Simple, well, starts to shy off of middle. Boomich able to, again, take that fight at Banana. He is the consistent first man in. He's just ready to rock and roll. He's 12-6, the second player behind Simple. Trying to play catch up, but it's tough when you're chasing Simple's stats. Electronic committed to the porch. Definitely just heard Dupree take that step inside of Boiler, but Dupree is alone on this A site. It's really the B bomb site that's in question. A good amount of noise being made by Astralis really all over the map, so NaVi can't quite suss anything out, not without taking a risk, and there's nowhere to do so. Dupree back in apartments, watches mid push, nothing. Astralis grouping up outside of B. We got Boomich boosted on the wall again. Last time this worked wonderfully for him. Nobody even checked his position. However, Perfecto was over on New Box. This time he's still kind of floating around inside of construction, very much leaving Boomich to go big or go down. 30 seconds. Single smoke, single flash. That's what Astralis have to commit with. Glaive could just attempt to slide out, but they will throw that smoke with it. Boomich tries to tuck his head, and he gets hard checked. Astralis find that open B site for a plant, but we've got NaVi nearby, and of course with nothing to lose. This is the final round of the first 15. Astralis in the post plant. No utility, as said. And the counter-terrorists still with flashbangs, which means they're going to take these gunfights on their own accord. It'll be their decision. And Perfecto, he's first at bat, goes down, traded by BIT, and it's Zipix and Dupree back onto the kill feed. Electronic needing the 1 versus 3, and he's got himself just the first one. Astralis stabilizing at the end of this T side with 3 rounds in a row. Will they take second pistol? 15 rounds deep on Inferno, and we are split down the middle. NaVi, they still have that one-round edge taking to the T side of Inferno, but Astralis, a quick little recovery towards the end of that half, Launders.
Yeah, I think that was a... It wasn't an incredibly... It was not an incredible... Like half from NaVi, but it was really Astralis were like beating themselves a little bit, some awkward moments. But I'm not surprised they crawled back into it. Now let's see what the CT side can offer. I think NaVi actually power up a bit here on T side.
Device. Ooh, very nice. USP headshots looking real good.
Yeah, there's a bunch
weird little Bermuda triangle going on there. Look at this. They turn their backs to bit. He only gets the first shot. Oh, electronic instant execution. But that bomb, it's still stuck back in T-spawn.
He's still, look at Device, he's actually still peeking. He's walking up mid. Electronic, who wins?
Electronic's got the patience.
What a strange round. This is a round beyond strategy here. Look at where everybody's died on this colorful mini-map, looking like Christmas lights.
Yeah, we are
strung
down
all around.
We are in the dungeons of Counter-Strike.
Now he's actually running towards B to see if it's a B hit. It's actually a Halls hit here with the bomb. And Boomich really taking his time. Glaive's going to start to come back. I mean, no player knows where the other one is. There's just not enough information here.
Literally every position could be occupied in both Boomich and Glaive's mind.
It's one of the spots where you could plant and then Glaive would like listen to see if you're even there or not. Oh my god, he's actually coming all the way back.
Starting to figure out the situation though. Boomich I like this. Block off the possibility of a short peek, but it's through the smoke. Glaive, he's gonna walk right through and boom it.
Did he see him? Yeah, he did.
There we go. There's that contact. Glaive, he's gonna stick the side of this. Oh, and once he sees him, he deals with it. Boomich, headshot to close. NaVi's taking second pistol.
Well done there on the shot. I don't know where the kit was, if there was one in this round, but Glaive didn't have it. A nice couple of kills from Device. See the confidence from them, just kind of like roaming around, not clearing things out. One of the weirdest pistol rounds I've ever seen in my whole life.
See how many players died with their like heads turned?
Nobody knew where anyone was.
Everybody just caught off guard by peeks.
It's okay, Dupree. That round was beyond strategy.
Yep, doesn't count
entirely.
Forget about it. Move along. Quad Desert Eagles, single 5-7. Nice collection of smoke grenades, but one of them is already eliminated without having ever been thrown. Free utility on Arch side. Free space for Simple, who is now 19-4, may I add. Just dived back away from what was the library peak. A couple of smoke grenades really icing out the CTs. Zipex creates space artificially and tucks into the Moto.
What are the CTs getting ready to do from these spots? Let's see. The smoke to help them escape. They'll start to come in. And the press up on the A side is here. So much noise has been made here by the T's, and Dupree gets a very interesting kill, yeah.
Another back turned.
Yeah.
Zipex can't quite ice out Boomich. She's still sitting at about 40 HP, bomb to the back of the site.
Surely they're still fine, right?
Yeah, you'd think. They are very much surrounded, but Electronic already starting to alleviate a bit of the headache. And look at this, Astralis, they're going to walk away. They've gathered a Galil, and they still have a couple sets of armored pistols. So they concede the 10th round to NaVi. There was definitely a chance there for Astralis.
They're going to peel back easier than an orange in the shower.
Facts.
Facts.
Yeah, actually, the trick to peeling oranges is to roll them in your hands. You squeeze them, you roll them around.
It separates the skin from the orange.
Yep. Then you peel that bad boy.
What would you call the center part, if not just orange?
The flesh.
Yikes.
It's the flesh of the orange.
The skin and the flesh. I no longer am hungry for oranges after this conversation.
No, never mind. I think that's the right word, though.
There's someone who knows out there what you would call that.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it would just be the meat. 3 rounds here to catch up for Astralis. They'll keep a Galil to move that forward. That's something.
Device with the universal self-loading pistol and a Zeus.
You're not going to start calling it, oh, Jesus.
No, I won't.
That's a very nice shot here by Zipex. From the top of Banana, they use the totem pole stack.
It is called that, by the way, because you do not have to load each bullet individually between shots.
Oh.
Like you would a revolver by pulling back the hammer. Thank you for the message, Leonard.
There we go. Okay. What's weaker here? And on this episode of What's Weaker when it comes to Inferno on the T side? Well, both sides are kind of evenly stacked. Well, there's a third CT coming over towards B. And Boomich, he's selling the fake 100%, but he's also got to go get the bomb. He's on bomb duty. So it's enough, right? That's all. That's enough.
We get Glaive moving back into Arch side. Remember, that's an armored 5-7, so definitely one of the players that could take a head off. Electronic just moving in the open here, really flowing on Arch side. Enough so that the 5-7 can't get the best of him. The Zeus is ready. Oh, Bit, welcome to the big leagues. Device.
Imagine getting Zeus in your first official.
Electrocutes him.
It was a nice flick, though.
Shocking scenes inside of the apartment. And now Device, he's going to serve as a real nuisance because obviously NaVi, they know he's up here and they're all on high alert, but it's going to prime the other counter-terrorists to come in for the retake. Can they get this going as Device lays down lead? He has Boomich locked in this position and the frag grenade is on the money, but then Boomich peeks back out and Device is able to find one, but he's the only player other than Zipex on the original kill that gets himself anything whatsoever. NaVi, they survive yet again. It's tested, don't get me wrong. But they move away with 2 AKs and an 11th round on the board.
Simple has crossed the 20 kill mark.
Oh, he won't escape.
Things start to heat up, and Device, yeah, he won't be able to carry the AK forward. A nice find here for Electronic.
Nice boost. Barely saw him.
Yeah, that's a nice shot. That was pretty good. Now slow down yours. Yeah, that's not bad.
Sounded like a party horn.
The human jukebox. Okay. Device AWP, where does he go? Here's the question.
Oh, wow, wasting no time.
Yeah, they've got the cross mollies here. One for the op on the corner, one for sandbags. They're clearing it out. in its totality. They see it doesn't get smoked. Perfecto gets that info, and they punish the re-aggression. That's some very nice utility usage here from NaVi.
Boomich likes this gap. Makes it far easier to work around. He's making sure nobody's on his position. Zipix boosted, Glaive low, quarter HP, crosses back with that utility. Could be crucial, because Zipix only has the flashbang, so Glaive definitely needs to keep that incendiary and smoke safe in his back pocket. Execute starts to trickle in. Boomich going to be the front runner. Glaive, perfect. Right through that smoke. Now Zipix, it's his turn at bat, but he falls back, and Glaive's going to find another one. He's not alone any longer. Dupree has moved over. It's Simple and Bit in the 2 versus 4. Spam through smoke, so close, but not on the mark. And now we've got NaVi in the post plant. Oh, that frag grenade almost enough to take Bit down. He's got 14 health now. You'd think he'd use himself to set up Simple, who is hanging on to a Molotov. Flash goes over top. Bit can't see anything, but once he regains vision, he's good for the single kill. It's Simple in the backside, looking for his 23rd kill, and it's an instant headshot with Dupree up close. He almost gets them all. But Magisk, he's going to jump on bomb.
This is close, man.
And time is of the essence. Comes down incredibly close, but he's got it.
Yeah, wow, he'll lock it up. That's a very nice attempt from Simple. You love to see that. He was set up well. He got the 2 kills. You think there was a chance there for the 3rd, but the instant trade was beautiful. Glaive does a lot for having such low HP. He got punished very early on with the 2 HEs that came his way, and then ended up getting another kill as well. So overall, I mean, it's just a nice crossfire. Zipix up where you'd normally find him there on the second oranges from within the site, and it was an uncomfortable spot for Astralis. They're playing without much information. They got punished on their re-aggression. NaVi were set up in prime to take that site. So I think I would call that a very good recovery for sure. Once again, they're sending Perfecto up as a mercenary to just get that info. Is anybody playing up here right now? That's the question they want answered.
Really far back and relaxed Astralis on the A site. You got Device floating around Arch, but no eyes near mid. Apartment's completely given over.
Yeah, not exactly like them normally, but we'll look for these in-between timings to try to get information. But low on information, so it'll be hard to make that read. Could be a slave of the rotations if we're not careful. Arch is opened up. This is a good situation for NaVi. Electronic, he's got clear lines here into the spawn.
Perfecto's not going to respect this utility. Oh, there's a player right in front.
Oh my god.
Perfecto kills the man and then takes his MP9 and rides it into Zipex's head. Bit's going to get that bomb plant yet again. And Simple, a deep position over towards Tree, which is actually going to be crucial because Astralis, it's an all-in retake from Banana. Now, they could use that last smoke to block off CT spawn, and suddenly we're going to have 2 Ts scrambling back through construction or having to find timing to challenge through this blind. And Simple, well, that's exactly what he's going to do. Device gives cover. Glaive kills close. Perfecto with 2 CTs can't handle the heat. And Astralis find their 9.
Ooh, and they'll just have barely enough time to defuse off of this. This is a very close call. I'm surprised that they're even able to win it. It seemed like NaVi were in a prime position to win that. A good attempt, but Astralis, they'll pull off the retake. This is something of a swing round, isn't it? Do we have much money here for NaVi? They've got, it's got an awkward amount of money. They can't afford the op. We don't know if they want one, and they've only got enough for 3 rifles outside of that, so we'll see what happens, but good composure in the retake. It was such a strange situation with the Dupree jumping in front of Perfecto. I also didn't realize that that was an opponent until you mentioned it.
Oh, yeah, what counter?
I was kind of like, wow, why isn't that guy doing anything?
Why is this guy looking the wrong direction?
Like shooting back down Banana. What's he doing?
I love how Perfecto is just like not dealing with, it's like his pants are on fire. He's like, well, I've got a job to do first.
Right.
And then realizes that if he just crouches, it's an easy pickup. A very weird thing to happen, but hey.
That was a round though that Astralis did play with very low information, and then it got used against them. With the arch wrap from Electronic though. So Okay, utility damage. High here for Boomich, B player. Electronic way up there as well. But a bit more powerful, a better situation, I'd say, for Astralis now. We've got the full kits. The only concession is this UMP on Glaive. Apart from that, they're at pretty much full strength, so they're going a bit more aggressive early on into Banana. The Op is not playing on the B site, but so we'll see maybe a different take on how to protect their information here.
I love this skin. Look at that face.
The face?
Yeah, at the end of the Tech 9.
Oh,
Just looking at
yeah.
you.
It's like a Doom.
Oh, you can't see it on the
It's like a
HUD, really.
Doom face.
Sorry, I'm in game.
Oh, I'm locked in too. That was the loudest chicken I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah, a couple clucks in mid. Little jump back spotting going on from Zipex, just making sure that he doesn't die. Flashbang's enough to scare him back. Glaive's going to rotate over. Again, Glaive basically like the utility belt for the B bomb site, seeing as he plays with this ump so regularly. You were talking about Ziwu doing this with the MP9, and we saw it pretty consistently.
Yeah, yeah. I think definitely just favoring utility number one. And then if the gun's good enough here on Inferno, yeah, sometimes it's really not about the gun that you have. It's like the amount of times that you can buy on CD side, which makes a huge difference. So sometimes one SMG is not too bad here. Well, they're set up in the 2-3, so NaVi, you know, they got what they wanted here. This could be a decent situation.
They throw a player inside of the site. Magisk, he's going to pop up from Graveyard. Device shutting it down with the AWP, but there's players up close. Magisk lending a helping hand to take that second kill. Device just Cyclops all around the bomb site. Electronics out of time. He needs to die. Oh, was that after? Oh, it was.
I think it was, yeah.
Yep, $800 left on Electronic.
Wow, they really took too long. Holy crap. And they didn't do a very convincing job of finding those entry kills. Puttering to a halt.
That was the face of a man with $800 in his bank account.
That's yeah, right. That's tough. That's not very fun. Not a fun situation. Then you've got to ask someone for a drop, and you'll take anything at this point. Hoping to wait for time out there.
Really using that smoke inside of the stairs to his advantage on the last kills.
Well, it was a decent setup. Of course, if NaVi had tried to jump in a pit, that was one thing. But you know, Magisk is the first guy to try to kill in that situation. Either way, everybody in solidarity will save alongside Electronic. Oof, could this be the Astralis comeback into this game? That's the question.
I mean, I don't doubt their CT side, and as long as they can continue to shut down Simple and Electronic, you know, Boomich, he has not been able to perform much since they took him off of the sandbags on Banana. He's still at 13 kills. I feel like that's been like maybe one in this second half. So, Simple still very much a showstopper in and of himself, but Economy playing against them, Astralis getting away with those two defuses, one by way of 1vx, the other one 2 survivors.
Yeah, the entering on that round did not look very convincing either, so signs are not exactly positive at the moment.
Laying down the law. Magisk, final kill is his, and we are all tied up, folks. 11 rounds each. 4 in a row for Astralis. They're about to be on fire if they can keep this up.
Yeah, this is the only goal here is to not try not to tilt, right? To get to a position where you realize there's enough chances to buy. You're on even footing, even though you had a pretty big lead. You've got a buy going in. Let's keep it level-headed. There's still, I think you just had a small misstep on that one round trying to entry into the site. But some of the rotations they're getting out of Astralis are quite good. So I think some of this early round stuff that's happening for NaVi is a pretty decent situation. It's not everybody that can get Astralis off of B and top mid at the same time. They've got a very heavy stack towards brackets, which is kind of interesting. We've seen NaVi go for top brackets a lot of the time. 4A, 1B in this spot. But I think it makes sense based on what we've seen from NaVi. A lot of top bracket control.
Civic's gonna be nice and close and personal.
Got one playing anti-flash at all times, of course.
There's the flash for him. Zipex able to get back in control. He has an assist thanks to Dupree. And, well, there it is, a double up. Bit walks right into the AK of Dupree, who, I thought was going to just lay lead through smoke, but decides not to. So for the time being, NaVi's still 2 versus 4. Simple barely alive, however, with that bomb. And Dupree happy to stand in the open as long as that smoke's still there. Almost catches Simple, but falls back regardless.
This is a game plan victory here for Astralis. They catch him out on this default. They'll have to take this one on the chin. Unfortunately, does leave their economy in a pretty precarious position. They won't have much money next round. The loss bonus is starting to come up a bit, right, Connor?
Maxed.
We're all maxed out. Okay, so that's something. We'll see if that means a buy. They do have between, they do got a few $100s each on some of their players. So if they save these guns, almost certainly see a buy in here for the next round. They can forego a loss bonus here. It's worth it with the AK and some utility left over. Not a terrible situation here for NaVi, but yeah, they'll have to take this one on the chin big time.
What do you make of this late walkout from Bit? Watch.
Oh, it just comes out for the trade? Yeah. I don't know, doesn't know that they're up there. Were they just shooting at an apparition on Arch side?
Yeah, I don't know. They had been fooled.
Bit discombobulated. Maybe the communication had been misconstrued. Astralis, they're on fire.
And
full strength.
by 1.
Full strength, yeah. And when they didn't have much to work with, they weren't fighting as aggressively. But now you can see they're starting to really turn it on and doing some damage here on Banana. However, Perfecto will answer back. That's very important. But in a duel down to the bottom of mid, and Device instantly evens up. But still, after everything is said and done, we don't have much here for NaVi to show for their struggles. Boomich is low, Perfecto is low. Astralis still have top Banana control.
Couple lasers honed in on that half wall as well. I like this double position.
Yeah.
Zipik's just going to go ahead and hide, make himself as small as possible, jump over the wall. Ooh, it's all Dupree. 4 kills as they attempt their peaks, and he shuts it down.
Wow, quiet death there for NaVi at the top of Banana, trying to turn the corner on the half wall. It goes from 0 to 100 real quick as Dupree lights it up with the spray. There's a very important pick. And yeah, because all these players are so low, they capitalize off the damage they've done earlier. We see not even assists coming in because it was some of Dupree's own HEs. That's a powerful round to win. That puts Astralis in a very strong position here in this game. Things really looked shaky for Astralis at the start.
Device feeling powerful after taking Simple's head off last round down mid. Far more aggressive stance coming out of Astralis with their utility this time. Perfecto kind of gets scared back down to the base of it. And then just as quickly as they had hit Banana, they immediately retreat. They've left Magisk at the top side and moved everybody else over towards A. They are perfectly calling out this apartments hit. So many players in position. Device watching short. Dupree up on those graveyard stairs. Staring into the wall. Ooh. Curious spot for Device to get into.
Well, yeah. He's got so much support here is the issue for NaVi. Now, sometimes late on, they just come back with one player, just shoot this guy off the half wall. Magisk is doing his walking Zipix impression, and now he'll start to fall off. Oh, different, though. He'll actually go over towards Sandbag and call a rotation.
Oh, Device?
Yeah.
Player just slipped by.
He's getting curious. It depends how Electronic's holding this. Oh, he'll get caught off guard completely.
Yep, Electronic slips into the timing. Dupree, they don't know about him. Zipix tries to dive into the bomb site. Dupree gonna go ahead and reveal his position. Has 2 sets of eyes now trained on him. 20 seconds left over. We've got Zipix in sight, dead for free. And then follow-up damage coming out for NaVi.
He peeks a bit early there. Electronic wins the round, basically. Opening kill on the Omper, and that's the site. So, well, they find it. Coming up lane. Electronic's kind of aggressive lurk here in the mid-round. Off the hay bales to take Device out.
Device was looking through that gap between the wall and the hay bales.
He was holding it forever.
Yeah, and then he just walks out.
I wonder,
Electronic slips through.
Does he see Electronic in front of the hay bales there if he's holding? I think Electronic does come into his vision a bit, but yeah.
A game of millimeters and milliseconds.
Definitely.
2 survivors for Astralis. 4 up for NaVi. Round now brings them within 1.
All right.
CTs are perfectly set to buy. I didn't realize how much money these guys had left over. Like $11,000 before they purchase.
They've had to clean.
Yeah, 5 alive, 4 alive, 4 alive in the last 3 rounds.
It's been so easy. That's the real scary part. I feel like this isn't going to shake Astralis very much at all.
All right, let's see if it's an anomaly or whether NaVi can keep these rounds rolling.
I think Bit may be a bit nervous, not doing too hot.
Yeah, 9 and 21. Utility damage is very strong on both teams as well. You love to see it.
Pretty insane that your first official is versus Astralis, like your hottest rival ever of their entire org's history. Like,
poor guy. He looks at his boss like, are you serious? Flash comes out. Magisk. Nice. First kill. Device able to lock it in with the op. And then it's on Electronic and Simple, still stuck within inside of the apartments. Third player's Perfecto back by mid. That could not have gone any worse for NaVi. They tried. They tried to smash their way out, but they were met with total resistance.
Yeah, and they're not even in a position to follow up at all. Those 2 players die. No one's there to get the immediate refrag if possible. You know, the heroic 2-piece is try to take advantage of the fact that at least someone's crosshairs displaced. No, they're just a bit too separated. And this just leaves Astralis in such a powerful spot. Oof. Very undignified save if that's what it's going to come to. But with 3 people still alive, you'd think maybe there's a hope. B site is definitely the way.
Yep.
They'll walk
they can
up.
get in.
25 seconds.
1 molly, 1 flash. It's Electronic and Simple on the forefront. Perfecto coming to join them eventually.
Are they going for it? No.
Just underhand the flash to logs and concedes.
You can see the indecision there a little bit. They thought about it. There was definitely a hope, but they've
got a lot to lose, and they have just enough money to rebuy if all 3 players stand. So this is a very important save. Even though it gives Astralis that 14th, even though Simple and Electronic, those 2 clear hard carries are still up and fighting, they've got to let this one slip through the fingertips. Astralis right back to their winning ways. A 1-round anomaly as the apartment's push is denied.
Yeah, and there's no one else to come out here off of that push. They don't get the kills on halls, and no one's blind. Was Device even blind up there?
I don't think so.
Maybe he was. I'm not sure.
Well, Device was back on library.
Oh, okay. Whoever was up on the halls.
Magisk just chilling. We're going to run it back one more time. This is Device's shot. So the question is, was he blind?
He just comes out after.
Yeah.
No, Magisk just turns from the flash. Teammate, okay.
Insight.
Someone's blind behind default. Thank you, production. The flashes were definitely okay. That's just going to happen sometimes. You can't put full trust in the flashes.
Although I believe the smoke that pops up in Device.
I'm just kind of surprised that nobody, they don't commit out through lane with the split. They don't have anyone jump out hay bales. They just try to run it down halls or run it down balcony.
And they didn't wait for the smoke that would have canceled Device.
Yeah, sometimes they
play around with timing.
Sometimes you don't want to you don't wait for everything to fall in place, so that's okay. You saw Astralis did the exact same thing actually.
Sure.
But yeah, no, it's definitely a consideration if they knew where Device was.
There's some tidbits of disjointedness.
We call them Timbits in Canada. Donut holes in America. Donut holes of information. All right, 14-12, and they spent their money. A Galil, enough nades to win around. You don't need all the nades in the world. Whatever you can find. But this really does feel like a NaVi's last chance to prove that they're the better team here. So, how will they approach it? Device crack spotting with his op.
It's a smoke grenade that bounces beyond, and Device just gives up that initial angle. It's Dupree putting some shots through smoke, I believe, and that opens up Device to walk right back in. Magisk's flash. I mean, if he didn't have that shot, without it, it definitely helped. Magisk inside of the pit, yet to be challenged. Now he is face full of boomage. Dupree's able to slide inside of the site. He waits 35 seconds. Device finds the headshot into Bit, but then overextends into Simple. Smoke grenade fades soon enough, and then Dupree could be exposed. Very much playing with time. Molotov arrives, and Perfecto trades, but Glaive, he's got that kill right back. Simple's gonna sprint in for the bomb. No regard for those counter-terrorists who definitely could have peeked him. And now he's got them sectioned off, but a missed shot draws Glaive into the scope. Simple, he's able to keep himself on a swivel. Zipex, ice in his veins, never peeks until Simple drops Glaive. And you could see Simple wanting it so damn bad. But it is Astralis with a 15th round.
They were the most annoying possible in that 2v1. That couldn't have been harder. And Simple misses a difficult shot that sometimes he would hit. Here is just the easy first kill as Electronic comes through with a lurk. We don't know what the round would have what would happen with the round apart from that. And here's a situation where they're all sitting behind a wall in the smoke, but they don't have Moto smoked off. And then they don't have a way to isolate the player in the site. And then when the smoke comes up, their attention is turned to the right side. Dupree standing there on left. There's so many kills that go unaccounted for. Not enough space being created. Not enough ferociousness, if you ask me. I feel like there's something missing here from these execs, but credit to Astralis, they hold it off, and it comes close, down to the one-on-one situation. But Astralis here, in touching distance now. They could trip over the finish line. 3 rounds to go for NaVi just to get to OT, and they're all but broke, aren't they? Just, well, the max loss, at least they can put together...
They'll be all right.
A reasonable... Oh, they've actually got stuff. Oh, they got more than stuff. They've got 3 AKs, full nades, and an AWP.
They got all them goodies.
Color me blind.
Electronic will be tasked with the Galil.
Oh, it's a very low util game. Util damage game outside of Boomich. Oh, there's some to bring it back, bring the stat back a little bit here for Astralis.
Yep. Obviously cost Boomich half his health. Oh, Device! The man was midair.
Yeah. Let him touch the ground.
Boomich hits the ground like a bag of rocks. Now we're already working with an Astralis man advantage, but a nice shot from Electronic. Catching Magisk out on Bicycle. A position he tends to play. It's just great Galil accuracy, if you ask me. CT's gonna think about getting aggressive here. Gonna play up into the brackets. It's Perfecto up front. 2 CTs here, locked into the gunfight. Glaive trying to turn himself around. Simple missed shot, and Glaive almost jumps back into the site, but he can't quite get away. Device hot on the heels of the T's who plant bomb default. Device almost able to find Simple, but he jumps into the site, and he is working alongside Bid, who has unarguably struggled in this first map of the series. Simple, though, he's gonna deliver a kill. Simple using this space, leaving Bit to clutch if needed. It's Zipex, bottom fragger of the other side, to try and come into the 1 versus 2. Simple's posted on this position, and he slides right by. Bit able to give cover. NaVi with a 13th round.
Oh, small thing, but a beautiful outplay there by Simple to go up off the bike onto the off the scooter into the graveyard for the peek over on Device. Whoa, that's a wicked shot from Device there in the beginning of the round. But they bring this back 4v5. Getting some entries. They even shut down the lurk from Electronic once again on the wrap and arch, and here's the beautiful kill from Simple. That really wins the round. So they find something, a moment of brilliance that actually results in a round being won. All 4 tack timeouts called for Astralis. As they'll stand to talk about things, it seems like we've got NaVi pretty adamant, pretty stubborn about wanting to get into the A site via lane. Despite how many times Electronic has died over on the archway, they're still finding a way in. Of course, money is still decently healthy here for Astralis, maybe because of all those UMP buys from Glaive. But now this game can start to become more real for NaVi. They're working with just enough time. Shots are being hit. Bit has gotten a couple of good kills in these past couple of rounds. Now they're talking shop. How do we win this round?
2 of the last 10 rounds for NaVi, ever since they won those 3 T rounds to start. Both pistols and 2 3-0 beginnings to each half for NaVi, yet they're still trailing by 2. Astralis have been more consistent. Perfecto on the forefront of the banana hit with both dupreeh and Zipex on site. They've got a 3rd set of hands to help if they decide to throw Glaive through smoke, but a perfect flashbang from Bit. Boomich, big double kill. And Electronic, he's going to try to cross over into the site, leaving Glaive to make a decision here.
Oh, call it a day. No? Wait, they're going to stop that? That comes close. They can't even get the frag. Electronic, no one shoots back at Glaive. He'll fall away. But the CTs, they haven't made a decision quite yet. Or no, they're just going to go and save, even though it's 3v3. Glaive was in a pretty decent position, but I guess because now we're going to round 30, they want to make sure they have the money. There's incentive to save. Okay, well now it's a very real game. They got that double entry from Boomich.
Hard.
That second kill was crazy.
Very hard job, yet he delivers. I mean, the first player looks simple enough. dupreeh was completely blind.
Totally blind. He was whiter than Casper the Ghost.
Round 30. Let's check it out. I think he was inside fire as well for the second kill.
Oof.
Under pressure from the ump. Inside fire. If I'm... No, okay. Just the shots.
The fire of his mind. The fire of the circumstances.
Oh, I like that.
Okay.
Very nice.
There's poetry there. Round number 30. Okay, now we're in business. Starting to believe a little bit. Individuals coming online. Boomich looking to go positive at this point. Struggled to get a few kills here in the second half. Did pretty well to get the kills he did in the first. Strong. I smell strong potential for OT. The 3B setup, it seemed like the correct play to begin the round. This NaVi moved fast into it. But all it took is one little Boomich to dismantle it, take it apart completely. Zipex moving close up to the half wall. Are we going to get a flash peek involved here? Yeah, we do have one set up for this half wall. As soon as the smoke comes up, they're looking for a timing. But Perfecto, he's definitely got his eyes in the skies.
Goes for it, sees nothing. Perfecto, able to dive back behind it. Arch is very much compromised, but they're walking right into Device.
Every day, every single day of the year, Electronic gets killed walking into Archway.
Couple incendiaries exchanged. Perfecto sniffing out this B site. Met by smoke. NaVi start to rock back. 30 seconds to make the difference. Either Astralis, they pick up their map pick after a spree of CT rounds and an attempt at the very end from NaVi, or we go to OT with Nuke on the docket after this. Molly on the dirt. Zipex lays down the hurt into Perfecto, and Glaive, well, he's just going to run right in from Coffin, sees the final 2 Ts. Device spam shot, simple, saving the day. It's him and Bit, and Device finds up. Now it's Bit in the clutch. He has had a struggle of a first map. He's recovered a little bit towards the end of this, but now a big ask in a 1 versus 3. Magisk over on Banana. Instant headshot. No further damage versus Bit. And he's going to hone in on these last 2 players, but Device finds his face, and Astralis find map 1.
Wow, that's how they close. After all of that, Bit looked so sharp in those last moments. I thought maybe there was a chance. But then Device, he gets the spam shot off through the smoke on Simple.
Making it look easy. Follows up with the headshot as well to close. Slides right in to what was a good attempt from Bit. He had sectioned off the players. He wasn't worried about his back, but the individual level maybe a little too much to handle. There is still, of course, 1 or 2 maps left in this series. Nuke, a real question mark. I'm looking forward to seeing what the analysts have to say about Bit's first showing.
Welcome everybody to another episode of the CS Money Higher or Lower. I've got a very special treat. Joining me today is none other than Zywu. Long time no speak, man. How have you been keeping?
Hey, how are you doing?
I'm great. Thank you for asking. So, of course, we come here to be assessing some skins. We'll be showing you 2 skins on the screen. All you need to do is tell me whether the one without the price is higher or lower than the one with. So, are you familiar with that, Zywu? Are you ready to get into it?
Okay, I will do it.
We've got 20 euros. Is the average price of the AK-47 Wasteland Rebel more or less than 20 euros?
I think it's more. It's AK.
It's good logic, Zywu, and it's the correct logic. You're right. It's worth, on average, 61 euros. So a great start for you here. This is the M4A1S Print Stream going up against the Wasteland Rebel.
I think it's more higher as AK.
And you're right, worth almost double at 110 euros. And now it's going to be going up against the AK-47 Bloodsport.
Because I have the same, and I think I bought it 100 euros, something like this.
Because unfortunately it is lower. Well, let's move on because we've got the Bloodsport and now it's going to be going up against a pistol. It's going to be the Glock Dragon Tattoo.
It's a Glock, so I will say lower.
Well, you would be right in presuming that because it is lower. This time it's the Scythe Leaf. A nice blue number here, some murky colours going on. How do you think that stacks up, higher or lower?
Like, I think it's lower. I've got slower.
Unfortunately, you're wrong. It's actually worth more than the Dragon Tattoo. We're going to be moving on to a staple of the AK. It's Aquamarine Revenge. Is this worth more?
I think I will say lower.
You're bang on, Zywu, worth an average of 28 euros. There we go. Okay, we're stacking up the points now. We got this.
There's no question. It is a Zampo. It's like $1,000, like.
And you are indeed correct. Over 2,000 euros for this skin. We've got one of the most expensive skins that we could be getting versus the SSG Dragonfire.
Still Zampo win this.
Well, you're right, it is lower. We've got the Dragonfire, and now we've got a skin from the new case, which is Condition 0.
I would say lower.
It's only worth 44 cents on average. Now we're going to compare it to a knife. What do you think about this one?
I think the gut knife will win this.
That's definitely a higher one in there, and that bags you another point on the board. We're putting 2 beautiful knives up together. We've got the Tiger Tooth versus the Falchion Doppler.
But I would say Falchion is higher.
Because you are right, it is indeed higher at 211 euros. You got 8 points out of 10. So always a pleasure to get to catch up with you.
Thank you. Thank you.
It was Bit's first showing here for NaVi, and it was one of the toughest for him to do. He went up against Astralis, and although it was looking good at the start, they got both pistols in play, it wasn't going to hit the mark because Astralis, they can always find a way to make it win. And though the scoreline looks close, the performance was definitely in Astralis' favor.
Yeah, the scoreline is a little bit deceiving in the sense that NaVi did win both pistol rounds and converted, so obviously these are some of the rounds you have to consider. I just feel for Bit just a little bit because he gets to play and his first opponent is Astralis. How unfair is that?
Yeah, like if I'm him, you probably go, could you just give me like, I don't know, a mouse, a godsend, or just go a little bit lower down, you know, first of all? Why'd you have to give me the trial by fire in the worst way?
To be fair, I don't think he did bad by any means. Of course, when you look at the scoreline, when you look at his performance on this game, there's nothing that suggests he did good, right? But there's nothing that suggested in the game by the eye test that he wasn't holding up. There was a couple of duels he could have won. There was also a couple of duels that he won where he maybe didn't have the advantage. So if you look towards the way he was playing on the server, sure, stats-wise, it wasn't looking good, but he did all right. It wasn't a bad performance.
And I think that's the point we have to sit on, right? Is you can't complain about a 16-14 scoreline with a player who's never played of a team on this level. Now we're going to take a look at one of our eco players this time around, Astralis, getting it done.
And this is a very simple eco play because only 2 kills will be shown to you guys right now, but it was one that really gave the tide towards Astralis. They're doing a classic palace push right here, or apartments push. Simply getting 1 flash going out right here, electronic is flashed out, and 2 quick kills with the deagle right here, and that's it. You can see the reaction from NaVi. Bomb goes down within the matter of 5 seconds from those 2 kills, and there's nothing they can do about it. Counter-Strike doesn't always have to be a strategical game where you move around. You have to force for rotations. You have to force, all those kind of mind games, sort of. Sometimes you just need to be very effective, quick, and go in there and get the bomb down.
What's really interesting about this clip is that, first of all, the pathway of the first guy jumping out of apps, it is so important that he gets the crosshair away from apps so that the second one can, get the refrag. And also, I do believe that Astralis really abused that A-side execute to catch back up in the game. Even though Electronic was doing a great job, Astralis, they had that refined, fine-tuned A execute they used a couple of times, and that's really what brought them back into the game.
And there's many moments that brought Astralis back into the game where you say that NaVi was spending their rounds forcing coming into it, but Astralis, they had that tenure, and we got to see it on many of these rounds when it got close.
We did get to see it a lot, right? Because there was a couple of clutch rounds that we always remember Astralis to win. It's the Astralis classic. Whenever it gets close, they win the clutch rounds. This one is a great example. 11-8 right here. If NaVi is winning this round, I think NaVi would have won the game on Inferno. It's a 3 versus 3 retake, and NaVi are in good position. But as you know, Astralis, the trading game is so good. Symbol gets in there, instant traded. Instant trade on the second player, and then at this point, Perfecto with an MP9 can't do much. The body system Astralis is working, always going 2 by 2 as much as they can. It's working wonderful.
And now you can see the defense. Once they have the money, how organized they are. Just look at how everyone is just in a position to be safe. They have the angles closed in on end. It's just a beautiful fortress that Astralis is putting together. Even though Electronic will be able to put 2 on the table, it's never really a question who's going to win that round. Astralis, they play with that signature 3-2 setup, which we talked about a lot. 3 players on the A side, 2 on the B side, but when they do, they're solid. And I want to give a props to Device again, because I've tweeted it. Maybe in the numbers, he's not, simple level of numbers, but his positioning is always key. The way he holds the angle, not making mistakes. He was key in this game again.
But it's not just him that's being key in it, right? Because when you look at Astralis, they always know how to hold on an angle. Their communication must be so on point, because we see him go up to 1v1s against Simple. He's fragging out like crazy, but they dispatch him, they deal with him, they know the protocols.
Yeah, and Simple is a player that is known to be performing great against Astralis. We were looking up the numbers, Maniac and I, in the green room, right? And his rating against Astralis only is 1.34. You would argue, that Simple, that is insane. That is absolutely unheard of, right? You could argue that, okay, whenever Simple is playing Astralis, his rating may be 120, and then whenever he's playing the tier 2, tier 3 teams, he goes off. That's not the case. Whenever Simple is playing against the best teams in the world, he performs like the best player in the world. And we got to see that one more time here for NaVi. Now, I do have one problem. Maniac alert to it a little bit right here. They won both pistols. They had Simple going absolutely nuclear in the first half, only dying 3 times. Electronic was playing well, and yet they still weren't able to win. Everything that was supposed to be the win conditions for NaVi happened, and they still lost. So that, to me, is a big problem, especially moving into the map of Nuke. We know Astralis, they're strong on it.
This is the thing, though, right? We go into this thinking, okay, NaVi, you must have done something, you must have thought about something, you must have seen something on Nuke to make this pick some sort of logic for us.
Yeah, well, first of all, their results on Nuke are not bad at all. I think Jacob alluded to it in the pre-game, right? You have wins versus Vitality, 16-5, 16-3 versus G2. They beat Complexity as well, 16-10. So they're no joke on Nuke at all. And then you move over to Astralis, and you see they've actually had some sort of troubles recently. They lost 3 maps out of the 5 last they have played. So they can bleed on Nuke, but it's not going to be easy.
It certainly isn't going to be easy, right? And when we look at this game of Nuke is really one where I have to see if NaVi have got a plan to try and abuse Bubsky in some way here, because it is the map we know he normally comes in for.
Yeah, but he's been playing well so far for Astralis, and sure, they lost 3 out of the last 5 maps they played on Nuke, but they won the last couple of times they played it with Bubsky. So I wouldn't go out there and say, the last 5 games doesn't matter for Astralis, but the last 2 they played was with Bubsky, and I guess we assume Bubsky's coming in here on Nuke as well again. So at that point, they have a 100% win rate if you look at it like that, and I think Bubsky have been doing a good job. Of course, you think Sipnix, you think Astralis, Ramp, he's a big player and he's a great clutcher on a map like Nuke, but I think Bubsky have been doing very well for himself.
Let me put it this way. The question for NaVi now is, how prepared are you to play that T side with Bit? To me, that is the one question. If Bit's going to stay and play that map of Nuke, and the individuals don't pop off, which is always a go-to for NaVi, and you can have a Simple, you can have Electronic just running outside towards the yard and creating that space. But if they don't, how much preparation do they have? How ready are they, tactically speaking, to open up gaps on the T side? Because they're going to start on the T side, and that could be a problem.
Now, one thing I want to look at when it comes to NaVi, though, I need to see something more out of Perfecto. When we've been looking at recent success out here for NaVi, it's been Perfecto delivering maybe more than what we expected. Now, with this Bit transition, I'm guessing, do they expect Bit to fill that role or deliver more than what they were expecting out of Flamey? Because we can look at Electronic, we can look at Simple and say, okay, great. But the success we've seen of late, Perfecto has been the one to really put some damage up.
It's a good question, right? Because it very much depends on how you implement Bit within your lineup. We know Flamey used to play towards Ramp. I guess we can assume or we can expect Bit to play Ramp. Maybe they put Perfecto down there. We don't really know, right? So maybe they'll change up the roles to give Perfecto a little bit more responsibility or some more room to maneuver around. But if Bit is being placed towards Ramp, that is the most vital position on the entirety of the CT side on Nuke. He has to hold up for his own. He has to play the game of withdrawing away from the fights, falling back, giving away ramp control, whatever he needs to, not taking the fights, not dying. I guess the most important role for a ramp player is not dying. It doesn't matter when you get the kills or not, as long as you stay alive and give the proper info, you're basically doing your job right. So it's going to be interesting, and I think Perfecto has a chance of maybe taking more space now that Flame is no longer there. But to be fair, Perfecto has been in there for a long time, and it's the same story with him as the rest of NaVi. He showed good peaks once in a while, but it's just too inconsistent to be excited about.
Inconsistency as well, it's always on our lips with many players and teams, but we got to look at this team right here. We do see the swap come in. It is no surprise anymore, really, because this is Astralis on Nuke as it is.
And they know how to play the map. They really do. They've played it 20 times in the past 3 months, but I'm glad that we have this graphic coming in because I wanted to talk about Magisk for a second.
Okay.
Not only do I think that when he was in IGL, he did a great job individually. He did not fall off massively. Sure, his numbers went down just a little bit, but you can think about how taxing it is to be the IGL. Now I want to keep my eyes on him and see if he shines again. All informations so far point towards the fact that Magisk is finding his form again now that Glaive has taken over the IGL role. So is he going to be back to a machine type, or rather type of performance? Because he used to be a mat fragger. Magisk used to be a mat fragger. Obviously, he had to tone it down when he was an IGL, but now that's a huge question for me.
And it's not an easy adjustment to go from playing at a really high level, right, being that kind of second star to the team, and then coming in, being IGL, and now having to give it back up again.
It's not easy, but I think if anyone could do it, it would be Magix. I think the fact that Magix and Glaive have been playing together for such a long time makes that transition easier. So he's basically going back into the system that he already knows. So I'm not worried on that behalf. It could be a thing right now, but I think Astralis already now have shown us that they are on their way back to be the best team in the world, which is why I'm so excited if they were to win today and play Vitality tomorrow.
Oh yes, that would be a great game for sure. But before we go there, we need to get on to Nuke. Inferno was deceivingly close, but is it a mistake by NaVi picking into Nuke or not? Maybe they have a trick up their sleeve. We're about to find out.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Caster's Desk. We've got a little announcement for y'all. It seems like Bit will be sitting this second map out, and we will swap in no one other than Flamey. Now, of course, we don't have a PR statement from NaVi yet. I don't know if this is map dependent, if this is all part of the plan, or if it has anything to do with a unfortunate first showing. But we all know Flamey plays ramp incredibly well, so I can't see how this is anything other than an upgrade.
Once he aced twice in one game from ramp.
With a Galil.
Yeah, with a Galil. He's so good at the ramp. So, Nuke specialist, I guess. Maybe there's a gestation process before, you know, Bit comes in permanently. Maybe this is the last second decision. Like you said, we don't know. But look at Flamey's rearing to go. The Flame Dogger. Ben, look who else is in.
Bubski.
The Bubs Dogger.
Oh my god.
What?
Is this the first time in Counter-Strike history that we have had 2 substitutions from both teams in the same series?
I guess so.
It absolutely is. We've seen individual changes.
Never seen these teams play against each other.
And we got new guys on the block. So this is all right. Cool. Counter-Strike history, y'all. What's up? You were all here. We're all here. We're doing it together.
It's being normalized. But the weird thing is they're not playing against each other. Not that I guess it doesn't matter. It'd be funny if just ramp players get subbed out in every every ramp player in professional tier 1 events gets just subbed out on Nuke. Okay, so what do we know about Bubski? For those people who maybe didn't get to watch Bubski play ramp, well, he plays a bit more aggressive. I thought he did a fantastic job, to be honest, playing ramp. He found all the right rounds to push to flank lobby. He was holding it down. He was doing a lot of damage. He was able to fall back. He wasn't tested that much, to be honest, I think because he was doing quite a good job. So I'm personally pretty impressed with Bubski so far on the ramp plays.
Yep. Certainly didn't seem too over-aggressive, which was a very public criticism Glaive had made of him when they first tried to make this one work. But then when he was needed to make moves, did it with conviction, did it incredibly well, right? Those lobby flanks were well-timed.
I was really hoping
what?
Bit. I was really hoping Bit would play so we could just see how that would happen, how that would work out. I don't think it would make a world of difference one way or the other. But the way that NaVi organize on CT side means that you kind of have to know when to leave ramp and when to come in. Maybe is that a CT or David Blaine? You're not live on that one.
Welcome.
Skin exchange. Disappears. I'm gonna try that again. Try that one more time. The way that NaVi organized on the CT side is such that Flamey will be at ramp, and then Simple will just stroll into the ramp, and then Flamey just has to leave. Or Simple will go outside to cover for Electronic. The Electronic rotates around. He just kind of, Simple goes where he needs to go, and then everybody kind of works around that. It usually works pretty well, and he'll do a good job of covering Electronic when he's in mini and helping Flamey when he's in the ramp. And Flamey most of the time doesn't need much help at the ramp. He does quite well to hold there. So that's the. I'm not sure what side. Could you tell by the skins who was in the T spawn? Or you're in the game?
I'm in the game.
Okay.
I have the answers, but I could have told you.
You could have,
yes,
yeah.
Absolutely.
You knew that it was Astralis, in fact.
Yes.
That were in the CT spawn.
They have many red kimono specialist gloves. That they do.
Oh, true. That's the tell. Thought Astralis had no tells. They're such a good team, but it's the red kimono gloves.
Read them on the skins, buddy. You can't dodge me. Can't get away from it. I know when you buy new knives, pro players. I know when you're spending your money.
He's in the skinventories.
I'm keeping an eye on you. And we should all be keeping an eye on the screens because game on. Fight. Map 2 between Astralis and NaVi. It's not for elimination, but it is for a match versus Vitality. And who wouldn't want a piece of that? Door busted open. Dupree on the ladder with a knife out.
Uh-oh. Oh, they're down. Okay, we're looking for a plant. That's awkward. He just stared down the vent. It seemed like a pretty good situation for Dupree.
It was at this moment I realized I had to run away.
I done goofed.
Device going to find himself a headshot alongside Bubsky, so definitely a recoverable situation. Clearly, Magis going to immediately jump onto that defuse for a second. That elicits more of a peek, and it goes just as poorly as the first one did. Magis now just going to stick this the distance, and Electronic, you can just go save. Round's over, bud.
No choice. No choice. A little kill at the end, but a quick defuse, a fast retake, really, pushing through the ramp. It comes down to those first couple of kills, but no better time to push than when somebody is planting. If you do find that opportunity, and of course, you've just got to stop them from coming in, but they couldn't do that. And that's a pretty good kill from Bubsky as the door opens in his face. Astralis will be up 1-0, and NaVi, because of that plant, will just look to buy on round number 3. Pretty funny interaction there in the vents. Off the pistol.
A little goofy.
I mean, getting the plant is the big win anyway. Okay, what do you think? Will they clear him?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh, is that gonna...
Nice.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that is nice.
That's on the money.
More of that. Glaive then peeks out into Electronic, so that's the 2-man advantage for Astralis, made easy by utility. And Device gonna drop a couple shots here, getting pressured, trying to dive away from what could be his own death. Glaive's gonna get aggressive inside of the lobby, should catch the bomb carrier. You're Flamey.
Welcome back, Flamey.
Nice
Good to have you back.
Here. Yeah. MP9 kill from Dupree as they slowly skate down the ramp. So NaVi, they are kind of expected to be walking into these positions, and Flamey made a lot of sound, so they know exactly where he's at. Never was able to pick up the rifle either, so still working with the dig. But he misses his chance at the headshot versus Dupree at Astralis. That's the 2-0 start.
Clean stuff. So what's the buy going to entail? This nade, let's follow it. Oof. Perfectly placed. After, I think, an initial grenade that did the brunt of the damage, the follow-up one was all they needed for the kill, even though it was a little bit high here. So, 4 Galils. Went from a couple to a few to a 4. To complement the AK on Electronic. There's not going to be many upgrades here for Astralis, of course. Don't lose players, don't need to upgrade on a round like this. Still, I'd say pretty even chances. Glaive in a playmaker position. Outside tucked in the inside of red. Surely they think about clearing this. It looks like maybe not quite yet. Is there someone still on top of me is the question.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, Boomich will grab that frag. Well, this is a quick round here for NaVi.
Nice change of pace.
Definitely looking up now.
This is being held, of course, by Perfecto. Easy kill versus Dupree. Only Magisk left over.
Yes.
That's all they needed, Launders. A little change of pace, little tempo swap.
Sure, I don't even know how everybody died there. Device dies, it looks like, I guess he dies holding heaven from the Red Cross. And, yeah, very charitable of Glaive.
Question. When the map veto was coming through, we saw the look of disbelief by one Jacob Pimp Vinicky.
Okay.
Are you as shocked?
Oh, like picking into Nuke?
Yeah, picking into Nuke versus Astralis. Are you as shocked? Are you shook? Are you tilted?
Not quite as much, no.
Okay.
I mean, I get it. It makes sense. It's just tough, but I mean, it's just an all-around tough veto. And I think sometimes at this level with this much baggage, you know, this much history between the two, there are specific preparations that might make you feel more confident than someone else coming in to pick Nuke against Astralis. I don't think they're infallible on Nuke. Even Godsent handed them a loss recently on Nuke. But they are the best Nuke team in the world after all. But I think, you know, it's an all-around tough veto between these two because of how well they know each other. And maybe there were slightly better picks, but if there was some stuff that NaVi have been developing recently on Nuke, maybe that's why they wanted to take it here. So no, I'm not quite as shocked.
Here was the play from Glaive, catching the first player, almost getting away here, but Boomich just taking his time, hunting his prey.
Yeah.
And then continuing on to wrap around towards Hell. So is there a buyback? Astralis money not in the best of spots.
Oh, it's in a terrible spot.
No investment.
No, they're just going to use the AUG and let the AUG rip.
Well, the AUGs are against them. First kill belongs to Magisk. There's nobody else even with Kevlar to try and take this gun off of him to really have a fighting chance. So it would be a bit of a miracle if the USPs could catch their kills.
It's a very nice way to clear stuff out. They've got the vent drop going on. USP to follow up. But Boomich is making his way. Okay, he's coming back in. Oh my god, if he catches the timing here, well, no, it's fine. The reaction is there. Boomich kills Glaive, who came to suss him out. Now some of the CTs will start to... I guess they're crowded up around ramp more than anything else. And NaVi are here to try to figure out where they have stacked. But no pressure on them to move too quickly. One thing we'll see from NaVi in this half is maybe Perfecto. I mean, I guess it depends what they think about a ramp now, because I know that Perfecto sometimes will go for the lurks entries out ramp. He'll try to fight it by himself. But because there's Bubsky now, kind of an unknown quantity for NaVi, we don't know if they're going to tailor their strategies to account for that. We've seen, I feel like some of the teams, the two teams we've seen play Nuke versus Astralis, they didn't test Bubsky quite that much.
That's a fair assessment.
Shut,
25 seconds.
Aside.
Yeah, that's this one really down to the wire. Magisk gonna catch another headshot off of the AUG, so that's all they really had left. If only he had more HP, there could have been a chance at the multi-kill. Or if NaVi had played it really down to the wire, then a matter of timing. But USP is gonna be looking for the exit kills here, hoping to chip away at the money, maybe save an AK, get back that AUG for Magisk perhaps. Dupree, he's just chilling out on the ladder. Flamey's gonna come into lobby. Better clear all your corners. Dupree's still up there. Oop, just saw his feet. Howdy, partner. Down he goes. NaVi, easy second round once they clamp into the A site. It's Astralis' turn to buy back.
Well, sweet. Okay, so a couple of kills. Actually, 3, in fact, and maybe another. 4 down, and the trade comes in from Simple, but 1 alive means it was a very expensive round for NaVi, considering they were only going up against an AUG and a few supporting Universal Super Pistols. What was it called?
What was the actual?
What's the USPS stand for?
Universal Self-Loading.
Uniloading. Oh, Universal Loading.
Unibrow Sucker Punch.
Oh, that's like a Twitch clip name.
Yeah.
A URL. All right. 2 ops. Bubsky's opping.
Oh my goodness.
You love to see it.
Let's see how this one goes. It's going to be another fast clash if NaVi have anything to say about it. Electronic already going to try to get out from Hut. It gets shot down.
Oof.
Total collapse of the offense. Only leaves Simple 1v4. He's got a minute 30 to work this clutch.
Oh, Bubsky may be delivering up to him.
It's the Bubs.
No.
Hits his shot through that narrow gap between the doorways. Astralis right back on the board.
Well, that's just the exodus of the T's. They come out, they get sprayed down. I mean, Magisk is a beast from this position. And, oh, that's a little bit unfortunate.
That too.
Yes, this
the easiest kill is actually the only one.
Oh, he's doing some math.
Maybe we shouldn't have run through smoke. If they shoot us in the head, we die.
That's why he gets paid the big bucks. Damn, Flamey's looking healthy. You see the cheekbones and everything? It's looking like Johnny Bravo almost.
Oh.
Sweet. Okay, we're going to attack timeout called here for NaVi. Blade did the math. Upper exec, not the greatest. Maybe because of a flash that was missed. That didn't blind Magisk enough.
That really
now
was...
I'm mixing up Magix and Magisk.
That really was the most exaggerated, like, calculating face I've ever seen.
And he did that,
Blade.
you know, it is like just...
It's like, I'm on camera. I'll convince them I'm up to something.
I'd love to know where his mind was going there. All right.
Pistols.
Well,
2 Tech 9s and a Deeg.
Yeah, Flamey and Simple have AKs at least.
Game on. We got a game. I feel like we got a game.
Think so?
Yeah.
2 ops still.
I want a game.
Let's see if they... I mean, they have enough nades where they could take it to the outsides. maybe try to perform some kind of ramp. They now know about Bubsky's op, but they don't necessarily know about devices, though I'm sure they would expect Bubsky's not the sole op on the round. And Electronic, he's been used as a lurk. We saw him lurking a lot on Inferno.
Well, he's going to slip through Mini by the looks of it.
Right, oh, I thought he was right behind Dupree.
This actually puts Magisk in a bit of an awful spot. So he falls down into the Molotov, and sure enough, still gets blindsided from Mini. Oh, he's blind, and it doesn't even stop him. Electronic single-handedly taking down that A site as Boomich catches Glaive attempting to eject up the vents. How'd he get that second kill?
Well, hey, that worked out quite well. I mean, to be fair to him, to give him full credit.
Knows the position.
He came out free-firing it. He knew where he was shooting, he just couldn't see it.
Well, right back onto the scoreboard, NaVi are.
Not bad at all, with just 2 AKs on that one. But it was really just all the Tech 9 that they needed. The lurk that Electronic pulled off worked out so well, especially because I think he shoots Magisk in the side of the head right here. Yeah, that's just the 2-tap.
Lethal 2-tap.
Plus the spray, and then beautiful lineup. I mean, he really... I feel like he would have hit him with every bullet after that point. So I want to give him full credit for this one.
A+. It's your play to grade, coach.
Dupree is tired. Okay. Oh, okay, I thought Magisk was opping. 2 UMPs on this one, Glaive and Magisk.
Another one. This is going to be fast, too. I can see it. I can feel it. Already out through Squeaky. Look at this. A sight all on the shoulders of Dupree. Oh, but a double frag. That's big. Where's that come from? Mini, it seems. Gonna have to get that one queued up to the highlight reel. Man advantage for Astralis, and these op shots are just zinging by Simple. But he gets away unscathed. Magisk gonna go for the heaven smoke, plume that bad boy. It's gonna let him challenge into the site. Molotov comes back from Electronic. Bubsky. He's sitting down inside of the vents. Flash goes high. Boomich has to look away from it. UMP falls from the heavens. And Glaive's trying to find an angle. Great distraction coming out of Bubsky, but it's Electronic versus Glaive. Ump versus AK. Molotov on the play, and that's going to be enough to win it. NaVi, 4th T round is theirs. An absolute bash onto that A bomb site, only made possible in any comeback attempt because of that double frag kill. So I'm curious to see how on the money it really was.
And where did Glaive's damage come from? So we're going to see, I guess Glaive, that's him shooting through Mini at this point. Oh, he hits them both down to half, and then boop, the glorious nade. Oh my God, it lands so perfectly between the two.
Like a bouncing Betty.
Like Zach Galifianakis in between a couple of ferns right there.
Straight in the center. We've got Astralis back with a single AK thanks to Glaive's save. Deagle and a trio of USPs. That AK-47 tagged to 58 and unable to catch an opening kill. I like this little bit of aggression from NaVi.
Okay. Wow. Not every day you see Glaive lose that fight. And now the AK is behind enemy lines. We've got the diagonal smokes coming out with the L smokes, diagonal smokes, standard smokes. The diagonal smokes come out, the lurk down to lower. They've taken a lot of time on these rounds to just make sure they don't run into a site stack. Yeah. And, you know, NaVi are, they have been known to lose to the clock every once in a while. So we'll see if that's going to be an issue for them here. Definitely you're most scared when an USP gets a kill like that.
Father Time playing against them.
Oh, okay.
But Bubsky making a big ruckus. Perfecto, doubling down on these measly pistol players. Where are the last two at? We've got Device. He's down over towards Secret, and Dupree wrapping around from Trophy. So sure enough, the Deagle Peak could deliver something, but a missed shot, and Simple's going to easily recover. 20 seconds, so yet again, yeah, really playing against the time. But it's all calculated. Meticulous decisions. Final frag comes the way of Perfecto, and that's 5 to NaVi's T side. 3 rounds in a row.
It's like Pimp said, we see some good starts from NaVi, but when the game gets tight at the end, it's where Astralis get the best, right? It's where the Glaive IGLing, you can really see it come into fruition when the game gets very difficult. You can see him pull out that one very key round, call out the play that he sees continues to work, and then that's where Astralis will really take a stronghold in the map. We don't know if that's going to be necessary on this one. Surprised and impressed by how many good upper explodes have come here for NaVi. And now the map starts to evolve a little bit. They've got the smokes outside and a late cross. Glaive trying to stop the lurk. He's seen this before. Electronic, he got on the inside of this kill. And Boomich is trying to assist. Yeah, he knows that that flash is not for himself.
Electronic slipped around the garage.
Yeah, this could be the play.
Ooh, Glaive walks back. Yep. Oh, no, he gets into cover. He's barely alive, but obviously a little flashbang out. Electronic's going to eat it. Glaive recovers. Excellent recovery coming out of Glaive.
Even took the peek to bait him into shooting and looking forward. And Dupree gets his kill. This is all about Glaive.
Vice going to support Bubsky so he can pop back up to close this. All 5 players standing for Astralis. Big moment for Glaive.
He absolutely needed to peek too to take that risk, even though he was within 1 bullet of dying. Oh, this is enormous. See how he just does that and then boom.
Yep. Locks Electronic into it so the flash hits him in the face.
Oof.
Glaive. Yeah.
Enjoy yourself.
Spoil yourself. Double op setup between Device and Bubsky yet again. We just saw Bubsky on an AUG. But can't turn away a second sniper, it seems. Wall of smokes up yet again. Glaive on the other side of it. Gonna have to try and plug that hole in the smokes.
Making these smokes up as they go.
Player on Mini, though. Should be about to walk into Glaive, I think. It's close. They're right on the cusp.
Yeah, my goodness. The way that they're approaching is pretty hard to read, I'd say. So this could work out well, but they've got Bubsky and lower already. Nobody's picking up ramp right now, which is a gap in the defense. Perfecto, he's close to it, but it depends. If they wait long enough, Astralis are going to get a bit paranoid and try to support ramp or have Bubsky come back. So this kind of leaves upper in a weird spot. This is a very interesting situation. Ooh, Glaive sees a bit too much there on top of Mini.
Smoke grenade, little blue.
Bubsky's still staying patient, which is good.
But there are still angles to be watched here. There are fights on many fronts. But they were all waiting to unfold until right about now. Bubsky, he's going to catch that op shot down in secret as we watch Device fall off of the ramp room. But he also does still stick around. It's Flamey to first challenge him. Plucked from the sky. Nice shot from Device as he hops across the bomb site. Simple's going to catch him in the open. And Bubsky, well, not quite sure where or what to watch. NaVi, bomb planted in the 2 versus 4. Bubsky's going to find that kill through the wall, and Simple on 20 HP runs back towards control. Frag grenade finds him like a homing missile. That thing just rolls across the floorboards. Magis takes the defuse, and Astralis tie at 5.
Shout out to Bubsky for a great round. Getting the pick on lower, staying real patient about that late lurk. I actually thought this round was very cool from NaVi. They had hooks in a bunch of different places. They were maintaining this pressure, potentially at ramp, outside, lower all the same time. Weird things, a couple of smokes felt like they were missed or slightly off, and I can't tell if they were on purpose or not. And then, but in every location, you have to give credit to Astralis. They maintained all of the right pressure. They didn't like freak out and over-rotate and overemphasize on one position. Instead, they let everybody rest, and that made it very difficult, especially I think it was Glaive's kill that just illuminated the rest of the round there for Astralis, seeing one lurk come out. So now it's just pistols as Astralis look to take a lead.
Waiting for the peek from Device as Magisk is the first man to fall for Astralis, and even blind, Device is going to catch that kill. However, Flamey with another answer off of the Deagle. Perfecto's going to tuck into the cover. Flamey exchanges damage with Device, but comes out worse for wear. And uh-oh, Bubsky. USP betrays him in the pistol fight, but Glaive almost able to recover it all. Bomb now spotted, and Device is on his own. Perfecto with an op is in the open. Pistol fight again. Just going back and forth here, leaving Device versus Electronic. Op versus Scout. Tech9 versus USP.
Oh my god, he just barely dodges Electronic.
Bomb still outside of Mini.
Oh, wow.
I'm sure of it.
Wait, so this is so weird because
Bomb's on vent.
He's going to back up into Device. Okay, his Device is dead. Okay. All right, that makes sense. At least Electronic heard him. He knew where he was. He walked up on him. He hunted him down. It's fine. He got the kill. Could have gotten weird there. Device didn't really know where to go. He was sitting, just waiting for a reaction, maybe off of some information, but Electronic had him.
Had him.
Okay, so.
Weird one.
Yes, the unscrew of the US. That's tough. I actually wish you could unbind just that.
I feel like we have never talked about unscrewing USP silencers until tonight.
Twice tonight.
Where it has actually been a problem. Flamey with the Juan Dig.
He definitely has a powerful deagle. He's feeling good about that.
Yep. NaVi should be feeling good about that. That's a nice little robbery of a round here. Keeps Astralis on the back foot with this CT side, as it was looking like those defensive rounds were going to start rolling. But 2 in a row for Astralis. Now a chance for NaVi to take it back. NaVi with the better economy. NaVi with the better buy. Device glass cannon in this 12th round. Let's see it. Bubsky, he's going to waste no time. Oh, dude, this is so fast.
Holy hell.
Perfecto's going to be rounding this, but Bubsky hits him with the Deeg. Kicks in his teeth, up close and personal.
Well, that's a pretty scary spot already. They look to reclaim heaven, it looks like. Dupree will get put up top. 3-on-5 situation, and Flamey doesn't know what to do with himself. There are 3 in lobby. He's here to try to protect these AKs if possible. CT's in a pretty powerful spot following a Tech9 eco from NaVi. Looks like the momentum will potentially swing right back. What can be done here for NaVi?
50 seconds to decide. Still all the utility they need, so a few smoke grenades outdoors. Device all the way back. Caught.
That's for free. Okay. And is this just where they putter to a halt? These rounds have been quite quiet from NaVi. Their T-sides are slow. There's a lot of lurking going on. And you know what? It's worked some of the time. So let's see what happens now. Okay, Glaive.
Yeah, he's in the position to just shut everything down, but they go over to the double doors. 10 seconds, 5 seconds left to clear this position, and Glaive, easy execute. Bubsky's now got one distracted, so he blasts Simple's head off. And Astralis right back up to 6. Sometimes we see NaVi completely smash into the defense. Other rounds, they get into these bits of prolonged walk-arounds, but this was because Astralis took the fight to them. Glaive opening kill on Silo. Bubsky making the most of that deagle on the side of the smoke. And we see that second op now in the hands of Dupree as opposed to Bubsky.
I kind of felt like Bubsky, maybe he doesn't need an op. That's
Sure.
he did good, but maybe he doesn't need an op there on ramp. I mean, I don't know where Dupree is playing from now, but it does make the ramp a little bit tricky.
Yeah.
I'd say.
And off of the back of that last round's success, now he can do it again with a gun.
And Device is your rotator support, right? So sometimes, you know, if you're just double opping it basically, and that's kind of a strange combination. But he definitely does well with a rifle as well. Although not uncommon to op ramp.
Sure enough.
At all.
Opens up the aggressive options, though. Glaive finds Boomich from beneath. 1T attempting a potential cross. Perfecto just trying to bait out here just in case Bubsky is still opping, but we know that's not the case. AK meant to spray into 2. It's Simple, the god on the AK. The raid boss. Perfecto's going to be able to snatch himself a second rifle. 40 seconds. Glaive opens up the door, sees Perfecto at a distance. Simple still above the site. Now down to just 30. Simple trying to challenge Magisk. He can get caught by Secret, but oh! Electronic, he had his back turned. Not ideal. 20 seconds. Bomb needs to be picked back up. Perfecto. He's going to get into the kill feed. It's Glaive and Dupree versus Electronic and Perfecto. Everybody's got the rifles they need, and the bomb is now planted. Perfecto, another. Frag grenade goes deep. That should clear him up. And now Glaive just has to focus on the head of Electronic. He's right there, and he finds it. Sticks the landing.
Damn, that's a boss move. He just actually waits for that long. Eventually, we've got Electronic scared about somebody who's walking out to his right or left. They're thinking, why does he peek? Well, because he doesn't know if Glaive is actually just flanking him completely. So puts a ton of pressure, keeps eyes on both sides. Even doubts himself for a cool second there, but for Electronic, he's completely without information. Look at Perfecto work here. Beautiful couple of kills. Oh, wow, that one tap into Decon on top of all of it, and then the 1v1 ultimately gets won by Glaive. 1v2, actually. Beautiful stuff. They pull that off, and in terms of there's buy from both sides, we're not going to have the op on the T side. A small lead for Astralis here for what it's worth. Once again, a very competitive first half. The fight starts to light it up a bit. He's got a kill outside. A nade looking to land in the right spot. Goes a bit high and dry. Boom Mitch takes a little bit of damage. And Glaive, as per usual, in the playmaker position, out in the open, trying to find the duels outside. Simple will best him with just the AK. Dupree looks to refresh his position. I thought for a second this was Bubsky. Over by the vending machines. Perfecto holding for the push. There's no threat of an outside take. Or, sorry, an outside wrap.
Yo, lobby could just turn into a vacuum here for the CTs.
Yeah.
Perfecto's on the half wall, but Bubsky, he just got his attention snapped over. Then Magisk comes in from Hut. This is a 3-pronged assault. Simple, he comes down off of the rooftop. Tried to shoot him through the floorboards. Bubsky able to deliver alongside Device. It's so nice. Flamey, all that is left over. His entire team felt like it was ahead of him, and then Flamey, one after another, watched them topple Astralis with an 8th round, coming at that from all angles.
Well, yeah, the multi-pronged pincer move. It's just like NaVi are giving them enough time. They're like, well, we slowly move in and handle things meticulously, feel pretty confident pressurizing and eventually hitting this lobby. They believe in their aim there, and it's just too much pressure. And you can see Simple just really wanted to help his teammate out peeking, so he sprayed early. Which was a good effort. But it's not enough. We're coming into round 15 now. We're back to Tech 9s. NaVi have steered slightly away from the upper execs that we saw early on in the half. That got them to a good position in the half. But since then, slowed the round down and tried to be hard to read on the C side. I think that's the most defining feature. You know, kind of be everywhere and nowhere at once.
I feel you. Electronic feels like he could pressure Hut. Glaive kind of stuck between 2 positions, can't really recover. Not with Boomich on that double Tech 9 kill. Device with the deagle, but it's Dupree from the rafters, and Simple. Oh, but Bubsky's right there in there. 9 rounds for Astralis. Bubsky, the vent goblin, ends up working out. Join us after the break.
Counter-Strike is not just about headshots. Audio is your best friend, and I'm going to show you some tricks using the sounds of weapons, utility, and the map so you can always stay one step ahead. I'm Anders Bloom, and this is Audio Advantage. Weapons in CSGO come in all different shapes and sizes, and they make all kinds of different noises. Aside from their primary use, here is how gun audio can become a tool with which to fool your enemies. In certain situations, the defense will know as much of what you're doing from seeing you as they will from hearing you. If you're jumping from high ground to low, it'll emit a loud sound that will tell the defense exactly where you've gone. But if instead, just as you're landing, you fire off a loud weapon, this will obscure the sound and thus make it impossible for them to figure out where you've gone. A lot of the time, this will give you the advantage needed to win the round. Flashes, smokes, molotovs, decoys, and HE grenades. So many options to bamboozle the enemy. You've seen the fancy executes, the smoke defusers, but have you tried this? Because some grenades, molotovs, HEs, and smokes can only be carried one at a time by each player. They give away critical tactical information even when heard across the map. If you hear 2 or 3 smokes going down on any given position, you know that there has to be 2 or 3 people in that position, thus giving your team a critical tactical advantage. Finally, we have the maps, set in multiple locations around the world, all with a different unique sound design to help you trick your opponents. On a map like Nuke, you can sometimes sneak a teammate down to the lower part of the map, but past a certain point, either at the door or at the window into the B bomb site, they either have to break the window or open the door, both of which will make a sound that will give away the game. But if at the same time, on the upper side of the map, you open the door or break open the windows at the ceiling of the A bomb site, that'll cover the sound and confuse any enemies into thinking that you're only in one of these positions. A clever way to trick your opponent is to intentionally leak audio. As you're stomping forward in one direction, let's say on the B ramp, you can suddenly stop and walk backwards, reversing course. Anyone hearing you will think that you've made your way into the B bomb site, when in fact you're now back, waiting for them seconds later to show up. That's it. Some tips and tricks on how to use audio to your advantage within the game.
Astralis take to the offense with a 3-round lead. They've done their job well enough. We had some back and forth rounds, we had some close clutches, and we had each team still making mistakes, which I think was kind of the story of the first half on Inferno, if not this entire series. This is not perfect Counter-Strike going on, but it's entertaining, it's action-packed, and the firepower is undoubtedly there. So, second pistol could be big for NaVi if they want to get right back on track. Join us.
After the break?
Nope. Now. Right now.
All right. Astralis T side, known to be quite organized, but look at all the targets here from the CTs in different locations, all looking to take their duels. Fair enough. But ramp, there's no one here at all. However, they've rotated 2 down. They're trying to read into the situation. Device will find a kill upstairs. This opens up lines to the back of heaven. It makes things a little bit sketchy, and Device will find another kill as well.
Long range.
That P250 though. Oh, poor Boomich. They're gonna swarm him. Oh boy.
Yeah, insta kill.
Damn. Okay, so this is the only problem, of course. You know, NaVi tried to play it like not in the ramp, but 2 rotating down early, lay that trap, let them rotate in. But then Astralis, they find the kills outside, it changes the game completely. They play off of that information. Flamey and Perfecto will have to save. Quick 10-6 here for Astralis after, again, quite a competitive first half. What were we looking at in terms of rounds? Like, how fast did we get to 6 for NaVi?
NaVi were leading.
Yeah, it was 6-6 at one point.
It was 5-3 at one point.
Okay.
So 5-3, 6-6, yep.
Something like that. Super close.
4 rounds in a row to close for Astralis. A 5th in a row if you count this here pistol.
Kind of what happened on Inferno as well. Small lead from NaVi. They answered back. Got the last 3 rounds of the half on Inferno.
Yeah.
Maybe
even with that 16-14 win, right? We had NaVi win both pistols and convert for 3-0 starts.
And of course, like, I think what we've heard from Magisk is that they're talking about Glaive calling again as if he's like readjusting to calling again, which is kind of interesting rhetoric to me because you would think that would be plug and play, but you know, I guess with the amount of stuff there and how long Glaive hasn't actually called for there is an adjustment period, so, you know, I don't know. I guess he wasn't playing. I bet maybe he wasn't calling versus NaVi the last time they played against each other at Beijing. Which I guess it's quite a serious ordeal. And maybe that's why we're seeing these slow starts in these halves. I don't know. Of course, we are talking here about NaVi's map pick, but not an easy veto to win, no matter how many ways you slice it. Glaive looking for the credit card swipe, the classic. But he's got the black card. He swipes every day.
Flashbang out for the push, and Flamey trying to get ahead of it with the MP9. He's definitely outgunned in this position, especially with Glaive coming in from this flank. So
just trying to draw attention for Glaive.
Flamey, he thought he had a chance. Little did he know. And Simple all the while. I believe he was just spotted. Now dead at the hands of Bubsky. Device gonna late lurk in lobby. Perfecto should walk right into this. And we've got Astralis with an easy 11th round.
You know, I don't want to say anything disparaging about NaVi in the way that they played, but I still want to say, like, the way that Astralis played this anti-eco, it's a bit more effective in the sense that they try to push and pull something from the CTs, right? I feel like we contrast that to NaVi's anti-ecos in the first half. They just waited, and then entered a site if no one made a huge mistake or glaring error from the side of Astralis. And that's why some of the rounds played out for so long. Whereas Astralis, they take a small risk here in this anti-eco, but they use it to try to at least game a rotation or get a piece of map control. I feel like it looks a little bit better to me. So we're seeing another go of it. Let's see what some of the ideas are. Some early damage onto Perfecto. Nothing special in terms of the stack from the CT side. A couple players on A, one outside, one lower. And Astralis themselves looking to see if a push is coming out from NaVi. Not going for any aggressive play outside or any wrap like Glaive was doing last time around. Finally, some commitment here through the ramp, but damage done to Device means he'll slow his roll a little bit.
Flamey just kind of jiggling around, looking for that angle.
Ooh, Jesus.
Called out. Molly will land at the feet of Simple as well, so that's going to push him further back from the A site. Very meticulous movements here from Astralis, not walking into the landmines of these pistol players. Now all of a sudden the fights start to unfold. Things are getting a little bit more hectic. Simple's able to pick up one kill, but then he dies. Glaive eventually taking a headshot into Electronic, and the B site is theirs very much for the taking. Perfecto's on the other side of the doors, but with a smoke in his face, he can't really contest this. There could be the peek from Decon, but of course it's held by Magisk. He was making sure Dupree did not die. 12-6.
Oh, calling it a bit early there. Perfecto. The clutch god. Came into this year with an incredible 1v1 statistic. Like, I think one of the best slots into a team that we saw. Like, NaVi wasn't always winning, but I've really had a lot of positive things to say about Perfecto as an individual. Him in the 1v1s, always playing smart. Him as solo site holds, doing a really good job. Not huge on in the stats department, but I feel like definitely plays his role well.
Right. I remember we were back in London for the Blast Spring Series.
Yeah.
Where that was his first event with the team, if I'm not mistaken, and they ate an early loss, but then ended up winning their group.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, he had big shoes to fill. And we thought to ourselves, this was another unproven player kind of making a jump up. Parallels to draw between him and Bit, honestly. But I would say Perfecto slotted in immediately.
Yeah, like he slotted in. It felt like he had a lot of maturity, like, very early on. Okay, well, there's tons of pressure here upstairs. It's
really
all a big distraction. Make tons of noise. And, oh, Dupree gets one over on Electronic. Usually very reliable when it comes to mini. Holding for that, but the accuracy was just too perfect for Dupree. Instant headshot.
Now patience.
Off of dropping in it. Yeah, he holds, you know. This is such a big kill. He doesn't have to worry about another mini player. He's waiting for NaVi to get very scared. Such an important piece to lose this early on.
He's expecting Simple to maybe go for that heaven peak, but Simple dropped down to the bottom of the ladder, as you can see, still tucked in on the base of hell, which actually opens up A little bit of control for dupreeh. Inside of that A site, what awaits him? We've got Perfecto pushed into the hut, so very much aware, of course, that Heaven is compromised. Boomich slips around through lobby. NaVi on damage control. Nothing they can really do to regain outer at all. So they are very much just at the hands of Astralis. Simple. Oh my God. He's going to run right up this ladder. The patience is sickening. And now scopes in, doubles down. And as he falls, regains control of the aim. Simple. Making it look easy.
Damn, that was some beautiful work here. Up the ladder, on the clock. Putting in work. Oh, the 4-piece. I thought he aced. Perfecto stole one. That was a mow down and a half.
Very collected move. And I'm thinking to myself, when he drops down and we watch dupreeh walk into Heaven, that, like, there's nothing they can do to stop this A
Yeah,
site.
he forfeited his good position.
Two guys peek on hut, but no, Simple slips up the ladder like it's nobody's business. And that is a curveball. 7th round on the board for NaVi. We get an immediate tactical timeout coming out of Astralis, who still have money to buy, and then some.
They still had a really strong start early on to the round, right? Tons of hut pressure, the spams, all of the nades to make it feel like an upper exec was coming to draw attention away. And then I think the idea was to have Electronic, shooting back at Mini, maybe reloading in Mini.
Definitely.
Sorry, shooting back at Squeaky, reloading in Mini, and then dupreeh to drop. But dupreeh still gets the kill, and that's Counter-Strike. It's going to happen sometimes. But overall, with that amount of control that quickly.
Yep. Astralis in control of the game still at 12-7 and control of the series with a map advantage. But that right there, what you just saw, that's the Simple factor.
Sure.
And it's not a one-and-done entity.
Definitely not. Whoa, this is a quick cross. I don't know how well they could hear this. I think they might be able to react accordingly. We'll see if the rotations are coming. Boomich does not know. Yeah, they're not sure about this exalt at all, actually.
Little uncertainty could actually hurt them. Glaive right on the corner. MP9, great damage. Oh my God, Boomich.
And they can't even chase him down. He's low.
Device is inside of the vents now.
Well, he does incredibly well to get this kill. He'll eventually be traded out, which is nice. Finds
so cool.
The right route of attack. Yeah, just plays it calmly.
Reroutes, comes in from vent, catches him off guard. He was certain that Boomich was uncertain whether he had crossed or not. That could be the recovery they need.
Yeah, they hold on to vent control. Not too much has happened in terms of the rotations just yet. Simple's outside. Oh my God, it's his teammate. Oh my goodness. Talk about paranoid.
Bubsky's able to slip around through the vent. dupreeh, he's going to get caught by Simple. Device still in this position. Bubsky, he's going to win his duel versus Perfecto, but it costs him half his health. Now Device catches Flamey downstairs.
You're kidding.
That's the turning point. 2 versus 2, but the bomb, it still sits outside of Secret, and Bubsky, he's going to get caught out by Simple. Device on the peak. Simple with cover. And poor Device eats that flashbang. Simple factor. Back-to-back rounds.
Yeah, fact. That was a very confusing round. Tough one to get a hold of, but they do a fine job of it. All because of Simple and his AUG putting that thing to work. I wonder if his teammate shot him from the heavens and he shot back, or if he just really was seeing ghosts in the walls here.
I thought I saw him take damage. It didn't seem that crazy.
Because he was getting shot from outside too, so I don't know if he just didn't realize what direction it was coming from and heard bullets from up top. A little bit of frustration here from dupreeh. Like to see the energy. Pistols out for Astralis. They're trying to go for the vent dive. Denied by Simple. The perfect grenade. Electronic comes through with a spray down as well. Oh.
Slip that bomb in.
Oh, you
Don't
got it
mind
down.
me.
That's all they care about.
Just gonna take a little money. Easy defuse, so a round win, of course, for NaVi, as we would have all expected, but Astralis, little bonus, little injection of cash. Time to buy back.
Oh, that's a pretty sweet situation. Thought that the vent dive got denied completely. Third man in had the bomb the whole time.
Still no ops.
Yes, no ops in play, which is interesting. But this AUG, I mean, he's not, I guess he doesn't have a real reason to upgrade. The AUG is doing so well. Keeps the mobility high. You do have the ACOG. I mean, it's obviously a really, it's just a strong weapon. It's just a very good weapon.
was not nerfed into oblivion like its counterpart.
Yeah.
I like this forward position from Electronic. He's going to have players coming his way. He definitely heard that as well, right? Glaive's not doing this quietly. He jumps up, misses it, and then that position from Simple is a perfect distraction.
Wow. They don't even know Electronic's there. So a second player is going to start to walk up, and Magisk, he doesn't even clear it. Yeah, it's just beautiful stuff here from the CT side setup for NaVi when they need it the most.
Hit him with the left, right.
And here's where the desperation plays come in if you're Astralis. Try to make something happen. Well, this is one of the more convincing rounds we've seen. Very clean so far.
Device Molotov over towards Hell and
Demolished.
Simple. Always seemingly in position to help.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, he has so much freedom.
You could see it
on the CT side, and he uses it perfectly, right? Like they trust him with it. It's not selfish in any way. Like he's just always in a good spot to help. He knows where the next fight's going to come. He's playing Device's role on the CT side, right? Where he's either Heaven, he's outside a big garage.
He's moving along both axes.
Definitely.
You know? Garage,
he wears
Hell, Heaven, Ramp.
It's pretty much him. He's working with, he works with upstairs. He works with Flamey and Ramp. He works with Electronic outside, whatever it takes. And he'll be in multiple positions in one round.
So, NaVi making the comeback happen. 4 rounds in a row, looking to be on fire. If they can close this one, we know why. Simple, top of the scoreboard, 21 kills at the moment.
Coming off 30 on the last map, Device 25. Both players, absolutely astronomical ratings in the last month. Device finished DreamHack Masters with a plus 117 KD, I believe. Nasty, nasty stuff.
For clarity's sake, of course, Device top of the scoreboard again this map.
Time it. Oh, he's not going to go for the spray. Oh, he wants to. That smoke's going to come up. Oh, no way. It ends up getting a kill for Dupree. That is ludicrous.
Now, Tech9's going to try and charge headstrong into this. Tons of damage. Oh, he builds his gun just in the nick of time, falls back. Simple, catching Bubsky. CZ spray 4-2, takes Glaive's kneecap. And all of a sudden, the Astralis brought back to reality. They thought they were going to have that quick push down into the B site, but it gets shut down by NaVi, who are now on fire and 1 round away from tying this game at 12.
Now we're talking. Tell me how they run through that smoke and get caught up to the point that they jump on each other's heads and don't even push through. What on earth just happened there?
Oh, like Power Rangers, they were super fusing.
I can't believe Boomich didn't die, but I'm also glad that he doesn't get caught off guard again there. Drops the smoke down, stays alive. Should have been able to release it. He's been tested a couple of times on this outside crosses. They're not exactly getting the information fast enough, or ever. But he also could be, crack spotting a little bit more safely, dropping the smoke down when he sees him cross. Instead, he's just kind of floating. Well, they poked the bear. Electronic wakes up. All to assist here. They're trying to pull his attention. Inside of Mini once again to assist with this. But now they have no one to catch lurks. A key part of these lower takes. Let's see how hard they commit. Look who's up to bat.
He really is everywhere.
Yeah.
Scoped in already.
As they go wide, he's in a spot of trouble. Let's see how tight the peak is.
Ooh, they almost all line up. This is perfect. Total shutdown at the hands of Simple. Glaive's going to pick that bomb back up, and then Boomich swings out with the MP9. He is everywhere at all times.
Man, it must be so fun to play Counter-Strike and be Simple. No wonder he has like 20 million hours.
Right back into it. Dupree steps into the shot. Device, his head wrecked. And that takes Simple up to 26 kills.
And he's earned every single goddamn one of those kills.
We are all tied up at 12, and we've got Astralis back onto pistols. He's going to try to charge down Flamey. Good for 1 kill. But that is an AK offered over to an armored Bubsky. Double deagles and utilities. Astralis definitely have enough to make this round wonky. We've seen a couple of these slip through in both directions, to be fair.
Ever since that simple AUG 4K coming up the ladder.
Yep.
Things have really gone south here for Astralis.
The simple factor.
Glaive just making sure his friends are his friends.
Yeah. Bubsky's going to open doors. Boomich right in position for it. Now Magis going to challenge with his Deagle. Also goes down. Glaive, yeah, he's going to concede everything else other than the bomb plant. He realized they weren't getting anything more out of that one. So, 13 for NaVi. This CT side making quite the comeback. 7 rounds in a row at this point. Now NaVi in the lead.
It's this is where the real challenge starts, right? Like, this is what Glaive, this is the reason Glaive is the caller that he is. When he gets this much information, he can usually find the solution. But of course, you've just got to deal with the fact that simple is there. As you mentioned, the simple factor is something that we cannot stop talking about. He can just break the fact that you might, overall have a flawed setup. He can make up for 2 of your teammates dying. He can be there in the clutch. And he's got an insane number of kills already so far in the series, 27 and 30 on the first, and this game isn't even over yet.
Couple shots come through for Electronic. Utility all over the place. It's a big gun round for Astralis. They need to break this streak from NaVi. In terms of kills, we have not seen more than 1 player die on NaVi's side since the 20th round. In case things didn't feel bleak enough.
I think this makes a lot of sense. These lower hits have been pretty good at catching Boomich off guard. He's floating again, and he'll just go 1 for 1.
So Electronic Invent finds Glaive with a grenade in his hand, sticks around, Dupree trades it, perfecto. He's gonna catch Bubsky on that hut lurk. And it's into the off. Simple swaps. Flamey shuts them down.
Oh, they get 1 trade at every turn. Listen, I understand why they want to go lower. It makes a lot of sense. Because they get this. Boomich is not playing it well. He keeps getting caught off guard. He's never crack spotting with the smoke. He's not in a position to fall back. They take the 1 for 1 trades, but it's 1 for 1. 1 for 1. Electronics in place.
Every
one
step
for
of the way.
1. There's somebody who's picking them off at every turn, and it's just enough. It's just enough. And of course, the ramp rotations are there. Simple, he could be outside, but instead he's ready on the other side of the ramp as well because he's been very smart about these rotations. And they're there just in time. And now they're in the power position. Things are really heating up here for NaVi.
They can feel it. We've got 1 more tack pause on Astralis after this one.
I think if I'm Astralis, I'm probably thinking about doing a similar thing, at least in the beginning of the round. I would take advantage of the fact that this is a weakness that doesn't seem to be getting stronger for NaVi.
But then not burst into the bomb site right after?
Yeah, exactly. Keep options open. Bubsky activates his lurk very early on the upstairs site.
Very true.
And then gets caught off guard through the hut. That was one of their other outs in the round. Potentially, like, if they get the vent guy, right? And Bubsky is still available upstairs, then they can come up the vent and hit it. But without that kill, it's just a completely different round. You have to know the upstairs site is clean.
Simple leading the utility damage. Device right there with him. So these guys just taking over the scoreboard in all categories. There is so much money on NaVi. They will be buying until the end of this game no matter what. That last round, the most successful in terms of frags, and they still only got 2. Astralis have struggled. Simple has been a big factor in that.
This is interesting because they throw the cross smokes just to try to get these rotations. Now, one thing is, Astralis have crossed off these smokes so many times. NaVi have never played in secret. There's another thing for them. So now they have to respect the fact they don't have information and rotate early. So this is what Astralis are trying to game on them right now. But I think right now they've got a little bit of ramp control as well. Deep ramp control here for Flamey. Oh, Boomich sees nothing outside.
But there's 2 players close.
Off that second flash. Oh, but he's not seeing anybody.
Nope. Now they're going to go ahead and just try and slide in behind him. We get that fight from Flamey. Aggression off of the ramp. Now Glaive's going to get activated into the A site. We just had a player dive down vent. Nope, it's Boomich still on site. Simple. He's going to cut down Magus. Perfecto. Easy pickup. It's Glaive through Mini, but that's all they've had. The only thing going for Astralis is Glaive catching a kill through Mini. Individual fights all across the map for NaVi, one after another. They have brought this game back.
Damn.
This is now 9 rounds in a row.
Damn.
And they're about to hit a 10th to close, 16-12.
Very smart, I guess. NaVi, they didn't move too much. They had Flamey push up to ramp in case there was going to be some kind of split through ramp. But he's there ready for the lobby squeeze. And he wins this duel versus a peeking device. That's a big one. And then, of course, Simple, he's still upstairs as well. They're waiting for this. They actually just outcall Glaive completely. And they double flash outside. They don't see anything, but they still hold their nerve completely. They do it off of low information, but they realize that Astralis have been getting away with this thing with Secret over and over again. They could have just gone Secret in that round, and it would have been a scary round for NaVi, but again, the read is just perfect.
3 chances to close this. Working off a lack of utility and guns. No real solution. They've tried different things. They thought it was maybe going to be that secret stairs entry.
Yeah.
Always a problem.
It maybe failed too many times with a good opportunity there and didn't open up a chance for them anywhere else.
Yeah, it feels like you're just getting closer and closer, but all of a sudden, NaVi, they've added so many rounds to the board.
See, finally,
this looked like a ramp play.
Let's take a look at Boomich here. So, yeah, okay, finally he's crack spotting. It's still, there's a little bit of timing here, but he'll finally get the smoke off safely. And this is all they were trying to do before.
Simple's boosted on boxes and ramp, so I think that opens up a rotate from Flamey. He can really just leave if needed. And that's exactly what he's going to do. Keep eyes out. Like you said, get down into Secret, which they're on the cusp of, but leave options open.
It's coming to Simple, though. Yeah, they'll definitely try to split lower now.
And they haven't really done enough to keep the B players uncomfortable. Boomich, he's just going to reposition over towards the double doors. Astralis yet to show themselves. 25 seconds on the clock. This one could just hit a brick wall in the name of Simple. Boomich, he finds that first kill. Now ramp starts to activate. They're met by utility. Simple, he's swooping in on him. 2 kills, almost a third. Dupree, incredibly low already. He has 2 points of health to try and stop NaVi from reverse sweeping this CT side. 10 rounds in a row.
That was a really sick CT side end for NaVi. That's when Astralis should get the most clutch, and it felt like that's where NaVi's gears were turning the most as well to keep up at each and every turn. I'm sure that Astralis are going to be very upset at themselves for not being able to figure out that situation downstairs when they had the opportunity, but full credit to NaVi for figuring out where Glaive was going to try to take it next.
Well, we'll go to map 3 next. That's what's on this docket. Who picks it up between Astralis and NaVi? We'll find out soon enough.
Welcome to the Betway Blastful Games, where CSGO players from across the globe will compete for gold in various events. The first event is the long jump, which requires great in-game mechanical ability to synchronize your keyboard and mouse to strafe as far as you can. Currently, Pasha holds the record, however, I think his score is going to be beaten soon enough. It wouldn't be a Betway map without chickens, but this time they will be suspended from 10 drones and players will have 10 bullets to shoot as many of them as they can. Kenny S has the best odds to take gold in this event. Event number 3 is surfing, and no, we're not going to the beach. The only waves we'll be seeing is those waving goodbye to the losers. Whoever is the fastest surfer will win gold. It's time to separate the Michael Jordans from the simples with the basketball event. We'll be testing the players' knowledge of grenade trajectories, and of course, Astralis have been winning this event for years, and that's why they're favourites. And there we have it, the Betway Blast Full Games 2020. Let us know in the comments below who you think will be taking gold.
I went into this saying if NaVi had a trick up their sleeve, but it's the same old trick they've had over and over again. It was the simple show, didn't matter if it was an orb or an org, he managed to put it to work, and Astralis could not best them on Nuke.
Look, I don't want to be reductionist and then take everything onto simple, but man, we need to address him. Like, we need to address simple. I know people at home might be bored of us bringing up simple, best player in the world and all that, but look at what he's doing right here. Look at the amount of multi-kills he's had, the positioning he had. Yep. He had the AUG as well. The AUG come into play. He was insane again. Amazing.
He was really insane. And another man who lost his mind and was insane at this was Pimp. There was a little magic moment you had here, mate.
Yeah, I think, honestly, you know,
This is Pimp's face when the Nuke clip came in, and he was so unhappy.
Which was
legit, you thought it was so bad.
To be fair, I do want to say I probably wouldn't have reacted the same way had Inferno not been the first map. When I see Inferno and Nuke going up against Astralis, I'm instantly thinking a 2-0 right here. But as I also tweeted out earlier, and as I also said on the desk, if NaVi would be able to win a map like Nuke, if NaVi would be able to make this game even competitive, given the circumstances, bringing in Bit, you know, that in itself would be impressive. The fact that NaVi is able to win Nuke against Astralis is no joke whatsoever. And as Matthew said, yeah, sure, it gets a bit boring talking about Simple all the time, but sometimes we stand there talking about him, you know, having, you know, 30 frags in all the games. But this time around, the amount of impact he had on the server, that's what you need to look out for. Because there's a lot of fans out there, you know, claiming that, yeah, Simple, he baits a lot. Yeah, he's not really involved in the game. His impact is not as high as Saivu, blah, 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 blah. Be quiet. Watch this game, look at the impact he's having on the server. You can take nothing away from Simple. He was the man shutting down Astralis, and that is no joke on a map like Nuke.
Think about the different positions he had impact on. That, to me, is the key. We will see it right here. That round was the starting of the nightmare for Astralis, you could say. That 4Ks coming out of ladder in position, and he's going to do it outside. Sometimes he was lower already, waiting for the push. Sometimes he was ramp, hiding on the box. He was everywhere. He's basically some kind of raid boss you cannot avoid. This time around towards A ramp. Again, he was everywhere, finding these kills, being a pain in the butt of Astralis' players, and that's probably the first time I saw Glaive running out of ideas.
And this is probably the first time I've seen Simple be so good with nothing but other than the AUG.
Oh my.
The AUG was all the way for this man. We see a few sniper kills in there, but this guy, we've seen the AUG meta come in a bit more on Nuke, right, on train, on some of these maps with the longer distances on it. But right now, he just put it to Astralis in every single way. They were not ready.
Yeah, and I think Simple is just a classic example of a guy you just don't want to mess with him, right? You don't want to poke the bear in that sense. He's a guy that whenever he faces, you know, struggle, whenever he faces a rough situation, whenever they all of a sudden bring in Bit, they bring back Flamey, everything goes against them. No logic tells us that they should be able to beat Astralis. And no logic tells us they should be able to beat them on Inferno. They came close. No logic tells us they're going to be able to beat them on Nuke. They did it. He's dropped 2 30 bombs in a row now on Astralis, heading into the third and deciding map. Simple right now can't be stopped right. Last time we saw him play Dust 2 in this tournament, wasn't that the game where he took over the server completely and dropped another 30 bomb? If he does it again now, hands down, the best player in the world.
You want to talk about Dust 2? I just had a quick look at NaVi stats in the past 3 months. Simple 1.38 rating on Dust 2. But wait, that's not all. That's not all.
God.
The second rated on NaVi is Electronic with 100. In any day of the week, I would tell you this is a horrible sign. They cannot have so much pressure on one player. He's not going to be able to do it. But today, somehow I feel like today Simple can absolutely do it.
Well, you guys both also threw out a stat before this that Simple against Astralis specifically drops 1.34 as well. This does not bode well for the Danes right now, because if they have a problem like that where they can't answer, it was as close as you guys said and we saw on Inferno. Dust 2 was the old stomping ground, what NaVi would love, even if we didn't agree with it as a pick.
Yeah, I mean, if Simple will continue what he's doing right now, it's absolutely insanity. Another stat line to add to his name just to make this, whole performance more impactful. On his CT side so far in this game, he's 14-7. He's died 7 times on the CT side in this series in its entirety, and he's had 40 kills. That is the most insane stat line that I've ever in my life heard. He's absolutely destroying Astralis' T side. We came into this game talking about Glaive being the caller. Yeah. Sure, Glaive is a fantastic caller, the best in-game leader of all time, but what are you supposed to do if Simple drops 40 kills on you and only dies 7 times on the CC sides after 2 almost full maps? It's not like they played 16-1, 16-1. No. They played all the rounds. He's insane.
Yeah, he really is. Now, one thing I'm going to come back to with you guys on this, right? I've been talking to the NaVi guys, I was talking to their coach on the NaVi junior side, and he was saying that the practice they had with Bit, the idea was that he would get more games, but he said they've only had 7 to 8 games of practice with him, which isn't a massive amount, right? It's not a huge sample size for him to do it.
No.
He had a good go, definitely nothing against him for what he managed to do in that. You can't expect so much of a player just starting out doing this. But do you think if they had Flamey, that Inferno might have been a different story?
I think it's hard to go back in time and ask of what happened with Flamey. Definitely Bit had a hard time on Inferno. And the tweet I made, what I was worried about is just Bit being pulled out because of his performance. Because I think that would be some kind of traumatizing experience.
From my understanding, that's not the case.
So if that is a planned substitution and they decide that he's not ready to play on Nuke, I can totally understand that. It's a very technical map. It's a very strategical map as well. So I can fully understand. That was a rough first experience for Bit, but you pointed out he's very young, he's a rookie, just give him some time, right? I understand why Flamey would come in on Nuke.
Definitely. Now, when we come to Dust 2, we don't know if there's going to be any substitutions yet. We don't know what's going to happen. We'll wait for that information to come into play. But I think both teams will maybe play with the full standard roster.
You could imagine. I think that's going to be the case. I hope for NaVi's sake that's going to be the case, because they were looking strong on Nuke. Let's be honest, right? They were doing one hell of a job. Sure, Simple was all over the place, especially as Matthew said, the way he was rotating around the map made it so tough for Astralis to avoid him. I'm sure Glaive and Sonic, for that matter, at one point in time were thinking, okay, what do we do to avoid Simple right now? But he was like everywhere. Like he was constantly rotating. So coming into Dust 2, with the full lineup, sure, it's going to be a different game. And Dust 2 is a map where Simple will have to pick, am I going to play towards B or am I going to play towards A? You cannot be at both bomb sites at the same time because of the mid door. So the whole dynamic of Dust 2 and the potential of Simple's carry on the CT side, that changes just down to the fact that middle and the fact you can't cross it without the smokes and using a lot of utility. So have that in mind when you're watching this game.
When we're watching that game as well, they're pointing on what you're saying there. I completely agree. He's not going to be just running around, right? There's too much of this open space. But do you think we'll see him rotate sites a bit more and just play around the feeling? Because that's certainly something we saw work massively here on Nuke.
I think he is in complete flow state right now. I think he's completely, integrated in the game. He feels everything, and I think he should take as much space as he can, have as much freedom as he can. And I just think that we need to cherish these moments, right? Because having Simple pop off against Astralis, I don't think is a coincidence. If you think about sports as well, the highest player, the best players, they would always pop off in these very pressure matchup, right? In the same in football, we had the Messi and Ronaldo, talk, like whenever they would play against each other, they would go absolutely ham. I think that's what's happening here with Simple, and we need to appreciate that. The fact that he would just go full power when he goes up against Astralis, it's not a coincidence. It's just we're witnessing one of the most gifted players to ever touch Counter-Strike go up against the best team of all time, and as spectators, as viewers, as analysts, hosts, and casters and whatnot, we are blessed with seeing what Simple can do, and again, pushing the boundaries of what can be done in Counter-Strike.
it's definitely something to enjoy, right? It's that moment where you go, oh, wow,
Really?
once
He's just
again.
doing it all.
But one thing I got to praise here is Device. Both games, right, we have seen Device play very well. You spoke about it in the pre-game mid. In one of those things, we look at it and we say, oh, Device is not the superstar, right, when he has them start from. But overall, across all this series recently, he's been getting better and better.
He's a great player. Get me no wrong right here. Device is one of the best players in the world, and he for a long time had the brand as being one of the most consistent players in the world as well. And I think we can contribute that consistency to the way he works as a professional athlete. Let's be honest. The way he constantly cares about, being in shape, constantly cares about coming into the server with the right state of mind, knowing from having played with Device as well, he's a fantastic teammate, and I think there's a lot of stuff he does well. What Device don't have, when you compare him to a guy like Simple, is the ability to take over a game like Simple does. Sure, we've seen Device, have games where he takes them over, but it's not in the same fashion as Simple. When we saw Simple play Dust 2, I can't remember who the opponent were, but he just took over an entire CT side and ruled the game. There was nowhere to go for a team. There was nowhere to avoid Simple. He took over the entirety of the game. We saw the exact same thing happen here in Dust 2, and you don't see that often from Device. That's what he lacks in qualities if you want to compare him to the very best out there. Sure, he's had a great series, but he's not taking over the game, and he can't stop Simple. Nobody can.
So what do the Astralis need to do here, right? What needs to happen, like you said about it? Glaive, because we're kind of running out of ideas, and that's not something we often say about this man.
No, but again, I do wonder if Simple did not just shut down Glaive tactically, because no matter where he was going, Simple would be here with a 4-4 kill. So I'm not worried about, Astralis' game style and game plan in general. I think Dupree is someone that we need to see pop off. Dust 2, I think he's the second best rated player for Astralis on this map. It takes a lot of space as well. I think it fits his game style, and he needs to come alive. He was always at the top. He's having a quiet series, so he would be my one individual to keep an eye on. But I'm not worried for Astralis. I think they're professionals. They've been there in the past, and I believe in Glaive's ability to steer the ship.
Now, guys, we've got a lineup change coming in, and it is going back to the Golden Five of Astralis. Zip is in, Bubsky is out. We did kind of expect it, given that it is Dust 2. And as far as I'm aware right now, there are no changes in NaVi. They were sticking with the core 5. Bit, he played his part in the first game, and that is it.
I think that for Astralis is a positive thing. Bubsky didn't have a great game on Nuke, wasn't able to make the difference. I don't want to blame the loss on Bubsky, and neither should any of the fans out there. He was probably doing what he was told and having an anonymous game, which sometimes happens when you're going up against a NaVi with Simple that is playing so well. So he was all right. You see it on the score right here, 15-17. You can't blame him. Didn't have the impact you would like to, but that's it. Bringing in Supnix brings in a lot of stability, and I think that's exactly what Astralis needs right now. They need stability. They need to know that no matter what, their foundation is not going to be tested. That's not going to be the problem. They are well aware if they face Simple playing the same way he did as map 1 and map 2 for that matter, it's basically out of their hands in the sense that sure, Device can have a great game. Sure, Astralis can make all the right calls, but if Simple himself is making the calls and he positions himself in the right places, if he has the ability, I guess, to once again get the multi-kills and just shut them down, they are aware there's nothing they can do. So they need to stick to the guts, do them, and then hope Simple is not going to turn out like he's just done. To be fair, right, I'm losing my mind a little bit because I think what Simple is doing right now here against Astralis is some of the most impressive I've ever seen.
It is impressive. It has been an epic series so far. We've gone the full distance. We've nearly had all the rounds in all the maps so far. We're going to Dust 2. It used to be a key pick for NaVi, but Astralis at one point were one of the best teams on the world on it. If there's one thing you need to do right now is stick around for this match.
Welcome to the Betway Blast Full Games, where CSGO players from across the globe will compete for gold in various events. The first event is the long jump, which requires great in-game mechanical ability to synchronize your keyboard and mouse to strafe as far as you can. Currently, Pasha holds the record, however, I think his score is going to be beaten soon enough. It wouldn't be a Betway map without chickens, but this time they will be suspended from 10 drones and players will have 10 bullets to shoot as many of them as they can. Kenny S has the best odds to take gold in this event. Event number 3 is surfing, and no, we're not going to the beach. The only waves we'll be seeing is those waving goodbye to the losers. Whoever is the fastest surfer will win gold. It's time to separate the Michael Jordans from the simples with the basketball event. We'll be testing the players' knowledge of grenade trajectories, and of course, Astralis have been winning this event for years, and that's why they're favourites. And there we have it, the Betway Blast Full Games 2020. Let us know in the comments below who you think will be taking gold.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are a little bit closer to our third map. A couple connection issues. Steam decided to, do what it does.
Yeah. So
fun, right?
Kind of a long day here. Late in Moscow as well, but doesn't seem to have affected Simple at all.
Not at all.
He actually went 21-1 in that second half. Completely mowed him down.
Is that humanly possible?
And it was like, you said it perfectly, like the simple factor.
The simple
right?
factor.
The fact that like you can call good strats and everything like that, but when you have a player that is that powerful and can do that much on his own, like a 4K spray down on them coming into secret, like this is something that you just have to, like this was the round 2, 12-6. NaVi come back and Simple just completely destroys them with the AUG, and it just does not stop. Thank God we have this replay package ready. I mean, there were some mistakes here from NaVi. I think they're not a perfect team by any means, you know. There's a lot of gaps in information. They gamble a lot. They leave tons of holes on the map. And this just allows for heroic moments for Simple, really. But this was the, 12-11 at this point, and all I can hear is AUG noises, and I'm sure that's all right. Glaive is going to hear when he goes to bed tonight.
I was just thinking to myself, I'm like, man, this sounds like some spam.
Look at this, like this is and then they pulled off some really good reads. They had the upper stack at the right time. They had Simple at the ramp stack at the correct time. So they did some good gambles and reads after the fact, and they could have lost before that, but that's where the Simple factor came in. Sure. All those media rounds in between to get them to the point of tying up. And it makes CS incredibly fun to watch, and I love that part. You know, the fact that you can have both the individual and the team aspect heightened at different times, and even versus a team like Astralis, have someone like Simple really take over the game.
During that game, when you said, like, wouldn't it be fun to play Counter-Strike like Simple?
Yeah, if you're Simple.
It just resonates because I don't play like that. And so few players do, even at the very top level, right? Like, and that's why he is one of the very best in the world. You know, it seems so consistent. right? You tweeted earlier today like the highlights of our 4-star players tonight, right? We had like Ziwu versus Rops, and now we've got Device versus Simple. And those 4 individuals really do kind of feel to me like they're cut from a different cloth. And that's why Device across both of these first 2 maps has also been performing right up there with him.
Yeah.
But it's crazy how even though you have that like skill ceiling for both players, and I would argue they're just as good as one another.
Yeah.
You don't notice it with Device.
Yeah.
It's so low key in comparison. And I feel like that was my takeaway on the second map was like Astralis. They were low key losing rounds. There wasn't that incredible change of pace, A smash, you know, that we got out of NaVi on their T side when it wasn't going as well as they had hoped for, right? Like they have more looks and it's sloppier and it's grittier and it's not always impressive because sometimes there's just like a glaring fault or that one glaring issue.
Yeah.
Astralis, they win and lose without turning attention.
Definitely. I think Device plays positionally perfect and his team structure makes it even easier for him, and then hits his fair share of shots and puts up crazy amounts of consistent kills. And this rating, I mean, this month his rating has been the highest of the 4, like 1.32 on average across. But then you look at Simple, and specifically in Simple's story, which is kind of cool, he's gotten so much better versus Astralis. Back at Katowice when they won, he was putting up his best rating and performance ever versus Astralis to win Katowice, and that was exciting. And after that, he's had a very good time. So he's specifically learned how to play against Astralis really, really well, whereas in the past, in a major final, in a bunch of finals versus Astralis, he's struggled to have the same impact. He got disabled a lot. And Glaive was even, somebody asked him in an interview, like, what do you say about Simple? He always plays really, really well, really consistently. And Glaive at one point said he doesn't play well versus us. And that's not the story anymore, which is so sick. That's kind of the, you know, the final boss. And if you're a team like NaVi, this is the team you need to prepare for the most because it's the one who's going to be the roadblock for you in every upper bracket, in every playoff, in every final.
In every final.
Yeah, so now that he's overcome that, there's something to be talked to. But I still think, you know, Astralis are by far and away the better team.
Sure.
When we see, like, when I study their rotations and I study their setups and then I see how Glaive calls, it's very pragmatic to me. I can always tell what he's trying to do. I can see why it works, and then I can see it executed really well. You know, when he has a feeling somebody is somewhere and there's nobody else in all of these first areas of the map, and they get up to that point and then suddenly like pre-fire that, I'm like, okay, you were thinking that through the whole way, and he does it versus NaVi, he does it versus every top team. Whereas on NaVi, they go for the gambles a bit more.
Sure.
They kind of try to read into it, but they don't play perfect for the map control. They don't rely on each other to like work around meticulously to the point of winning. That's usually not the NaVi style. It's a bit looser, a bit more scrappy, and just a bit more emphasis on the fact that they have Simple.
Yeah, I think you see it down in like the lower halls that last map, right? The scrappiness. You'd get somebody throwing themselves up the stairs. You'd get those little moments, those little bursts of energy that are chaotic by nature.
Yeah.
There's not chaos on Astralis.
Not at all,
It is
no.
very controlled.
Yeah.
To, of course, the top level of Counter-Strike.
Definitely.
So, just really, I'd say, you know, fire and ice is what we've got in the server, but both teams currently cooled off at the moment. Our technical issues persist, and so we're just going to go ahead and throw this one over to a break. We'll be joining you guys, or rather, you'll be joining us soon enough. All right. It's been piling on piece by piece, but the excitement continues to deliver because we are now on the cusp of Dust 2. Dust 2 between NaVi and Astralis. Any particular feelings you want to get off your chest before this battle gets going?
If Simple could take over the game on Nuke, I think there's only more room for it here on Dust 2. Maniac brought up that he's got an astronomical rating on this map specifically, which I'll just go ahead and double confirm exactly how high that is. But it's an open map, and I mean, Device is one of the best, one of the best, if not most consistent car operator on this map, so it's not like it's going to be easy. But yes, there's space here on Dust 2. This should be a good one. So I'm just going to take a look in the last 3 months here. We're looking at 1.38 rating for Simple on Dust 2. A huge 94.4 ADR, very high for an Opper, and 1.49 impact rating, just breaking the charts really with his performances. But here we have it. We've had 60 rounds already in this series. It's been a not perfect CS all around, but now is Simple showing up in such a big way, it's going to push Astralis to their absolute limits, and you better believe a slow start will catch up to them. You know that Simple is not going to stop now. We're in the real FPL hours at this point.
Real FPL hours. Hold on.
It's
the game has started.
time.
I need to start. Real FPL hours. If anybody's still... He's doing it again.
Yeah, he has the no...
What's going on?
He's got the no silencer USB.
Explain yourself.
The Forest.
Well, the Forest leaves in the hands of Electronic. An old school USP, good for a kill and an assist already. They've got a player pinned over by the blue box. And Zipic's dead. Magisk and Glaive, that's all they've got left. But that bomb, it's been completely cut away from the hands of Astralis. And while Magisk is going to continue to take these Glock shots at the furthest possible distance, turns out he's going to find one. Now, it is still the man advantage for NaVi. Glaive takes that away. This would be the 2 versus 4. Glaive, he's now low HP. Magisk, he's pushed the player off of the bomb control. Astralis, they are absolutely recovering this pistol. 2v4 into the 1v1. Glaive versus Boomich, barely any time, and Boomich is going to run as fast as he can back behind that blue box. No chance, Glaive.
Perfectly played by Boomich. Nicely done to run away. Glaive gets all 4 in the 2v4, but it's not for the round win. That's 1 up for NaVi. And we'll check this out. Of course, some shots have to be missed for this situation. What is that Glock headshot all the way down to the back of pit, the depths? And Glaive, that's a wicked shot, man. A couple of wicked shots, actually. This one for the books. Sorry, I guess he got an opening kill, and Matt just got one in the 2v4. Pistols here. Hard-earned pistol round for NaVi, but a win nonetheless. That's all that matters. I'll use this default to talk shop a little bit. Get a feel for the setup. I don't know when the last time these guys played Dust 2 against each other, if it was at Beijing. That I'm not actually sure about. Might be an interesting thing to look at, actually. The last match was a 2-0 in favor of NaVi. Yeah, it looks like right now they've got the confidence and the will to pull out another series win, even if it's a bit more labored. Good fallback damage here for Simple. Perfectly timed with the nade throw. Perfectly placed. And Astralis have to make a decision. No, not even a flashbang here. They've done the math. They didn't have anything to spare.
Flamey hears these footsteps, so high alert. Easy pickup. Simple in position with the M4, has a player thrown in his direction. Oh,
dude.
Oh,
okay.
4-player spray. Simple continues on from Nuke. Listen, it's just the anti-eco, but those headshots were crisp.
Wow, that's pretty sick. He melted him. Melted him down like a cheese stick in the microwave, Connor.
Again? You're getting hungry, huh? Midnight snack?
It's been in 2 maps. It's been 90 rounds since the last time I said that. 60 rounds. We're looking for 90. Come on, let's go the distance. It's the match we've all been waiting for. High flash out to try to punish the pit cross. Dupree misses those shots.
Flash over.
Glaive's third most used gun. And Simple, he's doing damn well to get all this damage off. Oh, the push here from Electronic.
Now it's versus guns.
Yeah.
And it's still looking just as good. A little wild. Oh, there's still a player alive, and Simple's just giving it to him down here in the tunnels. Magisk in a 1 versus 5.
Let him die in peace.
Cuts down a single player, 50 health. There's still more than a minute on the clock, and NaVi, they have the gall to go fighting off of Catwalk, to go charging into tunnels. A 3-0 start, and, well, Simple, he's on one.
Thanks for the show, Simple. Let's go. Let's go. Love to see that. First there's this one, then there's this one, then there's the jumping shot. See, mouse wheel bug's not so bad.
You can recover. It's not the end of the day.
Put on the exosuit.
Don't get me started. New danger zone map.
For zone danger. And Astralis, they need to recoup the confidence. Okay, show them they're not scared.
Missed Eagle shots by Glaive. That could have been the opening. We'll see if Astralis follow up. Again, it's Electronic in these 1 versus 1 engagements. And the frag grenade is just going to chip Device further down the score to 34.
He's got the power potential too. Electronic known to put up a few numbers.
Oh, this is fiery.
Yeah, there's not even a kill here in this round. So this is also about that, right? The clean rounds, no kills, no upgrades needed for NaVi. A very, very fine start. Device instantly goes up into the op. He's not here to play games any longer, but NaVi, they don't need to upgrade. They are all set. Happy with their 3 recovered AKs and 2 M4s. Full kits, full utility. $8,900 in the bank for Simple. 93 for Flamey. Game just started.
Couple of incendiaries burning out over on long. Zipex tasked to hold this. And Dupree's just going through the motions here at the bottom of middle. See how long before Simple comes hunting. He can only wait so long before that bloodthirst takes over. But he is doing a very good job of staying patient. Buys the CT spawn. Dupree up into the stairs, hangs on. There's still this chance for the Boomich versus Zipex fight. Loses 20-some health.
Only goes 1 round.
Yeah, falls back a bit.
We'll see the hold bout. They're pressing up for the long split. We got any impact grenades here? No, Simple. It's not holding on to anything.
Nope. Electronic has 1 more smoke to throw, but that's it. Flamey, he does still have some utility, but he's just playing counter flash over on long. It's looking like a 5-guy cat hit.
Yeah, they might do it. They might do it. There's enough utility to go for a fake, but no one's sitting here at Xbox to try to open things up from that perspective. And Simple, I mean, either he farms or he gets nothing, right? Like this is a play where he's playing very committed, and it looks like he is going to get back into position. Oh, let's see how this works out.
Oh,
this could be very juicy. Oh my goodness gracious.
Oh my god, they're going to walk right by. Simple, he goes ahead to pull the trigger. 2 kills for him. Electronic 1 off of the ramp leaves Magisk and Device. He did what he had to. He waited long enough. Smoke grenade down on the cusp of the site, and Device, he wants this angle. Boomich looking to play patient as his 2 teammates are slowly working around from CT spawn. Device now getting a little wary, getting a little worried. Soon to get flashed off of the angle. When will Boomich activate? They've got a Molotov and a frag grenade still on the side of NaVi. They could throw that, and they do, over on Cat. He just caught the head of Boomich. Frag inside the site, takes Device to 20. Magisk, he's now down. Device follows right thereafter. 5 rounds in a row for NaVi. Perfecto, clearing the board.
Perfectly well handled on the retake, and it comes down to the wire, but they'll steal it. That's a good round here from NaVi, and the 5-0, the 2K spray down from Simple. He goes unchecked, almost moves out of his spot. And, you know, could really even wait longer, but you don't want to overweight in this situation in case somebody late checks it for no reason. They might not be kept busy attention-wise, and then you got a situation where you don't get any kills. I think he does the most there. Just enough patience. Just the right amount of discipline. Well, NaVi instantly on fire. Push out towards long, and you know what? Everyone's fragging too. Electronic, it's not a name we talk about every day anymore, but it should be. He was very consistent for a long time. Definitely a certified second star.
What were Simple's stats in that second half?
He went 21-1 in the second half.
All right, so with the continuation from Nuke, he is now 30-3. Glave's going to get the entry quickly on B. Boomich, hot flank.
No. Yeah.
Caught. Zipex tangles him up in his rope. Immediate save call coming out of NaVi. So as quickly as that fire gets going, it is cooled off. Astralis, they found the solution. Simple walk into B.
Whoa, that is actually an interesting stat to follow from the last game. So 9-2. So what is it? 30-3, something like that.
Well, you said 21-1.
Yeah, so 30-3.
And he's 9-2, 30-3, and they did just win their 15th round in a row.
Yeah.
Only now to lose to Astralis.
True. Yeah.
But it's on their own accord. They decide to save that double op setup.
Oh yeah, they could have won, but they're nice guys.
Sometimes you got to let them slip.
Give them a little hope.
Give them a little hug.
I'd take a Flamey Bear hug any day.
No offense, Flamey, but give me Boomich.
Or Zonic.
Okay. Bears on both sides.
A lot of great tier 1 options there.
Walk out. Look at this. Perfecto just checking out that wall. And Zipex, well, splatters Boomich on the back of the tunnels.
Let me see when we were in at Blast Moscow.
Yeah.
Those 2 kids that ran up to Boomich.
Yeah.
And they like slapped him on the stomach. Like, Boomich, we love you. And I got a picture with them. They had the cutest smile ever. I mean, Boomich, not the kids. It's the most lovable man ever.
Flashbangs out long. Zipex, he wants some. And he's going to get it by Boomich. Opening kill here for NaVi. Right back to their winning ways. But can they convert it? Flamey looking to be tested over on this B site. And of course, he's working alongside Perfecto. It's a question of whether Dupree comes into the equation through mid or if he just plays this lurk in order to cut the players off. And that's assuming they commit. They still have plenty of time to chill. Oh, collateral from Simple. Finds both players with the 1 bullet. Dupree lucky to be alive. He's looking to now join forces with what is the 2 T's out tunnels. They eat another nade, and Perfecto's just going to tuck here behind the car. Magisk potentially to jump up, but they could also just slow down. Magisk, he's been seen. Perfecto tries to tuck, does so successfully. We do get that cross from Device. Electronic's gonna kill Dupree, and now the element of surprise is over. Flamey, hot op shot, and NaVi, 6 rounds.
Who's that? I thought it was Simple. Nice shot. Well adjusted. I like how Perfecto plays that so smart, right? Doesn't aim for the guy up top, waits for the fight to come to him. Delay's perfect. Look at these late flashes. Beautiful stuff so far from NaVi, and he puts together the collateral damage. Don't even know if he saw the guy in the back either. It's just the kind of day Simple's having. He can do no wrong. Well, the most exciting of the series so far. The pace is hot right now. I'm interested. I'm into it. Magisk, always hurt. Wow, they're trying to get... Oh, they not try. They get out of B, and this is going to call the CTs over. This is interesting. They pull back quickly, and... Whoa, Flamey's made his way to the other side of mid, but...
Caught by Device, however, T-spawn.
Flank, right?
Yeah, Boomich all the way back in T-spawn. He shuts down the guy on Xbox. It's all in on B. Astralis dying out to the pistol, then the op. It is Dupree V2. Simple's gonna send a shot through smoke. Dupree crosses over. He's got a minute.
They have the bomb out there.
1 minute to get that bomb.
Oof. This will be a task.
And a half.
There's one man for the job. It's too easy for Dupreezy.
Simple goes all the way over to long.
Jesus.
Look at that reposition.
You're going to need a treasure map to find this man. He's not going to give himself up for nothing.
Indiana Jones over here just hanging out in mid.
But it's a mimic. You don't want to open that chest.
It's very much a 1 versus 1 here, V Boomich. Smoke grenade, that's going to put Simple's op now back on T-spawn. He's going to have an easy angle down suicide. Both players exchange grenade damage. And Dupree, he just wants that damn bomb. Oh, long-range fight v Simple. Boomich, he's now confirmed in position, but Simple won't give you a second chance. He cuts him down. It's 7-1. NaVi, clean lead.
We'll call that 33-3 so far for Simple. Puts up 3 more kills. The rotations, this actually made it such a weird call, I'd say, for Astralis, because it's not every day I say that either, but they come out towards B, they pull back, they scare the CTs into rotating heavily over towards B, and then they try to come out mid, but that's the only reason that the Ts were there is because of the presence that they made on the B site. So I guess maybe the idea was to try to fight them in rotation, but it ends up backfiring a little bit. We're going to attack timeout called for Astralis. This used to be a very powerful map for them in the vetoes, but they're clearly not infallible. Not in the least. Wow, not much money here to buy either. They've been trying to go quickly into openings here, even if it's on the B site. Not the game I expected whatsoever, but the game I'm glad to see. For sure, this is crazy.
Let's see if it keeps up this electric tempo. Astralis going to be heading into the tunnels with 3 out the gate. That one Galil, of course, within the pack. NaVi 3A first. Electronic falls back. Electronic and Flamey kind of got a little mid-crossfire going since NaVi saw nothing towards tunnels and feel comfortable enough to shift attention down to the base of mid. This is where Astralis was starting off their T side. A little bit of a catwalk challenge. But we know the utilities that NaVi have on hand. Speak of the devil. First one shows up. Gonna get a challenge down in mid. Smoke grenade met them on catwalk. Electronic, you don't push through this, do you? Yeah, off of the flashbang. Does not work. Now that gives an AUG over to Glaive. Things getting a little more interesting.
Boomich actually peeked out towards long, which is interesting. He's falling back now too. I feel like he was in a good spot to flank, but he'll start to come back and kind of playing awkwardly within the doorway.
Ooh, 2 missed shots from Simple. T's on close proximity. That's a bomb plant for them. And as long as Simple watches doors, that could open things up for the rest of NaVi to get the retake rolling. We'll see. Simple making noise as he runs away. Does that activate Glaive? He is the only rifle left on this play for Astralis. So if he comes out too soon and dies, their chances of winning just dive. Simple, gonna find that headshot. Perfect timing from Glaive. Shaves 2 off long. Now he's done for. It's Magisk from the Gandalf, looking to make that magic happen. Dodges back, and Perfecto shuts him down. It's an 8th round for NaVi.
Well, one hell of a retake. 3 for Perfecto. He's been a godsend for NaVi here on the CT side retakes. Well done. And honestly, yeah, Glaive, he does have to take his time. He knows he can hear the footsteps running away, but that can be a very obvious bait at times with a player in pit. So it's much better to die late than early. In this case, it's a bit too late, but I think, you know, better of the 2 situations, of course, to at least get some kills in. And his teammates could be, you know, there could be onus on them as well to hit shots. But while Simple runs away, he continues to have impact. I feel like Boomich almost misplays that a little bit. Had a really good opportunity to flank long with the mid and cap pressure that was there. But okay, Magisk will come out. Some good flashes to support. A really rough spray here from Boomich, and he'll end up getting traded out. Simple up to bat next. And he doesn't have a teammate to help him with cat control whatsoever, so we'll see how nervous he gets about this. But this is when he'll start to take the correct risks, right? He has to make something happen. What should
that could be it.
Flamey.
Flamey getting Dupree could have turned things upside down, but instead it's just an additional kill going the way of Astralis. I mean, about time we see them win a 2nd round, assuming they close this. Question now is how many players up at the end, if even. Simple. He's still a possible threat once they go for that CT cross.
Retaking mid is probably imperative here for
Wall of Smokes.
NaVi, but yeah, the amount of utility here left over.
Late lurk from Dupree out B as well. So eventually Perfecto, they're going to see his legs. Simple's completely safe from that opposite side of the map, though. It's this long play. It's eventually going to fizzle into the bomb site. Smokes begin to fade. Perfecto, he'll be seen, and he takes one with him. Everybody else has fallen back other than Device.
Oh, Jesus.
Because Dupree's inside the B site, so he's been calling for bomb this whole time.
Let's talk about odds for a second. So they're crossing back the other way. He's not going to see them just yet. Simple's still here at mid. And I think they're watching for this.
Spotted.
but Dupree still at the end of it, in the site now. And okay, Xyp9x will win that duel, and Device wins straight up versus Simple. So all is well and good here for Astralis. They'll pick it back up. We'll go now into round number 11. And this is the pretty rough spray here from Boomich, unfortunately, at long.
Yeah, it could have been the chance to cut back a man advantage. This as well would have been a turning point because Dupree's not able to activate that long rotate over. So definitely points where NaVi could have turned it upside down. They are still comfortably leading by 6 rounds, and this could just be the fast B hit. We've got the utility primed to pop. Nobody from NaVi has set up shop inside the site, but they still sit just outside it. And oh, that doesn't matter. Flamey, he's going to be able to get himself that double kill. Perfecto's looking for damage, and off of that flashbang, Flamey almost runs through on his own. They hold off, they cool off, and they've got a reason to. Tons of utility still to play. But they do give Astralis a chance to burn down this clock with the utility they hang on to.
Oh, retaken perfectly here.
All the incendiaries. Magus just picks up an additional molly. The only real route in is tunnels. Good thing for NaVi. There's 3 players coming from this direction. If they can cut down Magisk, then nope, he will throw that molly out. We're at that halfway point. It's going to be a pressured push. Magisk from the corner, cleared out after just the first one. Device is still on plat, but he's taken out. Everybody dies. And NaVi, successful retake just in the nick of time.
Yeah, just perfectly played, right? They have the Boomich big flank through spawn to make sure Xyp9x can't get that kill again. Then they have 2 going through the tunnels. They have enough players to trade. They all push in at the same time. This was not the NaVi that we saw trying to retake on Inferno. This is a much more well-organized NaVi that look extremely powerful. Of course, 3v5 retake situation, you're not going to favor Astralis, but they could very easily win the round with just one nice spray down on a single choke point, but there was no odds there, and Simple even hits a no-scope to refrag on Xyp9x beside the door. So they'll try it again for long, and again, moving very, very quickly here.
Another opener for Astralis. Success on these long plays.
Yeah.
Boomich doesn't die empty-handed. It's just the 1 kill this time around. So let's see how that changes things. We do, of course, still have Simple in position.
Oh.
Nice. A boost on top of the barrels. Very cool. He saw it. He hit it. He hit Device through the dirt.
Ramp bang.
Let that be a message. Glaive, he's going to get close to the corner. It's not Simple working alone either, but that second smoke denies them all the vision they need. Simple, he's going to opt to still just stand here in the open. What a risk! And sure enough, Glaive will punish him for it. Boomich rattles off some rounds. That tells the T's exactly what's up, and they've convinced NaVi to walk away. This is going to be Astralis with the 3rd round.
Yeah, no Simple, no party there. He goes for the risky play, sits out in the open. Sometimes that's, you know, what was that saying? It's like the comfort zone's there, maybe at Cat in that most predictable angle, but out there a little bit is where the magic happens, where you have to take the risk to, you know, win back after you're down 4v5. Risk does not pay off. That quick peek up the ramp is something that may or may not have happened. They could have jumped up box and died. I think that's the peak that Simple was looking for, but Astralis will win. 5 out long, they trade out. They're keeping it super simple. It's, it feels like Magisk is calling a little bit. Like, just to contrast styles, it feels like Magisk would call a lot more fast stuff and a lot more looser stuff, which is, you know, totally fine. Not to say it's bad whatsoever, but it's been a number of rushes.
Maybe since he was entry on long, he suggested the play?
Yeah, it could be. Of course, it is just Dust 2 after all.
Yeah, spawn-based. Spawn-based gameplay.
Very often, yeah. So, Flamey zopping. Wait. Flamey zopping.
You can say it one more time if you'd like.
Flamey zopping.
And that puts Simple back on the AUG. Now, this is where we saw that killer half. Look at the bodies they're going to throw over towards long, but Xyp9x, he doesn't care about the numbers. A continuation spray that doesn't net them a second kill. Instead, it's a blinded Electronic and Boomich, who both walk away with kills. Glaive, quick entry into mid, met by an incendiary and the flash. CT's very much aware of what Astralis want instead of long, and Electronic's going to die in the process. Do Astralis keep up this pressure? Flamey, he is inside of the smoke. Decides to walk through.
This is the info. He's a little bit
Lost in the sauce. Device, he's going to come out from tunnels. It's a player on window, popped. And now Flamey back in with his op, and both these T's cut down towards the car side. Glaive tagged low, and Device still able to go into the site itself. We've got one flash on Boomich, both the CTs in mid.
Let's see if Flamey knows if Glaive went tunnels or not. We'll see where he looks next.
Could still assume he's over by car. That's a smoke thrown inside of the doorway. That's that one flash. Looks like they both want to push through windows. Device, no scope, but Boomich headshot, and look at this play from Glaive. He's slipped inside of the smoke. He is calling the bluff of Boomich. Big brain Glaive makes the play, and now Boomich, in an attempt to stick this, takes it nearly all the way, only to die out at the end.
I think he had to wait a little bit longer in that situation. Glaive was just about to peak for that 10-second portion. And I think if he kind of made the worst of both worlds move with the second defuse that comes in. Either stick it or wait until the very end of that 10-second period where the CT maybe get fully nervous. But he obviously didn't know exactly where Glaive was. So always going to be a risk when you try to go for that stick. And it's NaVi to lose. Astralis win one after it's just a bare-knuckle fistfight, really, with the way that this game has gone. First, this long hit, then just the play out mid. Astralis looking to get it to mid-round as quickly as possible, it looks like. Flamey did a hell of a job with that op.
Yeah, making the most of the swapped doors. This is Astralis doubling their round count in the last two. They could triple it if they close it with another couple. Dupree, two CTs out in the open. Nice, controlled little burst there. Takes the head off Flamey and Magisk. Then eliminates Electronic. So, two more pistols to shoot off to the wayside. Send them to the dumps. Zipek's going to do exactly that, at least with Perfecto. Simple on a CZ. Do you believe?
Of course.
And Zipex? Not so much.
Well, they're making the most of this half when it really started out badly. So, continuing on with the fast plays. It feels a bit 50-50 with some of the entries, but again, nature of the map a little bit. Playing it slow maybe wasn't their MO coming in. And, well, they've recovered fully. They're on their feet. Looking for the 6-9 half.
Auto sniper.
One tag. Yeah, that's definitely just worth it right there. Fast play out mid, and they're trying to split once again. Simple, he's coming up on Glaive. Let's see how this interaction goes. Oh, he switched?
Switch.
Did he?
Weapon switch, yeah. Either that or his arms got blown off. One of two situations you pick. Oh, Device catching Flamey on the side of the smoke. This is Astralis looking for a 6th round on their T side after losing 9-2. You do not let Astralis back into a half. It's not easy. Dupree. He's not going to expect a second player in the same position. Device is going to deal a bit of damage. Perfecto so pinned into this corner. And, well, there's still a fight to unfold at the base of mid. They clear out Car, and Magisk waits long enough to get that 6th round. Astralis on a 4-round streak, taking this to the last half of the 3rd map. We'll see you guys there. it looked like Simple was going to rip Astralis limb from limb, but as they were getting drawn back into the bear's cave, screaming and kicking, they managed to escape, and then they managed to string 4 rounds together at the end of this T-side. Was it pretty? No. Is it enough? Maybe. It's time to find out. The final half of this opening best of 3. That's not gonna work. Burst shots down middle, I don't believe.
Simple's not done.
Not with this P250 on the T-side pistol.
Dude, his kill average for the series is going to be absolutely ridiculous at this pace.
Yeah, he's kind of nuts. Although, not nearly as invincible as he was on that second half of Nuke. However, NaVi on the T-side. This could be a whole new beast. Device inside of the A site will just try to hold the line as Glaive's able to get himself 1 kill. But then the site's cleared. Glaive still tapping away. This is just a big fight, and the damage is not going the way of Astralis. It's the opposite. Very much outnumbered now. NaVi hunting those double digits.
Dueled all the way through. Glaive will have to dig deep. He's obviously going to go for this one. 40 HP to his name. Let's see if the quick 1 tap comes out right. Okay, now we're in business, right? We can start running up. We just have to figure out where the second player is. He knows 1's on site. The double peek is in, and oh my goodness gracious.
It's
Glaive,
simple.
Do you have it in you? You know he's in the corner. Flashbang out. He's looking for the peek. He's going to get the headshot. Glaive, the 1v3, 40 HP, back against the wall, and he brings in the 7th.
Make that 5 rounds in a row here for Astralis. 4 kills on the round for Glaive. And you can see the reactions of Astralis. They know how much of a burden that pistol loss would have been.
Well, that's something fantastic.
You wanted to talk about Simple's individuals. Well, Glaive, he has silently racked up the kills. He is 16 and 8. The least killed player in the... No, Flamies has 7. Second least killed player in the server.
Damn. Those are both interesting. Flamey, of course, come under fire for his stats sometimes, but looking like he deserves a spot on this roster here with this map so far. Well, that could be an equalizer right here. We'll see if they survive the anti-eco. That's a pretty monstrous 1v3, man.
Oh boy, but we are all right.
See if
it's
it matters.
Game time. Electronics gonna just rush through that mid doors, making sure that Dupree can't get away with it. They wanted their man advantage, so they took it right back. And ZipX off cat could peek into mid. We've got Glaive with the M4 on mid doors. Valuable rifles to be lost here in round 17. Astralis, they better be on high alert. And NaVi, they just fall silent.
Yeah, I think Astralis know at this point they get really turtley here on these anti-ecos on T side. Advantage, no advantage, it doesn't matter. They sit and wait, and no, it'll cost them a little bit. Untradeable kill here on Simple. Things start to open up for the rest of the CTs. Of course, it's there on the ecoing side. Electronic finds another at mid.
That
smoke comes down mid. B bomb is going tunnels.
Frag grenade thrown out. Completely
1v2 here in the site.
Yeah, Magisk versus Perfecto and Boomich. But if he just lets them exit, then he could catch him in the open. 20 seconds and a late round rotation. Well, there's 2 weapons in mid if they want it, but instead they're going to try to fight for this A site. ZipX, he is deep on the bomb site, just hiding. Crabbed up, ready to go. Oh, and it's an instant headshot. Very nice from ZipX. Peeks back off the flash. No time left. And all the kills come in for Astralis. They stabilize.
That was a weird rotation, right? We have Electronic specifically at mid to try to defend against this. The only thing I can think is they expected ZipX to be recollecting information at long, potentially. Who knows? But the only thing they lost, well, what they lost was time off the clock. So they could have played getting into the site a little bit more carefully. And they had potential to split mid to B with Electronic, but not so much mid to A with Electronic. So, yeah, to each his own, I suppose. Don't know what info that they had.
Wow.
Whoa. Okay.
That's how this is going to start. Device
up the fishing rod.
Immediately into the AWP, finds a shot like that on long. Glaive wastes no time. But he just missed a little bit of timing. And Boomich will punish him for it.
Okay.
This kind of magnetizes ZipX up cat a little bit. He's playing into it. We've got Device still scoped in from sight.
Again, one of the very best car A flex players, whatever you want to call it, over on Dust 2 in this game. Knows how to find his openings. It's one of the positions that you'll see why you can't call him passive. He knows exactly how to create value from these positions. Tough spot here for NaVi without an op, knowing that there's an op on A waiting for them. 4-on-4 is cool, but look at Magisk. He's already got tunnels control. And it feels like a lot of people are 5-longing these days, but I'm really not seeing tons of results, honestly, in the games that we've watched. You give up so much other map control, and they don't even have smokes for the cross. They have 4 Molotovs and 1 flashbang. So they are quite simply going to have to deathmatch across long. Oh, and they cannot lose simple.
Device, he's going to find himself 2 op shots. Boomich, the only player to succeed in getting a kill. 4 kills for Device on the round.
That was a pretty...
And Astralis tie at 9.
A little bit of a weird situation where you don't have any cross smokes. You have like 4 Molotovs, and you're trying to go for this cat split, but then you're suddenly running out of time, and then you've got to get simple up cat. They were phoning it in on this round. They left it wide open for Device.
He almost got through that smoke, Simple, but caught by the underpass or the tunnels push.
Oh, what you doing down there, Simple? Hands where we can see it.
Hands up. Guns out. 3 Deeks, Tech 9, smoke, flash, minimal tools here for NaVi. 7 rounds in a row for Astralis. 4 off at the end of the last half, 3 straight this time, including the first gun round. Relegated to the pistols here in the 19th.
This is the strong mid to B setup, right? You've got the 1 on scaffolding outside of B, 2 in the site, ready, eyes forward, off angle for Dupree, ready to dodge flashes. They should go over him. So NaVi will kind of catch onto the scent here. No one peeking mid. They'll think potentially about going for the A split. I mean, rounds like these, you can't sleep on them. Yeah, we have a Glock here for Boomich, but it's totally winnable with 1 or 2 entries. Rotations will be demanding here. The middle of the map, totally excavated on the CT side. They'll flash out, put some pressure on Pit. Device comes.
Glaive ducks. Device flashes for him. That's the M4 activated, and sure enough, Boomich dies. As expected, he was just that Glock player, kind of the space creator. And a boost up onto blue could catch Glaive off guard. Sure enough, he tucks, but it's still substantial damage. His frag grenade also not half bad. He's got a second player now over towards ramp to lend a helping hand. Perfecto caught in the open by Dupree. That's a done deal. And Zipex draws the pistol fire towards him. Glaive very much just tucked into position and hoping his teammates deliver every single kill. But Deagle's back for NaVi. And it's then shut down. Dupree, he's able to spray in the final 15 seconds. It's Astralis with double digits and a 1-round lead.
It's definitely a surprisingly tenuous moment there. Trying to take long control, knowing there's somebody in pit. Or, well, knowing you're fighting against long control, I should say. But everybody contributes. The rotations are just fine. Glaive lives long enough for the rotation and car to come in from Zipex and Dupree as well. So everybody's there, and they have no problem stopping the hit, even though the boost came through. I think you got dinked through the wood or something like that. This duel's going to happen, huh? Well, the flash will deny that for a little bit. Don't know if anybody's going to try to run through. Boomich here. Going to line up a smoke. I think potentially going through this. It doesn't seem likely, but once again, Astralis move into this heavy lean towards the mid-B setup.
Yep. Device on scaffold. Just saw him.
You saw him, yeah.
Boomich is so locked into this position, and the incendiary is going to force him out. He has no smoke, but a missed shot.
Ooh.
And Boomich, he's going to go right back at him. And if it wasn't for Dupree in the corner, you'd think that op goes down. But in the meantime, NaVi, they use the distraction, push into the action on the B site. Perfecto single kill. Magisk doubling down, and he sees Simple. Shaves him down to 9 points of health. And yeah, just like that, it's NaVi falling back.
Pristine rifling here from Magisk in the site, and Device, he's like baiting himself basically with those shots, right? Both versus the mid guy and knowing Dupree's in that corner, as well as within the site when he comes into the window. It really sets up Magisk beautifully to shine.
Heated engagement at the halfway point in this round. Then Device goes back to where this one started. That angle onto Boomich, which could have cost him had it not been for Dupree, the only player who's lost his life for Astralis in round 20. Electronic looking for some kind of way to jackknife this open, but he is so boxed in from all directions. And Zipex is going to take that fight. It's Astralis on fire. 5 rounds in a row on the CT side, plus the 4 at the end of the T half. 9 straight, from 9-2 to 9-11.
Yeah, no kidding. They're really in the power position now. CT side looks so powerful, putting a lot of pressure here, and this is just the end of the round. No chance, really, to bring it back. It's the fact that you run into a mid to B setup with the op and 2 other riflers over here. That initial mid aggression was clearly all that Astralis needed to know for them to move into that setup. So NaVi will call attack timeout. We don't know if they know because they the rotations were behind the smoke, so they didn't see anybody rotate over. But yeah, I didn't expect to see Astralis take a lead in this map after the first half and what we saw. How many kills Simple was getting, Electronic was getting. But on the T side, things have changed. Device and Dupree, they're opping. It honestly looked like Astralis didn't care if they won or lost by the end of that half with the way that they were rushing out on every single choke point. But it actually ended up working and getting them a lot of rounds.
At this point, Astralis have 3 more kills than all of NaVi. 2 more rounds. Double op between Device and Dupree. Really everything they could ask for in this one, but there is an open route, interestingly enough, from Cat to A site. As long as Glaive stays preoccupied with Flamey, it is very much on Device. But Glaive gets an easy kill on long. Dupree picks one up through doors as they were trying to execute into this A site. There is still a chance for a plant. They could just go ahead and put out the fire with the smoke, but not even. It doesn't quite reach the entire plant zone. Now it's going to take some individual heroics, but you've got 3 of the hard hitters of NaVi still up, and there's the first.
He's so good with that Tech 9, man.
Simple still playing on top of his bomb. Magis comes outwards, but Glaive covers that exact angle at the exact moment. Boomich, he hits his headshot and takes down Dupree, but Electronic goes down after only the 1 kill to his name. 12th to Astralis. 3 rounds the lead.
Yeah, it looks like it could get a bit sketchy, but Astralis have a lot of outs there. They can fall back on other players. Everyone's covering each other beautifully. There's a nice shot from Dupree showing that he can op every once in a while as well. And now we're going to move into the next round where we'll have a proper buy out of NaVi, and we'll get to see what the strategy is going to be. They are moving into things right away without going for too much map control. But again, it's just very spawn-based affair sometimes with... It feels like both of these teams at the moment either taking long control or even a mid-spawn to get out quickly. Throwing some nades out in both directions to cause some confusion, but what they want to get out of their rotates is the question. Trying to see if a push will come in, and here is that push.
Perfecto. From the bottom of the scoreboard for NaVi, looking for the 2K.
This is where we could actually find out this op is very powerful, but atypical position, yeah. It's such a powerful push to put in, man.
And then Flamey's going to get iced out over on long. 5 versus 3 near immediately here for Astralis. They are fighting on both extremities of the map. A war on multiple fronts that siphons NaVi into the catwalk. A very clearly expected attack. 2 players over on ramp for Astralis. They just need to let them walk into their own graves.
They're getting annihilated in this mid-round, or early round, I should say. What can they do? What can they do? I think they'll commit off the cat smokes. Wonder if anyone's dropping CT in this position. It wouldn't be the worst spot in the world to do it. Yeah, Boomich will get down there. And this is to get the op off of long. Oh my god, Boomich will actually potentially
through
flank.
Oh, 2 kills.
They get him.
Now Zipex comes back to claw this into control. Still 1 man the edge, and he dives back around the corner. He knows as long as he stays up, we could still see the retake. But NaVi, with Boomich and Electronic getting those simultaneous kills, they have put Simple in a powerful position. 2 CTs coming in from catwalk. Magisk, he has all of the nades. Hell, even Dupree with a secondary incendiary. Sure enough, throws them onto the bomb site. That is excellent damage, and it forces Electronic over towards ramp. He drops his shot. Simple does not the first one, but then it's just outnumbered. Astralis, a retake, successful on A to grab that 13th round.
They just tossed them in the instant pot, right? Applied so much pressure so quickly. Molotov into Goose, and then it feels like there's a chance that NaVi can win, but from our perspective, like, Xyp9x is just playing with them at this point. They're looking for that exact timing where they know they have to try to peek. They know that Xyp9x has to come up, but he waits just long enough. That has to be so annoying to try to deal with. And Astralis using their utility perfectly. Even that extra nade and incendiary to soften up the player sitting around Goose. That's all incredibly useful. So they use the deep Molotov to hold him back, and Glaive is pushing off of this, but and with the play, they're in a perfect position.
Astralis just feeling themselves. This is 11 rounds in a row, starting to take risks, starting to take initiatives, and why not when it's working?
Wow.
Xyp9x banked off the backboard.
That's such a sick tactic. I don't think I've seen them use that, but I'm sure they have. Just throwing them incendiary down with a combined flash. They sit in front of it, literally, as they're running down mid every single round.
Yet another invitation to go from cat to A. 2 players deep from Astralis on long. Device called back. They've been unable to even whittle this down to a 1vx ever since that pistol. 2 1vx situations picked up by Astralis in this 11-round spree.
They are getting outplayed. Thoroughly outplayed.
Oh, but Simple. He gets Device off cycle with the op, peeks into it. There's a player down in CT spawn, but this should still be a bomb plant for sure. Another post plant attempt, it seems. Depends on how much they want to fight. Glaive, 22 and 12, all the way on the depths of long. And Astralis, well, their other 2 players now come through tunnels, so still a little bit of time.
They can go for the cat retake. Oh, they can combine with long. They've got so many points to retake. NaVi are looking for some map control, but they have a smoke to use for cat as well, so they can isolate Simple here.
Yeah, he dives.
That's the tough part.
Misses his shot as he goes for the peek. Now 11 HP. Sees the head of the player getting close. He wants to take somebody with him. Perfecto. He's going to lend that helping hand. And bomb, well, it's ticking pretty quickly, but 3 instant kills from Astralis. And they jump on that bomb. Oh, do they have time? No, NaVi!
0.36, my God.
That is how they put an end to the streak. It comes down to the absolute wire, but timing is their 6th player.
And they are all broke off that round. This next one should be a piece of cake for Astralis if we've learned anything. I mean, it was a good try, though. Like, they do it in the 3v5 again, right? To get it that close?
Yep.
So
3v5 off catwalk.
Yeah, they get the opening kill. Simple makes things happen.
Oh,
makes
look at
things
this
happen.
fly. Mac 10, Galil, and
what? I don't even know how that happens. What was that?
He was trying to stand on the railing to what looked like throw a smoke on long A.
Oh, got Electronic is absolutely shagging ass with these odd guns. Tech 9, Mac 10. He's owning all of the rifles.
That's actually B site just completely wide open. If only NaVi knew. Yeah, you better keep that head tucked. Little crab walker. Scurries across his spawn.
Precarious position. You know, if I was Astralis, I would probably assume or lean towards B, even though there's been a lot of cat hits just because of the light buy, but at this point of the round, things might have changed a little bit. I hope that wasn't Boomich's Xbox smoke.
I don't know. Glaive trying to play around the edge of the smoke. 40 seconds on the clock. This double op setup, man, it's been so key. Dupree's going to have a line of vision through the doors. He just smoked off tunnels and then peeks down into the base of middle to catch Electronic. Glaive, he's going to get up close and personal. And with as many kills as he has, Well, there's no reason to believe he can't do this, but he's going to get himself just the first one. Simple finds him through that smoke, and Dupree, well, now he's in a pressured spot. Misses his second shot and goes down at the hands of Perfecto. It's a low health on Perfecto, but he's primed Simple to try and go big for this clutch. NaVi trailing by 3, but if they could take this 11th round, and by no stretch of the imagination, they absolutely could. Zipex, if he can dunk that frag grenade all the way in the depths of Plat, then Perfecto is absolutely dead. Flash goes over the top. Zipex sees him, and he's just going to keep that head tucked.
Oh.
You can see him thinking about it. But Perfecto comes up, he takes the duel, he gets the kill, and he still gets dunked on. Device dives through the window, and Simple finds him just over smoke. NaVi have a chance.
My goodness gracious. Holy crap. Are they actually going to be able to come back into this? That's not something I expected after the insane streak of rounds that Astralis have put together. 13-11. We definitely have a real game of it now. This trade through the smoke is everything, but you think no way it results in anything. Dupree misses a couple of key op shots. If he hit even one of 2, you'd think for sure it's over, and Astralis are on pistols. So it's been a very strange go of it, honestly. Stack up towards mid. This is a very powerful position for pistols to be in. You cannot sleep on this setup, but long control is here for Astralis, so it'll be hard to do more than isolate a couple of rifles that are in tunnels at this moment. They'll start to peel back a little bit. I think NaVi might not be 100% aware of how much money Astralis have at this point because of how many rounds in a row they won. So they're going to try to feel things out. And that'll be a first tell.
Little door peek. Trying to keep those cat players at bay. Perfecto, Galil up, good for 2. Third CT confirmed through mid, but it's really the ramp hit that's going to spell disaster for Astralis, as if the economy hadn't already. A 12th for NaVi. 3 rounds in a row after what was 11 straight from Astralis.
Now we're in business.
You can feel it.
Oh, yeah.
Electricity on both sides of the server. Individual kills coming in. Electronic does not want to lose this.
I think number 1, just keep the rifle on Dupree for now. Probably would have been a more comfortable situation. They don't even have the money to get the op up on device again. Not that that's absolutely imperative either. Holy crap, they're going through with aggression. Disrespecting the defaults right up to the top of mid. Dupree does not die. No refrag is in place. And device, excuse me, has the fallback, the refrag into lower. That gets shut down. There's no one else to come through. Simple is walking up now. We'll find the dead body of Electronic, but no murderer in sight. Boomich is sitting here outside of the tunnels, outside of Long, excuse me, and 3 CTs are coming to try to reclaim it. Carefully, quietly.
Same as Simple. Silently sulking towards mid doors. They've still got enough utility, and we have seen NaVi in 3v5 situations assault that A site with success. One time bomb pops off with like half a second left. They've also gotten the plant only to then lose in the post. But that's a hope for NaVi in this 26th round. 40 seconds on the clock. Counter-terrorists just as well equipped with utility. Zipex, he is thinking about taking this little bit of a risk to play the side of the smoke.
Yeah, there's a couple of options, right? Move up towards the smoke, sit in the same place.
Simple, he's going to challenge. Simple, he's going to die. Perfecto looks to trade frag. Zipex just to the pistol. Perfecto finds him. 20 seconds remain. And they've got to make a decision, either forward or back.
Well, they got to go now.
Flashes over the top. Magisk sitting on ramp, somewhat blinded, lets them extend into the wide open and sprays for both. Astralis back to winning ways.
That does not move. Unpeak, sideways, strafe. He just sits there and holds that spray for dear life, and it works out well. They can't trade him out. Starts off with this aggression. What a brave call to make in a situation like this. Honestly, things were going really well in some of these other rounds. You'd think they'd go back to that and just close out the end. Instead, they changed it up completely. That is such a big risk to take, but, you know, That's the kind of calling that can win you games. So now that separates them a little bit more. 2-round lead for Astralis. We got the skeleton by here, a few Galeels, a couple Galeels. No op in place. But they're not going up against one either. They're gonna do the boost setup in CT spawn. One of the lesser used spots here for Astralis. Used to be a very commonplace tactic, but these days I've noticed they just avoid it most of the time. But it's these kind of pocket plays, these atypical things that you might do that will make the most sense. And you can see with Clay crossing to the left side of mid, he's pretty confident it's going to be a mid B. Otherwise, you wouldn't throw dupreeh up here and rotate out. And look what is coming his way. Oh man, they are in positions, perfect positions really to deal with this.
$40. When's the hit?
Watch for dupreeh to pop up.
Oh, Magisk just completely caught in glaive. He's going to be standing up into the open. Hit gets hit by Electronic. dupreeh unable to stop them from coming up mid.
What even happened there? Did one person walk out?
We had one player walk all the way to the window, I think.
Oh my god.
I don't know if dupreeh was watching it.
Yeah, he was just sitting pretty. My goodness.
If he crossed in front of the box to the far side of middle and then walked up to the window, then I think there's a chance that dupreeh didn't have that angle. You saw the smoke blocking 50% of the ramp.
Oh my goodness. And then also,
we've got to get a third party on that.
Oh, yeah, and also it's glaive who gets shot in the back from tunnels. How on earth does that happen? Smoke comes up.
Or Magisk rather, just kind of like moving from the corner into the platform. First guy to die.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it was. Yeah, I thought glaive had the off angle, but I was kind of surprised about that. I don't know what just happened there. They were all in prime positions. Of course, you can walk under that smoke. It's not perfect.
Let's watch,
and we'll see. Of course, we had the right and left setup. Oh my god, he tries to leave from that spot.
Yeah.
And then glaive even dies right here, right?
Yeah, right in the window. To Electronic, who we don't know how exactly he got there.
Oof.
Pause called. Astralis going to try and cool off. They've got to buy up. That's not the problem.
Well, scary part here for... I don't even know if it's scary, actually. I was going to say, NaVi, you know, running into a setup like that, you'd think, oh, crap, we actually made the play they wanted us to make and still won. Luckily, how do we not get red the next round? But I think for the most part, for Astralis, it was more of a gamble there. They didn't have the full information. They just made the correct read. But they don't know about dupreeh boosted up in mid. And the setup got dismantled in the B side. So they're probably pretty happy with themselves for the way that round went. We're going to have back-to-back tacks called here.
Yeah, NaVi takes one now.
To talk about things. This time, I think we've got device opping when we had him on an AUG this last round. So technically, the buy improves despite losing the last round. And I don't know. I'm sure Astralis don't want to try to do the mid aggression once again. If I'm NaVi, I'm probably waiting for it for at least a little bit. Even if I'm going to do a full B, I'd probably wait for that, number one. And I don't know. Spawns are all over the place here on the T side. Could end up going towards long if they want to. That would keep it very simple. They don't really have an op to work off to make more progress from there, but I'm not sure if that's going to be the call. Well, this is going to be a pretty tense situation, right? Anything could happen.
Posted device. Oh my god, Boomich just tucks his head.
Yeah, he saw it.
A little bit of frag damage. Smoke's blanketing the entirety of these doors. Boomich.
Oh my goodness.
He's throwing his utility over the top. He's got a player close. dupreeh. Just behind the doors, device misses the flick. He's down to half health. dupreeh, he's looking to stop simple. Good headshot, but a weapon swap almost costs him. He does die in the end, but Boomich on 3 HP after the fact. And now Electronic, having just pressured Cat, also slides into mid.
Look at Flamey. Eyes pressed up against this long hit. Cat split could come through. Device misses another shot.
He knows.
Looks for it through the door. Yeah.
Three players coming off
now.
the Cat. glaive, he's going to dive.
Oh, they've got the double setup on the site.
And the frag grenade was wonderful. Boomich, he gets blown off of the front of this assault. There's still 2 players back on Cat, that third over on the pit. Suppressive fire, buying time, Device getting up on box, and Electronic, he's trying to watch this, but he has a single point of health, and he still manages kills. All 3 players from NaVi. Low HP, and only Magisk left to stop them. 30 seconds, and they somehow, some way, in that pressure cooker of a catwalk position, come up with every single kill. Magisk, he's gonna answer. It's Electronic to fall first. Perfecto and Flamey. Neither one watching Cat. Magisk going to extend ever so slightly, and Perfecto, he's just walking down that ramp a couple steps down. Magisk now on site with Kit. Bomb in the eyes of Flamey on long. Perfecto, he's not being covered, and the headshot connects. Flamey at a distance gives NaVi 14.
Holy crap, they actually pull that off. What a moment on Cat where they're turning the corner. Astralis have everything in place to pull off that retake, and every shot goes the way of NaVi. They're covering it. They're watching their flank here. They're respecting the fact that the smoke goes up on Cat. That's a scary situation for both NaVi and Astralis. Like, who actually has the edge there? They have to find out once it disappears. That's insane. It comes down to that moment, and every single kill goes the way of NaVi, but you have to give them credit. They were aware of all the possible outcomes and made sure to hit their shots. It's a crazy level that we're hitting with these mid-round situations. Round 29. Another timeout is going to be called for NaVi.
Every time Astralis take one, NaVi do 2.
Almost 90 rounds tonight. In fact, there will be, at minimum, with just this series. It was very messy at first. And the start of this game, it was very much a bare knuckle fist fight here. And it's now come to the last few moments after a huge comeback from Astralis. NaVi suddenly looking like they're not scared at all.
Astralis 4 rounds at the end of their T side.
They're definitely not playing at their peak at the moment. And NaVi are jumping on every opportunity to exploit their weaknesses. Simples come up. Only 5 kills, I think, in the second half. So not had the most impact just yet. But I think a lot of those kills are recently. Yeah, definitely.
19 on Electronic and Perfecto. 15 apiece for Flamey and Boomich. Somebody's securing a 15th round right here, right now.
And we've got the cast set up for Zipix. So trying to find 1 point of aggression quite timidly. They've got Dupree floating around mid. Look at this, 4 lean towards the A site. What on earth has possessed them to go into this setup? We'll see if NaVi feed into it. Oh my god, they might be. Boomich at the top of middle. Bomb certainly hasn't made a decision quite yet. And they're trying to give him distractions, make him feed into the idea that they should come out.
1 player towards this B site.
Oh man, I think he'll be lonely. Might be the retaker in this situation. None of the spots they're mollying out, you're gonna find any CTs.
Oh, Zipix.
But look at the bomb. It's a fake. They're feeding. Oh my god. They're making a perfect play. They're feeding into their desire that it's going to be an A play. This 4A setup isn't going anywhere. Magisk has to deal with 5 players, and he's only got a goddamn FAMAS.
He's got a smoke grenade if he wants to lay it down. 30 seconds. Round 29, and there are 30 seconds. And now Astralis, they're starting to figure out the error of their ways. Magisk, reality sinks in. He gets a quick first headshot, but Electronic through middle has already traded that out.
Call it a day.
Astralis have to save. NaVi, after 11 rounds in a row from Astralis, they turn around and win 6 of the last 7 to take 15-14 on map 3. The reverse sweep of the series, a single round away.
They do everything to stroke Glaive's ego, right? They put the pressure on mid to make it seem like they're clearing things out. Then they move to long late and make the full rotation over towards the B site. And Astralis, they don't move a muscle. They sit on the A site thinking, yes, the round's coming to us completely outplayed though. And NaVi, this isn't the first time on Nuke. We saw this in the final few rounds. It felt like they got lucky to get there, and as soon as it came to those really clutch moments, as an IGL, whether it's Blade, Boomich, or whoever is helping them with the mid-round, they've made the exact right decision and out-called Astralis completely.
What's the buyback here for Astralis?
There was moments there, just a few rounds ago, Astralis had the right read on the setup. They laid out the plan perfectly. They sat in the right positions, but they failed to get the kills, and now they've dug themselves this grave.
It's their turn to take a 15th. Oh, an op shot into device. Let that serve as a warning. A push into the tunnels, though. This time they're going to get all the info really early on. 2 players over on long, 4 members of NaVi to face them. How do you get these players out of tunnels, though? What's the play here from Astralis?
They're low on guns here. That's the real issue. They can be in tunnels, they have information, but they're in kind of retake spots, hoping it comes back late tunnels.
Zipex, he's got a player behind him in device, but that's already 20 HP, and Flamey, he is looking for this headshot. Electronic finding that A site is open. A molly goes all the way deep, and Electronic, he's going to take the first rotate off. They didn't anticipate the catwalk up. Zipex, single kill. Magic's dead. Device with the double! From the back of the corner with 10 HP. 50 seconds. Bombs at his side. He just saw the player through doors. Perfecto's gonna push in. He takes a little bit of damage. Where is Dupree? Coming up from middle, trying to help, and Device finally dies. Now they have no clue where Dupree is at, but they have an inkling, and they walk this back. Audio cues being given. He holds, he waits, and they run to A.
Plank can come in now. Dupree coming in through the smoke. He has to do something crazy. There's no way he's going to get away with a regular round here. Waiting to come through the smoke, and NaVi do it! Again, another beautifully called round. Perfectly played by NaVi. All the utility, the reads, everything.
Just when they thought they had that chance in the 1v2, just when Dupree was sniffing out the clutch, Perfecto sends one shot right through smoke between the eyes, and NaVi arrived to that 16-14 score in the reverse sweep at 2 in the morning. They do not give up, and they absolutely deliver. Counter-Strike is a lifestyle.
God damn.
And these guys live it. So do we. Throw it to the desk. Banks, Maniac, and Pimp standing by.
What a game, what a series. It was a 9-2 lead early on for NaVi, and then they were looking like they would let it slip away. 11 in a row for Astralis. It was almost sealed, but NaVi fought back. The legends of the CIS region find a way to do it, even with simple calling off from what is his usual numbers, I guess.
Which makes that comeback from NaVi that much more impressive. The fact that Symbol slowed down just a little bit at the end, and I want to take a minute to give praises to the IGLing, the calling from NaVi. These last 3-4 rounds, the ideas they've had, the timings they've hit, the redirections throughout the round, they had that cold-blooded decision-making that net them the win. I think it's as much as a tactical win as it is a team win in general.
This and exactly that, right? You even look at the kill distribution. It is a team performance. Everyone had moments within this, and even when Simple slowed down, there was more to give from the other players this time around.
And I think that is the most impressive takeaway from this victory from NaVi on Dust 2. No doubt that was a team effort. No doubt that they were outcalling Astralis, and you could even see it on the map, right? Astralis 2 timeouts in a row when the pressure got onto them as well. They were not feeling comfortable on that CT side. You saw a round with Magic's boy, 25 seconds left. He didn't use a smoke towards the B bomb side. There was being made small mistakes, but small mistakes made because they turned down for the pressure. Astralis on the server didn't feel comfortable. NaVi played slow Counter-Strike, but very effective Counter-Strike. That was hella impressive.
I got to touch on one thing for Astralis, though. Glaive put up an incredible numbers at the beginning. When they were down 9-2, if it wasn't for him, they wouldn't have come into it. That pistol round, when they switched over to the second half, that 1v3, moments like that, he was leading by example.
Oh, yeah, he led by example. Exactly. You took the words right out of my mouth. The fact that he wins that 1v3, which is insane, by the way, his positioning in the 1v3 and even resisting the double peek and then throwing the flash, going for Simple, everything is absolutely perfect on that pistol round from Glaive. And then even after that, he is responsible for most of these CT rounds because I think his positioning, again, was stellar. He was pushing catwalk when he needed to. He was finding information. He was calling as well for them. So props to Glaive for putting up a fight. But I agree with Jacob. At the very end, it's probably the first time, or one of the first time that I see Astralis actually falling to the pressure, making the wrong calls when it matters the most. It's one of the first time I see them.
And this answers our question, right, on where we're putting Astralis right now compared to your Vitality, right, and stuff like that. They can still lose a series like this. They are not the unbeatable team like they once were.
By no means are they unbeatable. I think we saw that at DreamHack as well when they went on to lose to Godsend and go all the way through lower brackets. So I wouldn't necessarily count Astralis out, but you're spot on when you're saying Astralis are not unbeatable. Sure, it takes Simple to be an absolute god to win that second map. We have to remember that. He was absolutely insane on the first 2 maps, dropping back-to-back 30 bombs. But when it came down to the nitty-gritty here in Dust 2, when it came down to win the game, NaVi outplayed Astralis. And I don't think I've ever said that in my entire life before. I think that is very impressive in itself, and they deserve all the credit for that victory. As for Astralis, I'm not worried on their behalf, Of course, it's a loss here, but they're still a lower bracket, and they're still one of the best teams in the world. So let's see what happens.
And it's almost like Astralis enjoy lower brackets at a time. Let's take a look at that bracket as you got it on the screens right now. We are set up for Vitality taking on NaVi, and then we get a banger in the lower bracket as well. We get the rematch of the finals of DreamHack Masters.
So actually, the 2 games that we have decided today are previous finals. Vitality NaVi, IM Beijing, and we have Mousesports Astralis, DreamHack Masters.
And we know NaVi can at least win 2 maps against Vitality.
Yeah, right. That was a best of 5. So that's the quality of this tournament. We have finals tickets all the way to the grand final of our tournament, basically.
We are in the finals to watch final games before we've got to the actual final. It is finalception.
Finalception.
It really is. This is what we love about it. We should also take a look at the games we're going to see tomorrow, though, because there is a hell of a lot more Counter-Strike for us to get through here. And this is what we're looking at. We're kicking things off with Furia taking on G2. Furia have looked better and better. This G2, they had up and down. We first saw them, we were really pleased with them. Then it slowed down a bit. Then we get Big versus OG. That's like the clash of the teams that come into this with the least expectations for many people out here. And then, to end the day with, we just get a final over again. Scrawny and Lawners will be blessed with another Astralis Mousesports matchup, but it'll just be a best of 3 this time.
You know what? That's enough. I think that's enough for the show. Leave the best of 5 for a little bit later down the road if we have to, but a best of 3 between Mousesports and Astralis is no small feat, and all the games basically tomorrow are nice.
If you're Mousesports right now, you must be feeling hard done by, right? You just get Astralis down there in the lower bracket after already taking a loss to Vitality. You're potentially playing the 2 best teams in the entire world back to back. One of the games being in a low bracket.
That's an elimination match. It's certainly not going to be easy, but we have got to finish things up here today. This is the end of day 1, and there's plenty more CSGO actions coming your way. You know what games are going to be coming up, and I'm going to sit here and ponder maybe best of 5 games the whole way for an event one day in my mind. Probably not. You guys will hate that, but it'll be a good test of everyone's strength. See you tomorrow.